Yo, Concho. What's up? El botón. Go. Yes. Okay. Let us continue where we left off. More Path of Exile 2 today. We will do the... I'm unsure. I've prepared the patch notes. To go through. They're right here. That I want to read. And they are... Wow! Jeebus! Holy shit. I'm considering whether or not we should do that, or if we should, watch this here. Which seems to be really good, so maybe we'll watch that and then read the patch notes tomorrow or something. We'll figure it out. We have a lot of content. We got obviously this interview here, and this podcast, which definitely gonna watch. Then there is the there's a lot, man. Like, there's another interview. It's with that guy that rarely asks any relevant questions, though. He always gets, for some reason, he always gets one. But yeah. And then there's a guy with legendary. There's an interview with legendary drops. That one I think is gonna be okay, good. And then we got all the little quality of life, all of the reworks, and all of the ascendancies and stuff that I would like to watch. And then we got two kind of extra things that we can. Today is Wednesday, so we got 3 days of content that we need to fill, which I feel like we might be overdoing it already. Like, I'm not sure we're gonna make all of it, but I don't want to pick though. Okay, but we'll continue where we left off with the Q&A. They are going to be going. It's called Endgame Deep Dive, and it's the next 45 minutes of it. And then boss design at the end. So that's why we stopped so abruptly yesterday, because I didn't have 45 minutes. So yeah, here we are. Let's go and see what they have in store for us. Hopefully something good. Yo, Midas, welcome. Oh, I'm a little bit tired, not gonna lie. I slept plenty, but...
Honestly, I'm very happy to see that the world looks like an actual world now.
Yes.
It's an atlas, an actual map. It's where you go and do exploration. So is this kind of the goal for the outset when you were making this whole world map style atlas from the beginning?
Well, okay, I think that I didn't realize when we were making it the importance of having those fixed locations, like knowing where things are.
Okay.
And so it's like we wanted it to feel like there was a world of stuff to explore, but I think that we did make a mistake in not necessarily like realizing that, it is important that you can get your bearings and that kind of stuff initially. So having the fixed points has worked even better than I expected, honestly. Like, I was a little bit worried it would make it feel like too samey every time, but honestly, it's really cool. Like, in all of those points of interest, like, I don't know if we really showed it, like, how easy it is to sort of get to the things, but it's usually to get to one of the league things, it's only like 4 or 5 maps away from the sign location. Like,
so that sounds a little close. Like, why is everything happening that close? Like, if we are going to make a world, right, like, and it is going to feel like a real world, I understand the make it close so people can get working on it, right? But if we're going for immersion, then everything being close kind of breaks that. Now, obviously, it shouldn't be like thousands of maps away or hundreds of maps away either, but by the looks of it, they're gonna add every single every single new league. They're gonna add like a thing on the world. And if you put everything too close, it's kind of like, well, okay, well, they couldn't go here because that was where Abyss was, so now they're one further out, right? So it makes sense that the Val city is close, like the temple, because we're in Utsula, or whatever it's called. Is that what it's called? I think the city's called something like that. We're in that city, right? That's where we were when the apocalypse happened. So it makes sense that we're in that sort of area. So it makes sense that the temple is there. You could argue it makes sense that the big tower is there as well, because maybe they build it close to it. I don't know what I think about that, but for gameplay reasons, it makes sense that the tower is close, so you don't have to go too far for your points. However, Abyss and Breach and Ritual and all of those, I don't think they need to be close. I think they could be some maps away, right? Especially if it's maps that you would be doing otherwise. You'd take a look at especially the monastery, right? It doesn't really make sense that they built the monastery right on top of the fucking Val city. A monastery would probably be a little bit more up in the mountains alone, kinda area. If we're going for worlds, then I think they should be further than 5 maps away.
When I was first showing it to you when you first arrived, like, you know, yeah, like you do just go, like I started with it just all fog of war there, and I'm like, okay, if you just go down this way a little bit, then you get into the breach area, and if you just go like, you know, ride a little bit, then look, there's these abyss cracks here, and stuff like that. So that's really cool. And the other thing is, as well, is just like, you know, the fact that there's like a giant ocean to one side means you just got your bearings. We're like, okay, we're on the edge of the continent here, like this is where we are. And we did even try to sort of think, okay, well, like in the physical Rayclast map, you know, like this is the direction in which like all of the, you know, the temple of, you know, the Zeri's temple and everything of Laraval was, and like, so we're going to put it in that direction. We try to sort of like have our bearings so that all those things are sort of like have some kind of real world analog, which is pretty cool. And there's even, if you go far enough into the ocean, you will find Oriath over there.
I didn't know you were going to say that.
Which has the beast, you know, the apocalypse is there. You see, it doesn't actually do anything. Like there's not a reason, but it's like we wanted it to feel more like this is actually like
5 and 6 for that. Right?
Yeah. So it'll change later once we've got the rest of the campaign in. But
that blew my mind though. That you can just go in the ocean as long as you pick the exact right direction.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of more of an Easter egg than anything. The fact that it's there, but we do want it to feel like it is Rayclast that you're exploring. That this is like, you know, like things
that's cool. That's
really
at least
cool. Broadly where they're supposed to be, and you know, like while it is like the biomes and stuff like that are all randomly generated, like what maps are there randomly generated, like the initial layout of where the landmarks are is you know, is like really nice.
We're gonna have like a world first race to Oriath or something like that.
I don't know, maybe
expedition race, so you can get over there first.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So I think before, when you first started Endgame, you just kind of ran maps, and it took dozens of maps for anything to kind of
happen. Yes, I agree. And now we want that to be way shorter. So like, you know, the first time you open the Atlas, like, you know, there's towers that rise out of the ground, and like there's a quest marker right there to do that, but you don't have to do that, right? You can go a different direction, and pretty soon you'll run into like a breach or something, and then you'll be an NPC, you know, like within 1 or 2 maps there'll definitely be an NPC telling you, hey, look over here, and like, you know, it'll appear in the fog of war. You'll see there's a quest marker, you're like, oh right, there's something over that way, you know, like that's the kind of experience that we want to have, of like feeling like you are exploring, like a kind of.
So the NPCs being there makes sense, but I do feel like you should go a bit further than just 5-10 maps to get to stuff if you want an actual world. Now I understand that it's gonna fucking suck as well, to like have to go that far, but it depends on what we're going for, right? If we're going for this exploration and we're going to make it feel like a real world, then I think you should have some distance. Otherwise, it feels very gamey, right? Like, if it's actually going to try and be a real world, we're trying for exploration, then there has to be distance. Because otherwise, it's just like, why is everything here? Why is everything crammed together? It's like,
I guess it's more of a sort of, it's funny because it's a little bit, in a way, it's sort of a bit more like that sort of open world game design that you would get from a kind of open world game, except it's on a kind of like Atlas level. So you need to be thinking, get that feeling of like, but there's points of interest and stuff to find and that sort of stuff. And not only that, but we did want to make the kind of the infinite part, like once you have done all the quest lines, the infinite part needs to be more interesting too. So now what we have is all of the leagues are adding Atlas mechanics, right? Like, so you've got things that, and I guess that's one of the other things I really want to make sure people are aware of, is like all the leagues do have things that interact with the Atlas in interesting ways. So like, you know, you've got the delirium fog thing where you're spreading fog over, and the, you know, the positions of things matter, and where you pick to do it will matter, and
actual
like that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
actual abyss cracks that close on the Atlas is really cool. Like I really like that one. That was one of those that people thought I was a bit crazy when I suggested that one. But, it's one of those things that's just it's just really cool.
No, it's crazy.
So and so it's fun to come up with those kinds of mechanics for
I
leagues
think
and think about how they can escalate and so on.
Cool.
But it also adds like another sort of deeper layer to everything too, because one of the big issues we had with all of the leagues was that they had kind of like their mechanic, but they didn't have like, and here's how the mechanic changes and here's how it evolves, and like there wasn't kind of a lot of that going on with those initial 0-1-0 early access leagues. And it's really adding all that extra depth that like makes an actually interesting thing. And like part of the reason why we identified that is because like when we came to write a quest line for them, we're like, well, there actually isn't enough here to write a quest line for.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Like there just kind of wasn't really stuff enough to do. So it's like we have to add a bunch more to make it so a quest line is reasonable to do. And so the quest line actually sort of drove in some ways like the making sure that there is an evolution that happens across the course of every league. And I guess that really does set the standard now for what you have to make a league for PoE 2. Like that it's going to have things like that and mechanics like that.
It seems like you're really trying to min-max the breadcrumbing here in particular, because like you leave the town, like literally the second map is a tower, and then like 3-4 maps after that is the gate of the giant fortress.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, we want you to get to that stuff quickly, right? And the funny thing is that it also, like what we said earlier about how the different sort of amount of time it takes for like the average player versus what people believe is the average.
Like I do think if you go for immersion, then the tower coming up has to be further away. However, that's gonna suck ass for gameplay if it's like, oh, go here 40 maps away to get your points for your atlas. It's like that's but it would be more immersive if it was not like right in your backyard. Just go, here's a fortress. Like, okay,
like it really does need to be that minimal number of maps to make that happen, because for some people, like, they're taking a long time to complete maps, right? Like, like if it's taking like 7 to 15 minutes in some cases to do a map, like you don't want it to be multiple hours of gameplay to get to the first.
Even that's fast by the average.
Yeah, and it's like we don't want it to be hours and hours later when you finally get to one of these things. So it really does need to be just a few maps, and obviously
7 to 15 minutes is fast. I think I spent like 10-15 minutes and I am fucking slow, right? And I do it on purpose. But 7 to 15 minutes is fast compared to the average. That's insanity. I mean, I know it's slow, right? But like it depends on how you look at it, right? Like in comparison to what you can do and what you should do, it's giga slow. But if most people are taking way longer, then it's fucking fast. 7 to 15 is fast. You remember Warrior Full Clear with picking up way too much garbage? Yeah, I mean, that's stuff I do, right? Like, whenever I'm just fucking around, I'm exploring everything to see, ooh, what's over here? Ooh, what's over here? What's over here? Because I'm not concerned about efficiency. I'm only concerned about having a good time. I don't care to min-max my Divines or Exalts an hour. I care to have fun. So if I want to see what's in the fog, I'm going to see what's in the fog. If I want to do every single league mechanic in a map in PoE 1, despite not being spec'd into them, I'm going to do every league mechanic in PoE 1. Now, if I turn it up and I want to just bam, 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 I can. And I do eventually sometimes. But for the most part, I'm just chilling, right? Like, so me doing 10 minutes a map is pretty normal. But I thought that was mega slow. And seemingly I'm still going faster than the average. That is insane. Jesus.
If you're a fast map runner, you're going to just blaze through that real quickly. But yeah, you do need to sort of consider, what that experience looks like if it's the first time, because a lot of this questifying stuff is for people who don't even know what's in the end game. Yeah. Like an issue you'd have with a first time player before is you'd go in the end game. It's like, is there even anything out there? Like you don't even know, right? Yeah. It's like you need those kind of like a few guideposts.
The average mean no loot filter. You think the average? Well, For some reason, I just thought the average player would absolutely have a loot filter because PoE is so... But I guess there's a lot of... The average player that I interact with and I see definitely has a loot filter, but there's probably just a silent majority that doesn't even... That's the thing, right? Like, it's kind of hard to think about for just an average Joe like you and me, right? Like, because we are online. We watch content creators. We watch the stuff. Like, you can speak from the perspective of PoE2 being your first ARPG ever. Oh, so maybe you were, but then you didn't like loot filter at first? Oh, I mean, I get it. I'm in the same boat, because you don't. The thing is, you don't know what it's hiding. So you don't know if it's hiding something valuable, and you don't know what's valuable. So you can't even freaking, you can't really, it's too much shit, right? Like, you just kind of have to trust the guy that made it to not hide things that you need. And you need to trust yourself to realize which settings is correct for you when you know fucking nothing. So you'd rather see everything and then decide yourself which ones you pick up, then have stuff hidden. Not shown and hidden. But yeah, it's kind of hard for somebody like me, or I guess you guys as well, to think that, oh, there's actually the majority of people don't play the way we do. Even if you feel like I feel like I play really fucking casual, but I'm probably still in like the top 10%, which is insane. And because there's probably a lot of people who just fucking sit down, play the game, log off. And that's the only thing they ever interact with the game. They never even watch these things and stuff. There will probably be people that watch this and there's nothing else, right? But the ones that don't, they don't go to content creators, they don't go to guys, they don't go online, they don't see anything, they just play the game. And that's it. That's kind of wild. Yo, Square-esque, welcome. Kind of have to accept these games are just like done with loot filter in mind. Like, why is 99% of stuff garbage? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, D4 has a loot filter now. I don't fucking need it. If I'm being honest. Not enough shit drops. But PoE definitely is different. But yeah, it is a little bit and I'm still not fully on board with it either, because like there's every time I make a loot filter, I unhide a lot of stuff that's otherwise garbage that I just pick up and never use. And I think it's because I rarely get to the juicing stage where I actually have to decide what to take out of a map. But yeah.
To even get you started, to be like, okay, well, like here's some stuff that I might be able to find.
Yeah, and even if you don't go like that tower into the fortress,
no, you can go another way.
Literally pick any direction. Like, because that was the thing that surprised me the most when you were showing me by kind of like revealing the map, was like you literally can't pick a direction and miss.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Exactly. You will hit something no matter which way you go.
Basically, it actually made like the raid class situation look. This raid class situation is crazy. It looked pretty dire. You're like basically surrounded on all sides. It's like you look one side and there's like a giant breach for Stonkin area. There's like a freaking abyss over there.
Just wait till like 5 years from now.
I know, right? Because now whenever you add a new thing, you add it as a spot on that.
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to do a bit of rearranging to make sure that the newest stuff is like close to the center, and there's like, you know, the ring outside that, which has got some of the lesser known stuff you can kind of snake out to get to.
Like weird passive tree situation where there's like stuff further out and stuff closer, and that's that is gonna be wild. But it also kind of helps solve that problem a bit, because like I sometimes I go back and I play like a game that's been around for a long time, and the way that usually they're like 10 years worth of content is presented is like a giant menu.
Yeah, no. And it's definitely much cooler that you find it.
It's very difficult to engage with that. But here it's physical places in a world. It's kind of almost solved by the fact that you have to travel to them to start interacting with them in some capacity.
Yeah, I would say so.
So it's kind of a nice solution.
I mean, but yet all of them do have events that will occur that will direct you there and like reveal it on the map and show you that it's there as well. Yeah. If you do find that in the you know, so you sort of get quests.
We have a few things as well though. Like, it's a lot, but I also don't want people to feel like, oh, I have to do all of it every time. Yeah. And there are different ways. Obviously, I think we mentioned the way to shortcut the fortress completion. Like, if you just want to, obviously, there's a big grid, a tree of nodes, right? So you can go like path of least resistance, or if you're good. Yeah. If you know what you're doing, you're repeating, good build. like just beeline towards that, go to that, go to that, go to that, kill the bosses, kill the pinnacle, right? You've now done the quest line, and now just go out into the infinite and go and farm, or maybe go do one of the other leagues, or two of the other leagues, whatever, and then go out and farm. And every time you then get a set of citadels, you kill the thing, you can then auto-complete a section of the fortress.
And that unlocks a big chunk of
and it'll
passes.
just be like ding, 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 and complete all the maps, and you're like, all right, sweet, there's my 15 points, allocate, allocate, allocate.
I mean, while you can do that in theory, would that not always just be less good? Because the maps you're farming, you might as well have farmed the maps in the Citadel. I realize that you can't do the other leagues or anything, but if you go and do other maps rather than getting your points, you're just leaving loot on the table, aren't you? Do I need this light? Like, aren't you just... Because... Let's say, like, how many maps do you need until you get to fight the pinnacle again? That's a decent chunk, right? And for all of those maps, you will have those 15 points less, plus whatever else you left on the table. So you'd probably be better off just go and get all the points. Yeah, it's fine that you can do one thing if you want. But if we're talking about efficiency, right, which is what's going to dictate most players' experience, then because I don't think I'd ever be like, okay, let me just leave these freaking 60 points on the table until I get back to it in like 40 hours, right? Like, that's 40 hours I gotta have 50, 60 points more, right? Like, depending on how impactful the Atlas is, if it's nothing, then it's fucking boring, right? So it should be powerful. I don't know. Yo, Potato, 155 stream streak. Let's fucking go.
And so you don't have to just like hunker down and sit in the fortress for like forever.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, we were really concerned that what would happen is like you'd kill the boss and you're like, oh, now I have to do all these maps in here like to just finish it off. So we wanted to make sure there was a shortcut for that stuff. So if you didn't do all that stuff while you were going there, so if you're a new player and you don't like burning through the tiers that quickly, that number of maps is intended to be the number that you'd need to be able to do for like a sort of an average player who hasn't done it before to be able to tear up to get to like to get to T5 to get into this part of the fortress and then
If
get
you're
to
doing
get
everything
to
in that
exactly. So like
Okay.
it's
Oh,
kind of
it's
designed
tiered.
to be like for the players who are normal, but if you're a player who like really knows how to tear up really quick, then you can just like beeline to the quest objectives really quickly and get through that very quickly. And I guess one of the things that we wanted to do as well, even just for the regular leagues, is like if you're like an actual like a player, like we sort of imagine it's like a night of gaming.
If you finish a fortress zone, you get points for all the map within the zone. Yeah, but the way you finish a zone is do all the maps in there. The way you clear an entire zone is you go kill the boss, right? So what you do is you'd beeline for the boss, right? That's what they're saying. You beeline for the boss, right? So apparently it's tiered. So you Waystone tier 1 is once a part of it. Waystone tier 2, blah, 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 blah. Moving on. You need to get to like Waystone tier whatever to get to the boss, right? Whatever that looks like, whatever that is, you need to put in these Waystones to run them, right? So what they are saying is you can just, if you're quick, you're good, right? You just go kill the boss, right? And then when you kill the boss, you get to complete a section. So you get to target a section, say complete this, you get all the points, right? But there are multiple sections, which means you have to clear the boss multiple times, which means now, unless you want to clear the fortress, right, you have to go out into the world and find 3 strongholds, right? You got to find 3 strongholds, beat them, then go back, kill the boss, and then you get to take the section. You think each section has its own boss? That's not how I understood it. I think we can pull it up.
It's going to take you.
I might be wrong, but I'm pretty... Fuck.
What surprised me, so these are adding like things like, every rare monster in the map is an
Bigger than what the fortress is.
rough.
Bigger than to the quest objectives really quickly. And
Farm. And every time you then get a set of citadels, you kill the thing, you can then auto-complete a section of the fortress.
and that unlocks
Every time you get a set of citadels. I found it. I was gonna go to another video and show you where they did it, but he says it's literally here, right?
A tree of nodes, right? So you can go like path of least resistance, or if you're look, this is if you're good.
Yeah.
If you know what you're doing, you're repeating, good build. Like just beeline towards that, go to that, go to that, go to that, kill the bosses, kill the pinnacle, right? You've now done the quest line, and now just go out into the infinite and go and farm, or maybe go do one of the other leagues, or two of the other leagues, whatever, and then go out and farm. And every time you then get a set of citadels, you kill the thing, you can then auto-complete a section of the fortress.
And that unlocks a big chunk of
And it'll
passage.
just be like ding, 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 and complete all the maps, and you're like, all right, sweet, there's my 15 points, allocate, allocate, allocate. And so you don't have to just like hunker down and sit in the fortress for like forever.
Yeah.
So, like I said, you finish whatever, and then you go out and you get the 3 citadels, one of each, right? And you go back, you kill the arbiter or whatever, and then you get to complete a section. So you're going out to find and farm your way to 3 citadels without having all the points. Right? Now, that might be easier for some things, but I just think that you are going to be completing that entire fortress as fast as humanly possible, because I think you'll need to do more maps to find 3 citadels X amount of times than you'll need to do maps to just complete it natty, right? Like, because it's not that you get to find 3 citadels and then complete the entire thing. No. It's a section. How many sections are there? I don't know. Looked like there was a lot of points, so there's probably a lot of sections, right? They show somewhere that are citadels within the fortress, like maybe they're the first guaranteed set. Yeah. That I think they are, right? Like, because the way you do it is you work your way through the fortress, right? You kill a boss to go to the next, and then go to the big guy, right? So I think that they've just put the citadels in there, right? So you go fight the first citadel, you get to fight the next citadel, you get to fight the next citadel, and that unlocks the arbiter, that unlocks the big guy, right? Whatever it works, however it works, right? Like, so there's probably at least like 4 or 5 sections, if not more, right? So you'll need to kill the boss like 4 or 5 times, probably, maybe. That would be my guess. And also looking at the amount of points that were available, like it kind of has to. And he said 15 points, right? You don't really care about that stuff? Nah, it's just maps you have to complete, right?
We were really concerned that what would happen is like you'd kill the boss and you're like, oh, now I have to do all these maps in here like to just finish it off. So we wanted to make sure there was a shortcut for that stuff. So if you didn't do all that stuff while you were going there, so if you're a new player and you don't like burning through the tiers that quickly, that number of maps is intended to be the number that you'd need to be able to do for like a sort of an average player who hasn't done it before to be able to tear up to get to like to get to T5 to get into this part of the fortress and then get to
in that.
Yeah, exactly. So like it's kind of designed to be like for the players who are normal. But if you're a player who like really knows how to tear up really quick,
you get it. To keep it short for new players. Well, what he's saying here is that X amount of maps, 15 was the number Mark said, right? So 15 maps is what it takes for a normal slow player to get up, right? So the fortress is balanced that a new player or a normal player is going to do all the maps in there, and then they're ready to do all the maps in the next zone. And when they've done that, they're ready to do all the maps in the next zone, right? Like that's what they're saying. But whereas you take like the PoE vet that follows the best league starter guide, they're going to be able to just go
quick, then you can just like beeline to the quest objectives really quickly and get through that very quickly. And I guess one of the things that we wanted to do as well, even just for the regular leagues, is like if you're like an actual like like a player, like we sort of imagine it's like a night of gaming is what it's going to take you to like do one of the quest lines.
Yeah.
You know, like I mean, I don't mean like a like half an hour. I mean like like a solid night of gaming.
A couple hours.
You know, a few hours, right? You know, like of gaming is enough to kind of get like a sort of a fairly reasonable player through one of those quest lines.
Yeah.
And then that's kind of that can be like your goal for the night. And then the fortress might be like a couple more initially, but I mean for the good players, they're just going to be able to they can obviously get through the stuff really quick because they know how to burn through every map really quick and that kind of thing.
So with the fortress, like, so how many roughly passives is there on that core atlas tree that you want?
It's more than 300, I believe.
300?
That's like 300 maps within the fortress.
No, but it isn't because some of them give you more than 1 point.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, so we actually initially had it, so the number of points on the tree was the same as the number of points in the fortress. But the problem was that we found that
That's a ton of maps.
Yeah. Like, the number of maps that was too many.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we need to do some like things here so that the atlas tree can be bigger than what the fortress is.
Roughly know what it is, like 100, 150 or something?
I actually don't remember what the number in there is.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact number
but
either.
yeah, like we sort of wanted to make it so that it wasn't onerous.
There's a few
options.
options there as well if we want.
Yeah.
If we want. We haven't yet, based on testing really, is what is technically it doesn't have to be every map gives you a point. It can be the first X map give you point. Like as in technically you can fully allocate the tree
And then you
and
could avoid
complete
some
it.
layouts or whatever you don't
It's
like
just
as well.
if we needed to do that, we've got lots of levers to be able to flexibly just go, okay, this is
Yeah,
like
okay.
way
We
too
don't want
long
the
and-
fortress to feel like a chore, though. That's like really important.
Well,
so we're
that's
very
what I was going to say. Is
careful
like
about
I was
it. Yeah.
a little worried that would be the case, but you showed me that there's there's little icons over the top of the maps, and that wasn't all of them. Like what was shown in the footage was actually you hadn't done the list yet. It was like half of them or something. But what surprised me, so these are adding like things like, every rare monster in the map is an essences, or monstrous treasure, or rogue exiles are fighting each other and you're hunting them down and stuff like that. So all this other cool stuff. And what I was surprised to learn was that these are actually all individual, unique things. Like there's they're not being repeated inside of the fortress.
Yes,
There's
the
one
fortress,
of each of those
yeah,
things.
exactly. So all of those mechanics are things that, there's one-offs. And so if you auto-complete that part of the fortress, you're effectively losing that for this run. But they do appear out in the infinite as well sometimes to kind of make the infinite farm part like kind of more interesting.
But this is like really interesting. So like even in PoE 1, as good as that end game is, which is really, really good, is it kind of takes like 30, 40 maps before you start getting like stuff to being in your maps all the time, right? Like you've got the scarabs, you've got enough points. But here you've almost created like an end game atlas area of maps that you can do, but that's preloaded with scarabs
effectively,
almost.
yes. And then as you do that, you're effectively then loading it more with the atlas tree, so that when you do the infinite farm, you've kind of got more of that stuff there.
So when you run out of that, then you've got your passive tree fully filled out and everything.
And the passive tree does add a lot.
Nice.
And of course, you allocate all of it now, so it's like changed quite a lot how the passives work. We have had to do some work to the on the level design side to make it so that the maps can support more of the of those kind of mechanics and so on as well, because like people, you've got like especially after juicing and everything, like that can be quite a lot.
A bit too much, was it?
Speaking of things like the completion, there's a few other little bits where people are like, oh, I've got to do every league tree. Like, that's a lot, right? Because that's the same thing. You don't want to be too chore-like. But reality is, there's a few changes around this. So let's say you do the fortress or you do the infinite and auto-complete it after doing the quest line, and then you do just delirium. Now, you can run 3 delirium tablets, and it will scale all 3, and you can just go do that for the rest of your life. And the thing is, people will be like, oh, but breach can randomly spawn, and then I have to get the breach tree, otherwise I'm not invested in it.
Yes, we have changed how this works.
And once you're so effectively your area can support 3 leagues, and juice versions of it. And so when you force 3 delirium tablets, it won't spawn other leagues.
So effectively, by putting a tablet, what putting a tablet in does is lock what that league will be, thus preventing the other leagues from spawning, which means that you don't have a situation where by not doing a certain league, you're losing out on potential juicing because you've effectively made sure that like you're going to get the specific content you want. So you can do that, or you can still leave it wildcard by using the generic
irradiated. Or if it says we'll wildcard the leagues.
Can you still mix and match like?
Of course,
So you can still do,
so you can still do exactly right. And
you could do breach delirium if you want 2/3 breach, 1/3 delirium. You can do whatever you combine it.
Like a greater level of control over this than previously.
But what it means is that if you just want to all in on 1, you can. If you want to all in on 2, you can. If you want to go 3, you can. And if you want to get them all on wildcard, you can do that.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And part of this that I was a little bit worried as well that you were like the physicality of the map is really cool, but I was a bit worried that the downside of that would be that you'd be removing this ability to focus on things.
No, you definitely can.
Yeah, okay. And in particular, I was worried about the breachstone thing because I was like, oh, so if you want to use a breachstone, you have to find one of those things on the map to put it in. Does that mean you can only farm a boss if you physically have one of those locations on the map?
But no, all of the pinnacle keys are all tradable, so you can do that stuff.
And if you have 20 of those keys, you can just do the boss 20 times.
Yeah, exactly. So the bosses are all in the so effectively each of the leagues has a kind of hub that where the leagues, and that happens like in its physical location, right? So like there's the and the hub is where you use the pinnacle keys in order to fight the pinnacle boss. So that means that if you want to do them back to back, you just go to the hub, run 20 bosses. That's fine.
Once you've done the quest line one, you can then farm it as much as you want if you trade. The other thing that we've done is, so Breach is unique in that regard because in order to kill the penultimate boss to get the ticket to the ultimate boss, you do need the biome. Now you can buy the key after. Right, that's completely fine, and you can buy the breachstone, but that one is unique in that you do need to go find those biomes, or someone has to go find those biomes. So that one is a bit unique in that regard. But for some of these leagues also, for example, simulacrums, like you do deliriums, you get this grand mirror, you apply the fog, and there's a simulacrum in there. We do still drop simulacrum splinters. And a lot less of them. And once you finally get that item, instead of that item now just going in the realm gate because that's gone, what that does is allows you to turn a map into a simulacrum on your atlas. And so that will give you an extra key. And so there are some ways, the expectation is that you complete the quest line and experience all that before you complete a simulacrum, but later in the game when you're farming, there's actually alternate ways to get access to more of these. And so we have that for a few of the leagues. I can't remember exactly which ones do and don't because it's asymmetric, but some of them are like trying to counter that. So it's a thing with Breach where if we're finding a Breachstone versus Breach biome imbalance, we can do a thing where once you've finished the quest line, you can start getting splinters towards pinnacles without necessarily having to do that. Or maybe there's some other mechanic where you can create a breach biome, in the fog of war that way. So mechanically create it, reveal one that definitely was there the whole time, and go over there and do that. So there are tools we have to be able to do all this, but Breach is relatively unique in that regard. The others are less problematic, but just trying to have different ways.
One of the things that is fun with those ones though is that there's reasons generally to pick one area of the Atlas versus another. Like they're kind of subtle, but like we should have tried to explain that with the Delirium one, where there's certain emotions that only come from certain map boss classes. So what that means is that you're like, okay, if I want to be able to get this emotion, then I'm like, I want to find this type of map to put it on. So then that I get that. So there's little hidden things like that the
biomes actually matter.
Yeah. So
that sounds a little annoying, but
and so picking where to do the Rite of the Nameless can and where to do the Delirium, things like that. Ideally, that stuff should be something you actually do have a little bit to think about, because it can affect the rewards a little bit.
Yeah, right. Wild. Okay. Yeah. Now, it's impossible to say, put an hours of gameplay estimate on endgame for Path of Exile because it's, like you said, it's so variable. But how would you say some of the endgame milestones for Period 2 now, line up with maybe the milestones from Period 1 that we're a bit more familiar with? So, for example, getting to the Fortress Pinnacle boss, unlocking your full tree, so getting that full clear of the Atlas if that's the clear goal. Filling up those nice new progress bars for the league mechanics. Where do those kind of pan out?
So it's definitely intended that the kind of completing the fortress is supposed to sort of be analogous to doing Atlas completion in PoE 1. It's like a kind of similar thing, that you're the similar type of goal.
It is almost like a PoE 1 Atlas on the map.
Yeah, a little bit like that. So
if you can get enough tiers, it's 45, 50 maps to kill the pinnacle if you can.
Okay.
Right, which is honestly not, that out of control. Now, that's not Fortress complete. That's that main quest line complete, right? It's, you think you've got a big square with 2 ramparts. You're just going up to this thing, up, over this thing, up, and then to the middle, and then out to the back, kill the thing in the middle, right? And you just follow this path, the shortest path to it.
50 maps?
If you can do it, go for it. It's fine. It's entirely up to you. Which again, good players generally will be able to. 40, 50-ish there. And as you said, the the ziggurat to the fortress wall, pretty short distance, like it's right there and then right there. Let's say breach.
50 maps.
I'm just giving
for
some
fast.
examples just to give some people some context.
Yeah.
many
Breach
are
is the
there?
closest
Jesus.
biome to the ziggurat, the closest start. So you just, if you went tower, what is it? 5 maps over to breach.
Nah, it's less than that, I think.
Through
I think it's
four,
only
sure.
yeah.
Then you do a few breaches. You don't have to do that many. She gives you the first breach stone. You use the breach stone. You do. You can probably minimum 1 hive, 1 sky hive, and then the boss. Now, this is the problem that we run into a bit here, where I have level restricted the bosses.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can actually do this
Because
too
I
fast.
don't want you to just do a tier 3.
It's tier restricted.
Yeah,
for
tier
map
restricted, tier, not character level, yes.
Yeah.
As in, you do need some waystone progression. So if you just go shortest path there, yeah, you're probably going to find you don't have the waystones. But if you know what you're doing, you can obviously get pretty far pretty quickly. And then you can kill, the breach lords, and then you can immediately do the pinnacle as soon as, because we've level waystone tier restricted the penultimates. But that's like breach in the fortress, whereas like, okay, over to the left of the ziggurat you've got breach, slightly further across is delirium, so +5 maps, even that maybe, ritual +5 on that, like +5, and then the, what is it, 8? Honestly, it's probably only like 8 maps you have to do, 9 maps or something within each. And I'm talking like absolute. If you're just zoom into the end,
So, like the early versions of the end game, the thing definitely burned me out was just like the sheer amount of time it took to just travel through maps. I was even like coming up with theory crafts for like ideas of like, well, what if there was one of these travel maps that are like really fast? So it seems like there's just so much less of that now.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
the travel
definitely.
between
And I mean,
stuff.
like that's the experience you're going to get if you know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
If you don't, it's going to take longer because you're like, okay, I need to be able to put up this. I'm not juicing it as much. I'm not doing all this.
Well,
other
at that
stuff,
point, when you're in that position, you're focusing on the actual content you're doing, not like your
that's
goal
it.
so much, because you don't have the experience for that anyway.
Yeah.
King's March is a bit further away.
It is. Being on the coast, it kind of, if it had put it too close, it would have restricted the other things that can go there. So we've got like a sort of slightly longer lines to shorten the distance to get to King's March.
Oh yeah, so it's not as many maps.
Yeah, so it's not as many maps as what it would be for the normal conventional distance.
Right, yeah.
But it is a couple of extra maps further than some of the others.
The cool thing is, because it's now quest lined, as soon as you get to King's March, you're given the first logbook.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So you just instantly like reveal a whole section of ocean, start
Go on
mapping.
islands.
Yeah.
You're getting 15 to 20 maps per logbook, give or take. You can, if you did just want to explore, like let's say the logbook you placed didn't spawn the chase thing you're looking for, you can just shortest path to the edge and then reveal another, and you can go
Check another logbook and
up,
go again.
sideways, up any. It's just a big grid of squares.
A logbook's tradable thing, like if you want to blast through that.
Yeah, the quest ones are not like.
Obviously,
which,
yeah.
by the way, you get your first logbook. It spawns a guaranteed island with a quest marker. You complete that, it gives you your second logbook.
Because the start's questified, right?
So the first
therefore,
one,
therefore you
the
get through
first-
those bosses and stuff like that with the first 4 logbooks.
So it actually takes you all the way to the boss as part of the quest.
Because as I said, because now what we're doing is every single quest line takes you to the pinnacle boss, right?
so-
Like there's no randomness in the ability to do that.
That's
you know?
cool.
Because it is the active league, in particular, the Runes of Eldur Pinnacle is more maps than some of those other biomes.
Alright.
Because it also it doesn't have a tree, right? Because it is the active league.
Right.
And it has just a lot more generally going on in many different ways. So it itself is a bit more, there's more going on.
But then when it's not the active league, we can then like get that to be more like in line with the others and that kind of thing.
Oh man, I'm so excited for this to play it so much. But funny thing is though, like
I think I'm gonna go
very recently
balls
this idea
deep,
of
I
like,
hope.
it's actually good to have a quitting point. Stepping off point, and this seems to be tackling that problem.
So
too.
that was another big thing when we were designing this initially. Is like, so I mean, and at this point we were literally just looking at Steam reviews and being like, okay, like what, like on a more meta level, like why do you get a situation where someone's like, game is terrible, 400 hours played? Like, what leads to that? You know what I mean? And honestly, we're like, one of the big problems is like there isn't an obvious point to stop, and like eventually any.
Bro, I didn't get fucking breakfast. I think I need to get some food. Okay, so there's not an obvious place to stop. Wait, what? People need a place. Well, I guess Isn't that the thing about ARPGs though, that they never end? Like, you need a place to stop.
Any end game's going to get boring eventually, right? And if like you didn't
And
have a
that's when
point of
you
like you
stop.
felt like you were done, like if you've got a place to leave, then yeah, you're gonna then the game's gonna eventually suck for you. So like we have to be like, we want to actually get you to feel like you're done, and part of the way that you do that is you add more objectives that like have progress bars where like you finish them and then you're like, okay, I'm done with this now. And so whether or not you want to do all of them or not, the key thing is that there is a point where you finish the fortress, you've got all the points there, and like there's progress bars, and like there is a point where you do, you know, you finish the league. There is a point where you finish, you know, all of the other league mechanics around, and then, you know, and then there's, for other people, there's challenges, right? Like part of the reason we wanted to add challenges in this one was to see, like, there's quite a lot of people who just like the thing that their goal for the league is finish the challenges and then I'm done with it, you know. And so it's like it's just another one of those things that PoE1 had that can give you an objective for yourself, so that you know when to quit, because ultimately the goal is, you know, like we want you to play when you have a great time, but we want, when you decide to leave, that you come back with a plan to play again next league. And so long as we can get you to that point without burning you out, then you're going to be wanting to come back and play again. So yeah, it's like that. It's just one of those really important things that PoE2 just didn't really have, because it just kind of petered out into like into nothingness. It didn't really have like this. I'm done with this now.
Ultimately, it's just about having.
This makes an incredible amount of sense. I take everything back. This makes a lot of sense. Like having because to me, I just stop when I'm good and ready, right? Like that's how I work. It's like, okay, now I'm bored, or I'm done. And then I realize, well, I had a good time up until now, so I'll come back for the next one, right? But it makes sense that you have, okay, well, the first set of pinnacles, that could be a stopping point. The fortress being complete, that could be a stopping point. Like getting the tier 4 or whatever, the last tier of all the pinnacles, like Ubers or whatever, like that could be a stopping point. The challenge league could be a stopping point. Level 100 could be a stopping point, right? Like having a lot of things where it's like, this is my goal. Once I reach my goal, I'm done. It makes sense.
Cool core goals,
exactly.
Like, and then you've got nice clear goals for that now. It's probably like fortress plus like a specific league mechanic.
Or maybe you want to do all of them, or maybe you don't. But the key thing is like you get to that point, you know when you're done with it, and you know we've got those progress bars that can pop out the side, so you can sort of see at a glance, like here is my like end game completion of like how much of that stuff they've done. And you also know, by the way, that when you do finish that progress bar, that you have seen all the major content that the league has to offer in terms of like, you know, you fought the pinnacle boss, and there's more uniques you could get and more things you could farm, but you know, like that stuff is really extra stuff. It isn't really the core of the experience of that. So that's part of what we want to do.
And at the same time, for the people who never quit, the the infinite atlas.
Of course, we want to make sure that stuff is better, of course. But you know, like at the end of the day, like it is still important that
infinite atlas significantly better.
Well, it is way better. Yeah.
Way more chase drops to get. And mage blood. You know, like it's so much more crafting that you might want to min max. Like there's just a ton. And you could be like, I'm gonna go and farm the land. The not ocean. Okay. You're gonna go
farming the
land?
Is that what we're talking about?
Wait, King's March coming back? What are we farming the land for?
You're gonna go farm the infinite land.
Time to retire down to a nice life of farming.
And then the next day, I'm gonna go explore the ocean and just logbook, and do all of those. You know, like different choices, different axes. That's also important and cool. I'm gonna go do breach this day, and the next day I'm gonna do delirium, and the next day I'm gonna mix them all. You know, like
it seems super easy to change like whatever it is you want to do if you want to mix a match now. So if you are focusing on expedition, like there's nothing now to stop you from going and focusing on breach for a while instead.
And of course the fate of the Vile Temple, right? Like it actually is unique amongst the others in that it doesn't have an Atlas active mechanic, because the temple is its own whole building a dungeon vibe, and so it still is a tree, it still appears in maps, it has a tablet, all of that, but you know, instead of now like doing the progression on the Atlas, the meta progression layer, you're doing it in the temple, right? Just with less snakes.
Excellent. And the new Atlas tree design supports this
Gotta
idea
get
as
my
well.
vitamin
This
pill.
core full tree is like a full
Healthy
completion
boy.
thing, which is cool, but also like your initial reaction to that might be to kind of like worry that, it seems like it kind of removes some player decision. You have some specific things.
So that is something we're really worried about, and but I'll explain also why we did it in the first place. So we had this problem where designing the Atlas in a way where you don't want to constantly respec, really handcuffs you in terms of what kind of nodes you can add. Because if you want to add a node which is like, oh, this cool thing happens when you're in forests, it's like, well, now if you're not in a forest, you're like, it's a waste of a point, right?
Yeah.
So effectively, by doing full allocation, you can now say, okay, well, I'm not wasting any points. Like, they do different things at different locations, and it means that we can just be more interesting with the bonuses.
And they can be way punchier.
And they can be way punchier.
Yeah.
Because we're not like worrying about so much about the balance of that. So then when you're doing your initial progression, when you're picking stuff, it's more about like, what stuff do I want now versus later. But the issue with that is you can't add difficulty if you've got a full tree. So we're like, and you still wanted the idea of having a build for your character. So then we're like, okay, we're going to solve this in two ways. One of the ways is we're going to add multi-choice nodes to the regular Atlas tree, so that those ones can be like, am I going to go difficulty, or am I going to go like more difficulty, more rewards, or am I going to go less difficulty, less rewards? So that example in the stream of like, okay, for shrines, like, do I want the shrines to go on the bosses, which is going to make it so that they're harder with more rewards? Do I want to make it so that when I go into a boss fight, I get an extra shrine effect, thus making the bosses easier? So you've kind of got that tweaking you can do. And so on the regular Atlas tree, you'll find things like that where the design space there is that they're decisions that you're going to want to make, but not very often. Right. Yep. So it's like, as my character gets more powerful, maybe I'll flick that node from one mode to the other, but it's not something that you're going to be changing all the time. So that's that design space. But then for the Atlas Masters, this is the design space of things that I do want to change all the time, because it depends on what like maps I'm facing. But then we make it really easy to change because we've got that system where you just a button on the side, you just pick which one.
Yep.
So what that's actually most close to in a way is kind of like the Jesus Christ, I've forgotten the name of even these. You pick the modes when you run a map in PoE1. What do you call that again? There was the Zara thing for
Exile and
Yeah, the influence.
Okay, yeah, that thing. Yeah, exactly, right? So it's Jesus Christ, I can't remember any more of the names of the shit. Yeah, it's kind of more analogous to that in a way, because it's like before each map, you might want to consider what you're picking, and like depending on what it is that you're doing there. So that's that design space, and so those things together. But that thing there also has like like the choices that you're going to make. Your sort of Atlas build comes out.
They're kind of like your Atlas build loadouts.
Yeah.
But with pre-configured nodes as opposed. Yeah.
And way better than that, because like if you want to respec one of those, it's only a couple of nodes,
exactly.
and you can do that freely.
Yes, exactly. So it's no longer but by making that not be on the giant Atlas, it actually simplifies that quite a lot in terms of being able to see that. So like at a glance, you can see like here's the choices that are important,
so
as
nice
opposed to like the million other little nodes that kind of don't really matter in practice.
So nice not having also just like I suspect from a more player who's like approaching it for the first time as well, just way less FOMO, way less like, oh my god, I don't know, do I go this way, that way, I don't know what to do. And there's still choice of how you get there, but even with the masters and stuff, that you don't have to have all these respec systems with different currencies and gold costs, and then they're too cheap and not too cheap and all of that, and yet there's still builds.
I think you're losing out on a lot. There's still builds. Yeah, I think you're losing out on a crap load by doing what they're doing. Yeah, I don't like it.
Like, there's still Atlas strategies. There's what tablets you're doing, what multi-choice you've taken on your league trees. There's, I mean, even just what league you're running is in itself a build. Like, I guess you have this kind of like, you could be, it's more of a meta strategy, but you'd be like, I'm going for forest biomes because this league with these nodes on the Atlas tree equals, some certain benefit when combined with Delirium. And then you could be even doing things like, as I said, all the multi-choice. Maybe you run this master when fighting bosses, and this master when fighting, or when boss chasing, this master when doing certain leagues over others, this master while logbooking. There's just like all kinds of stuff where it's like, okay, so you'd think by having the tree be fully allocation, you're like, oh, there's no builds anymore, and then it's like, hold on, there's like,
there's a lot there. But effectively, the complexity there has been moved into a much more tight place where you can sort of do all of that in one go. So it's just a lot more manageable.
Yeah, it's a lot smaller, and it feels like you have a lot less choice. Like, I don't really care about it being easier. I don't really care about it being more manageable. I don't really care about like being easier to like see at a glance. Like, I'm not a new player. I might be bad at the game, but I'm not a new player. I care about losing all the agency that I'm losing here. I care about the ability to make a shit Atlas being gone.
It feels a lot better, I think.
What's the deal with like the sub trees within each master? Because they each have 3 tabs, don't they? Is that right?
No. So each of those tabs is a master.
Oh, okay.
So basically, yeah. So like one master is one of those tabs, and then you pick like the things you want for that master. But then when you change to a different master, that's like that's the choice of master you're making for that map.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's just whatever master you have that's selected is the one that's active.
Is the one that's active. Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
so it's really
each has the 4 rows, which is their quest line unlocks. Each unlocks one row and 1 point. You can take all of one row, or you can take one of each row.
Okay.
They're just all kind of keystone-y things that.
You kind of like it? Fair. I think you're losing a lot when you're just giving everybody everything, and then there's no you think about how many different options. Like, think about it, right? How many different Atlas trees can you make in PoE 1? Like, just how many different trees, combinations, how much agency do you have? Almost infinite, right? Like, it's impossible, right? If you want to do Nico with Abyss, you can. If you want to do Nico with Ritual, you can. I'm not sure if there's something about because there are certain classifications within the PoE endgame. I'm not sure if you could have Jun, Nico, and Einha in the same map. There's something there. I'm not. They are something. They are a specific type of something. If they can all be in the same map or how that works, I'm not sure. But like, if you want to do Einha with Abyss, you can. If you want to do Einha with Blight, you can, right? The specific example that pissed you off last patch was the keystone that corrupts your maps again when they're already corrupted, and that waystone can roll down your maps and reduce area levels. So if you want to go for level 82 zone, you want to farm purple omens from ritual that no bricks your map. Well, then don't pick it. Right? Then you just don't pick it. Right? Like, you pick something else. You constantly have to respec. You have 3 Atlas trees. I understand the constantly having to respec. I get that. But you're happy with the changes and you're complaining about last patch? That's fair. Oh, were you... Oh, are we talking PoE 2 now? Because I was talking PoE 1. Is that Keystone a PoE 2 node? Because in PoE 2 you only have... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Because in PoE 1, right, you have 3 different Atlas trees. You can have 3 different trees that you just swap between. Right? So they solved it there by giving you 3 loadouts, basically. Right? So yeah, obviously, if you only have 1 loadout, then yeah, you have to constantly respec. That's a fair point. But again, like I think I've said this multiple times, the changes are an upgrade from PoE 2, right? There's no argument there, but it's a downgrade from PoE 1. That's what I'm arguing. I'm not arguing it's not better than last patch. I'm arguing that it's worse than the last game, right? Difference. But like, I just think the freedom you get in the PoE 1 tree to both make shit builds, but also make really good builds, the freedom you have to pick what you really like and what you don't like is important. And I understand that they've taken a different approach to it in PoE 2, where you get all the different trees, right? Every league has its own tree, and you get to pick within that. And then you get to guarantee it with tablets, so you don't got all the scarab nonsense and all of that. I get it. But I think the PoE Atlas tree PoE1 Atlas tree is just better than having this. Because if we think about all of the possibilities you have for customization, for individualization, and for min-maxing in PoE1, all of those options, all of those things, all of those interesting decisions that are fun to make and think about, they are gone in favor of a 4x3, right? So you got what? How many options? How many different combinations? 3x3x3x3, or 3x3x3x3. So yeah, that's a lot, right? But you can put like, I don't know how many fucking zeros on that in PoE1 and still not reach the fucking amount of possibilities that are in that game. I just think your agency is down from like a complete, you know, like pathing and all of the different mechanics and like what to exclude, what to not exclude, what to bring up, what to not bring up, which scarabs to focus on, which scarabs to leave, which, if you're even gonna bother with scarabs, like get buffs to make it easier, get other things to make it harder, different ways of doing the same mechanic and all that, right? Like there's a big change to how you farm harvest that is worth it depending on whether or not you use X amount of scarabs, and then if you don't use these scarabs and you want to run another harvest strategy, all of that, right? Having all of those versus now you get 4 choices. It's like, okay, the Infinite Atlas itself goes against agency. Yeah, you're not wrong. But that in itself that's a problem in and of itself, right? The fact that you can't just run Dunes or whatever 200 times in a row. The fact that you can't just say, okay, I'm just gonna pluck my Dunes and I'm just gonna run Dunes with Breach 200 maps in a row. But that's a separate issue, right? Like you can have an Atlas like PoE1 and not be able to pick the maps. I played like that for the longest time, where I just plucked whatever, like I just ran different maps because that was fun. Like running different maps was it's a change of pace. That was how I played PoE1 my first league. I had my Atlas, I just ran whatever map. Because what I was doing is I was doing Maven, right? That was my Atlas. I did Maven. I focused on something with Maven. So I had to run a new map every time because Maven keeps the boss, and if I run the same map, then she's not gonna get new copies of the boss, right? So I had to run different maps every time anyways. So the Atlas itself is not, or the Atlas tree itself does not make it so you can't do it, like so you can't have the Atlas in PoE 2, right? The fucking Atlas. Like the Atlas talent tree in PoE 1 is not incompatible with the overworld map in PoE 2. They can work together. And I think it'll be hard to make the Atlas tree while you have individual trees for all the leagues. I think that is the problem they're running into. But ultimately, I feel like that is just a case of you just gotta make more things, right? Like, PoE 1 has so many things on the Atlas tree, and it doesn't need that many things to work, right? But in PoE 2, you got the ritual circles. That's one thing you could lean into. Make a bunch of clusters for ritual circles. They got wisps, all merry wisps, right? That's another thing. You got strong boxes, you got rogue exiles. There's one more thing, isn't there? I feel like there's another thing. Is it only 4? Do they only have 4 things? Ritual circles, rogue exiles, strong boxes, wisps. Are those the 4 things that are there that are kind of random things? I guess they'd need to make like maybe 2 more things, and then boom, you could have an atlas. Or maybe you just have these like 4 or 5 things, and then you have less points, right? Like they probably have to make a few more things that can just happen in every map. But again, oh, you could focus on bosses, right? Like that's a thing in PoE 2 that they've been focusing a lot on, and that's one of the masters that does, right? So you'll have 5 things already. Then maybe if you add like 2 or 3 more, you could have a big nice atlas, right? Because you already had a little bit of boss focus in PoE 1 with the Maven. There were also certain things. Oh, essences, right? I forgot essences. So you got essences, you got wisps, you got strongboxers, you got rogue exiles, and you got the ritual circles. Now the ritual circles might be bosses, right? Because they spawn a boss, so they're probably bosses, right? So you got 5. You got 5 things. If we say ritual circles are bosses, you got 5 things you can focus on. And then maybe you may add like 2 or 3 things, whatever those can be, and then there you go. But the way you choose map is completely different. PoE 2 has tablets. Yeah, but tablets are just scarabs, bro. They're just scarabs. They are just you have the almost exact same thing in PoE 1. They are just scarabs. I don't know how much PoE 1, you know, you have scarabs. Oh, right. Another thing you could focus on in the Atlas is map drops, right? You could focus on waystone drops and what's it called, the tablet drops, right? So you have 6 things you could specify into already. Maybe you could make certain things that specify your rewards, right? Like you could go for gear, you could go for uniques, maybe you could go for currency, right? So that would be a thing. Now we're up to 7 things we can make clusters for on the PoE 2 Atlas. I think it would be so much better if they did that and have you decide what you do, rather than what they're doing now, where just get everything. But scarabs and tablets are the same thing, basically. Like the difference is scarabs are pre-made. They do 1 thing or 2 things, but they do whatever they say they do, and they do it every time, right? Remember we talked about things and stuff? In PoE 2, you can literally just sit there and chaos spam ritual tablets, super profitable. Right, because the right combination is giga valuable. Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of things you can do. Tablets can be crafted and scarabs can't. Exactly, that's the difference, right? But they do the same thing. They fulfill the same purpose. They are the same object with subtle differences. Like, I get it. A tablet is craftable and a scarab is not. But what the tablet does, the tablet and the some parts of the ritual tree, for instance, it's just different. They're not trying to copy PoE 1. Well, yes and no, right? But it is kind of silly to take to just make a worse version of PoE 1, right? Like, for the sake of it being different. Like, you should absolutely improve what can be improved, but there's no reason having a worse system just because it's different, right? The tablets are fine. I'm not saying remove the tablets or anything, but the tablets are just scarabs. They are things you put into your map to influence the content that spawns in your map. That is exactly what a scarab does, right? Now, whether doing it slightly different, better or worse, whatever, but they are fundamentally the same thing. I understand that they're different, but they're also the same, right? Like, I get that you can craft them. Scarabs also don't get consumed. They do. Scarabs get consumed, yeah. Scarabs are a 1 use, tablets are a 10, 12 use, right? But other than that, it's the same. It's a consumable item you put into your map device to force stuff into your map. So what a scarab will do is you will have, like, I think every single like thing in PoE 1 has like 4 scarabs. Some have 3, some have 5, but 4. I think it's 4. So one will be like, if we take Abyss, one will be your map contains an additional abyss or 2 additional abysses or whatever. So that scarab literally just puts abysses in your map. Then another one will be then the last 3 will be how the abyss interacts with like its mechanics. Like one was that it made little like hordes that you could, so basically it, when the abyss traveled, it made little chests, right? So that was a functionality you added to your abyss, right? Another would be like, if it doesn't lead to a blah blah blah, if it doesn't lead to a depth, I think it would make a spire, right? So rather than it just being a hole in the ground that things came up of that then closed, it would either be a hole in the ground where you could go down like you can in PoE 2, or it would be a spire that came up that gave you extra rewards, right? Like, so it would just change the functionality, and you could apply, I think, 5 of them to a map. So they just, one would guarantee the mechanic or X amount of the mechanic, and others would then make them harder or more rewarding, right? It's the exact same as the tablet. It's just a scarab, right? Like, same, only different. And you use more scarabs than you use tablets. So in that sense, you have to find less tablets, which is nice. But then again, you can roll them, right? But fundamentally, it's the same thing. But if you take the Atlas tree from PoE 1 and port it into PoE 2, just as is, it won't work. Because PoE 2 has all the separate trees for the mechanics. And those trees are in the Atlas tree in PoE 1. So either you need to get rid of the separate trees, or you gotta focus on different things from PoE 2, like the wisps. Strongbox is already in the Atlas tree in PoE 1. Rogue Exile is already in the passive tree in PoE 1. Wisps, I think there is a little bit of it, but eh. And then you go bosses, and you can have drops, right? It's very different because in PoE 2 you have to prepare like a zone of stuff, and then you mark 10 maps that are ideal for strat, and then do 1 set of maps and go back to prepping. I mean, sure, but that doesn't... It's not like there's no prepping in PoE 1 either, right? Like, in PoE 1 you have to prep, like, you have to prep the maps as well, right? Now, they're not on an overworld map, but you have to get the... You have to get the waystones. Their maps in PoE 1, right? You have to get those, and you have to roll them, just like you do with the waystones. You don't have the trash. Oh, I mean, you don't have the middle, like there are definitely trash maps in PoE 1, but you don't have to do them, right? You don't have to have travel maps to get somewhere, right? But also, I'm not, unless you do like Delirium now, the new Delirium, I don't think necessarily you have to have them in PoE 2 either anymore. But yeah, you don't have the dead maps that you run just because, unless you run out of currency or stuff. Like, you'll have dead maps in PoE 1 if you mismanage your shit. Right? But you still have to prep your 10, 20, 40 maps, whatever. You have to get the scarabs, you have to prep the things, you have to like, and then you run them, right? So they're still, it's the same shit. The addition of the overworld map does not mean you can't do the Atlas tree from PoE 1. Like, I think the Atlas tree from PoE 1 is just way better than the new thing they put in. The new thing is way better than the thing they already had, but I think it would be much better if the new Atlas was like, okay, you have these 6 clusters for strong boxes, you have these 6 clusters for rogue exiles, you have these 6 clusters for Asmeri Wisp, you have these 6 clusters for bosses, you have these 6 clusters for currency or for loot definition, right? Like, oh, I want more currency, let me pick this. So it takes like, oh, you get 150% more currency, but you get like 25% of the loot, like of the uniques or armor or whatever. Or I want X amount of uniques, but I guess less currency or whatever. Like, you could have that. And then also the you have increased chance of waystones, and waystones drop already crafted, corrupted, double corrupted, triple, whatever, right? Like those sort of things. And then maybe they need to add like 1 or 2 more things to PoE 2 in order to actually have that. Like in PoE 1, you have Kirag, who gives you missions. Like that is another like avenue of doing content where he gives you a crafted map with a objective that is different from everything else, and you can go do that. But you can't juice as much as you can the other things, and I don't think your Atlas tree affects him, so it's not super great. It's good for filling out your Atlas, getting your points, and then not really. There are certain things that it's good at. I guess there's some divination cards that you can farm in there, because sometimes you'll get a full stack rather than yeah, there are some things you can use them for, but generally speaking it's a little niche. But adding more things could be good, I think. And I think it would be better with a passive tree like that. You find the tablets are already too much? I mean, I do think the tablets combined with the separate trees in some ways are worse than the Atlas tree in PoE 1, because it's something you have to do every time, and you have to craft them, you have to constantly interact with it and all of that, right? Like, because otherwise, but then again, they are changing it now so that you can get random shit in your maps. So maybe it's fine, because before it was like, if you don't have tablets, they're dead, right? Now it seems like they didn't directly say it, but it seems like if you leave the tablet slots open, it's just gonna RNG 3 things into your map, so you'll still get the content. So that's good, I hope, I think, maybe. But yeah, it in PoE 1, the tree itself would be what forced things into your map, right? So you would have your X amount of talents that you allocated, and that would determine what was in your maps. And now we don't have that. So yeah, I think having a map where you could decide, I think having the tree where you decide what goes into the maps is better than what we have in PoE 2. But the problem with that is then I guess you kinda have the issue where things are dead. The good thing about PoE 2 right now is every single mechanic has its own tree, so you don't have dead mechanics, assuming you fill them all out. So you can do more things than in PoE 1 without feeling like you're wasting time. But if you are limiting it anyways to only X amount of things spawning, and you use the tablets to spawn it, and the tablets will then mean that nothing ever spawns, then what the fuck's the point of it, right? Like, we've kind of gone to a point where it started out being random things are in your map, right? Like, so your maps would randomly have ritual, your maps would randomly have things, and you could see it on the overworld, right? So they didn't want these map nodes to be dead maps, so they gave you a separate tree for them, right? But now you force the mechanics in there anyways, so there's no need to have the separate trees anymore, because you're never going to run into a map and, oh, there's ritual in here. No, because you decided with the tablets now. Every map has 3 slots. If you put triple breach, you don't get random stuff. If you put double breach and a ritual, you don't get random stuff either. The only way you get random stuff is if you put in the non-league tablets or nothing, I think. But that means that there's no longer a need for the separate trees, right? Because in the beginning, right, in 0.1, the maps would spawn with shit on them, right? And then you could add shit with the towers, right? So the map would already have ritual on there. It would already have breach on there. It would already have whatever on there, right? Like, you could see that on the overworld. This has breach, right? So whenever you were going to do that map, if you had the PoE 1, if you had the PoE 1 Atlas with the breach stuff on there, whenever you were about to do that map, the right choice would be respec my Atlas tree for breach, right? And every time you got to a new map, the right choice would be respec my Atlas tree. If there was nothing on there, it would be respec my Atlas tree to no league mechanics. If there are a combination of league mechanics, it would be respec my Atlas tree to set league mechanics. So you'd have to respec your Atlas tree every single node, basically, if you wanted efficiency. That would be the way to play in 0.1. But they removed that, right? So now the tablets don't apply them to the map. They apply them directly to the waystone. So it will always have it when you run it. So there's no need to have a separate tree for ritual. There's no need to have a separate tree for what's it called, abyss or whatever, because you decide, hey, I want abyss, so I might as well have spec my Atlas tree already for abyss, because there's no like, oh shit, this one has breach, let me respec my entire thing. No, because I decide, okay, it's fucking breach time, let me put my tablets in, right? So the whole reasoning for the separate trees is moot. It's gone. They changed it. So now we're making a worse Atlas tree for the general mapping because of a decision we made to solve a problem that we have removed. Right? So it's kind of one of those things where we're iterating, and we constantly have these like trash, or not trash, that's a loaded word. We constantly have these remnants of an old system that is moved forward because that's the way it is. But the reasoning they were there in the first place is now gone. So we could, should redo them as well, right? That's the problem I'm having right now, and what I just realized. I don't know if I like the separate trees. I liked them in the beginning. They were definitely better in the beginning. But now it's just like, eh. They buff trash maps. If you have 10 travel maps to do where you might not even run tablets, you still... Why wouldn't you run tablets, though? Like, that's the thing. Why wouldn't you run tablets? Efficiency is not efficient to not run tablets. It's inefficient to not run tablets. Take crystal farming this patch. The goal is to get 60 crystals. No need for tablets, and then you run in, find mechanic, pour out. Well, then you don't need a tree either. Right? You have to do 30 maps to get the crystal. Yeah, but then you don't need the tree either. If you're not doing the mechanic, it doesn't matter if it's buffed. If you run in, get the crystals, run out. It doesn't fucking matter if the abyss in there gives you millions of loot or nothing. If you're not doing it. Now you at least benefit, but not if you don't do them. Right? And in your case, you wouldn't do them. You just run past them. If you're skipping the mechanic anyway, then there's no need to have points in it. Whether they are in a separate tree or in the same tree. It doesn't matter. And if you were going to do the mechanic anyways, you might as well put the tablet in there. There's reasons to not fill out maps with content. Oh, for sure. But the tablets, the way, maybe I'm wrong, but the way I understood it is that now, if you don't fill it with tablets, it's going to spawn random stuff. Now, that might be wrong, but that's the way I understood it. So it's not that you're not going to fill it with content, right? You're going to do that anyway. So the more efficient thing to do would be pick something like Delirium, something like Breach, something fast, right? Like something kill whatever, Abyss, something, right? Like pick something quick. Did my headphone just shut off? Pick something quick that then you do at the same time. Or you don't care about the mechanics and then you don't care about having points in them, right? Like it's one of those things where if you're going to farm something that's just quick in, quick out, sure, fine. Then you block, in PoE 1, you block all mechanics and all of that, right? And you just focus on that thing and you just go. But another thing you could do is pick a mechanics that's quick to do while you're running. As a ritual farm, you're constantly tower hunting. There's no need to tower hunt anymore, though. Right? Towers are just for vision. Towers don't do anything. They just give you vision. Right? You apply the unique tablet? Oh, to a tower? Wait, what? What unique tablet? I thought you couldn't really do anything with the towers. What does a unique tablet do? PoE to unique tower tablet. Delirium Overseer Expedition Ritual. Maps and range contain... Are they still a thing? A unique... Grand project. I would like to see something that I know is up to date. Oh, maybe I can go to... I'll just go to PoE Trade. I'll just go to PoE Trade. Where is PoE 2? Oh, did I go to PoE 2? Do we not have a PoE? There we go. Okay, the Grand Project. There we go. Adds irradiated to a map. Can only be applied to precursor tower maps. Completing the tower makes all nearby maps accessible. So it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. No, I mean for your map, right? It just means you can go there. Right? Like... No, seriously. It doesn't do anything. Examples where the change... What changes are... What does that... I don't get it. You see stalling? Yeah. No, it doesn't do anything though. It lets you skip maps. That's what it does. Yo, Chaos. It doesn't do anything. You benefit from all the trees while doing your tower. Yeah, but bro, that is so little, right? Like, and okay, for I get it, right? You do benefit from it, right? But it's not different than in PoE 1 where a random mechanic spawns in your map that you then have induced, right? Yeah, Atlas. We're talking about Atlas. Like, I'm saying that for starters, I'm saying the new PoE 2 map, or new PoE 2 Atlas is better than the old PoE 2 Atlas, but I'm saying it's worse than the PoE 1 Atlas because you get all the points and there's no individuality, no complexity, no choice, right? There's no, oh, I want to do these things. No, you just get everything. You can have 4 at one time. 4 what? In PoE 1, you can have 3 Atlases, right? Oh, what are we talking about? 4 mechanic. I think you can only have 3 in PoE 2. Coming. Because there's 3 tablets, right? And the tablets are what dictating. So they made a change. And as far as I understand it, this is how it's going to work. You apply 3 delirium tablets, you'll only see delirium. There'll be nothing else. If you apply 1 of 3 mechanics, like delirium, abyss, and breach, you're going to see those 3. Nothing else. If you apply 2 breach and 1 ritual, you're going to see breach and ritual. And the map always has one based on position. That is not how they made it sound. Is that a thing? That is not... I don't... If that is correct, fair. But that's not what they said here. What they said was, if you put in 3 delirium maps, you will never see anything other than delirium. So what you're saying doesn't sound like it's true for the next patch. It might be for now. But from my understanding, Mark literally said, if you put in 3 delirium, you'll only see delirium. So there can't be a 4th mechanic based on where it is. And then if you want random mechanics in your map, you either put nothing, I think, and that's the part I'm not completely sure about, but irritated and the boss one or whatever, like the ones that aren't associated with a mechanic, if you put those in, you'll get a random mechanic. When you say get 3 delirium, I assume you don't care what roles they have. Oh, you care. It's extremely annoying to constantly craft tablets. For sure. Absolutely. But the users are going to do it, right? Like, it's not about whether or not it's annoying or whether or not it's you want to do it. You absolutely care what's on there, and you absolutely put the stuff on there you want, and you have to do it 3 times. That's the way it is, right? Like, it's annoying, but you do it. It's end of. Right? Like, that's just the way it is. There's no, it might be annoying and you might not want to do it, but I guarantee you that the people that really care and play hardcore, they will. And that's the way it is. But the point I'm making here is, just to catch you up, Chaos, is the Path of Exile 1 Atlas, where you get to pick everything you want. You get to take the mechanics you like, and you get to exclude the ones you hate. You get to focus on the one you want, and you get to combine how you want it, and that's it, right? In PoE 2, now you just get everything, and that everything is all generic, and then you get your separate trees for the mechanics, which is fine. But the reason the separate trees for the mechanics were there in the first place was that you did not have any agency in you did. You didn't have complete agency in what was on your maps earlier in the game's life cycle. In 0.1, maps would have random things on them until you then went to a tower and put random things on there. So the right move to be in 0.1, the right move would have been, I am about to do a map that has Breach and Abyss. Let me spec out of Ritual and Delirium to spec into Breach and Abyss for this map. Do map. My next map has nothing on there, and I have to do it to get to the next map. So the right move is to spec out of Breach and Abyss and spec into Rogue Exiles, Strong Boxes, the likes, right? Now I have done that map. Now I'm going into a Ritual and Delirium map. The right move would be to spec into Ritual and Delirium to do the map. Oh, now I'm doing a map that only has Abyss. Let me spec out of everything, spec into Abyss, and the rest points I'm going to put into Rogue Exiles. And so in order to alleviate that, they had the separate trees. Now that is no longer the case. So the reasoning for the separate trees is gone, right? You don't need the trees to be separate because you are already deciding what is going to be in your maps by applying tablets, right? And you want to do the tablets. So there's no reason. Again, you ignore all the non-mechanic tablets? Sure. But that is the same thing as in PoE 1 when you randomly get a mechanic that you don't want to do. Right? Like there is, in PoE 1, you don't have to block out mechanics. You can. You don't have to. There are several mechanics that spawn in PoE 1 that you have not spec'd into. You either do them and they don't really do anything, or you skip them. Now, I'm not saying to necessarily to remove the separate trees, right? If they want to keep them, that's fine. It means that maps are going to, on average, be more rewarding. Fine. No issue. Doesn't fucking matter, right? It's fine. Because you can still make the Atlas with Rogue Exiles, with Wisps, with Strong Boxes, with Ritual Sites and Bosses, and Essences, as well as some loot decisions, and there was another one that I don't remember, right? Like, if you want to do only Ritual, compare PoE 2 to PoE 2. I don't agree with that, because PoE 2 is a successor to PoE 1. PoE 2 has, it is supposed to take most of the player base from PoE 1 and come over to PoE 2, like only comparing PoE 2 to PoE 2 is like living in your own little bubble and don't want to see the world outside. I will compare PoE 2 to PoE 1 a lot, and I will also compare PoE 2 to D4 or Last Epoch or whatever else, right? Because it's not, PoE 2 is not its own little island that is not influenced by anything else. Breach rework is a copy paste. Yeah. So right now, like I did say that when they did the Breach rework, I said exactly, this is going to be a trial run for the mechanic in PoE 2. I guarantee it. Would you compare the Infinite? Well, the Infinite, like you don't have to compare the Infinite Atlas necessarily to other things, but what you'd compare it to is the map system, right? The mapping system. But it's okay that there are things that are new, there are things that are different, right? That's fine. But for the things where there's overlap, for the things that serve the same purpose, you can compare them. Like you compare tablets to scarabs, right? They serve the same purpose. They're not the same, but they are the same, right? Like same, but different, but still same, right? Infinite Atlas is becoming more like PoE 1 Infinite Atlas. I mean, the PoE 1 endgame is really fucking good. It is. It would make sense that they want to go closer to it. Like, if they have an idea that's better, that's cool. The Infinite Atlas, I think it's super cool. I don't think it works very well, but I think it's super cool. But the Infinite Atlas is, like, if you want to compare, if you want to, like, absolutely hard compare it to something, you'd compare it to the maps and the delve, right? Like, but it's whatever, right? Like, but the thing, how would you tackle the travel map problem? Well, they're trying to, right? Like, one of the things is right now there aren't really any travel maps, are there? Like, you don't really need travel maps right now. Because the problem with the travel maps was you had to get to a tower to then apply the tablets, right? That was the travel maps, right? You had to do a bunch of like nonsense maps until you found a 3 or 2 tower overlap, right? And then you had to travel to the towers, put in the tablets, and now you had like this massive, intense little area of really good maps, right? So that was the difference with travel maps. Now you put the tablet directly into the map, so there are no travel maps. There are no ones with mechanics. You put them in the map, right? You still do tower hopping things to search for specific maps? Sure, but you can farm efficiently while doing it. So they're not travel maps, right? I get if you're like, oh, I want to do this crystal farm, right? You could call them travel maps, but like for ritual, you want exactly Savannah and Spring. Okay. That's fair. But they are not travel maps in the same sense, right? You need to unlock maybe 7 towers. We need to find 10 Spring or whatever. Sure, that's fine. But it's not, the travel map was a dead map, right? Like, you can farm other things in those travel maps, right? So let's be completely clear, right? It's sure you are traveling for your ritual. Fair, that's fine, right? But it's not the same type of travel map as it was before, because before the travel map was dead, right? You can do rituals while you get to them, right? And it's less efficient. And in that way, if you call it travel map, fine, right? That's okay. But you could also do Abyss, right? Like, you could do super efficient Abyss strat while you're going to your super efficient ritual strat, right? It's not a dead map. They were dead before. That's the difference, right? Like, before, they had no chance of being meaningful at all. Now you have all the agency to make them meaningful. If you want to farm ritual, that's fine. If you have to do these 10 specific maps to do the ritual efficiently, that's all cool. But you don't have to make the maps dead as you're going there. You can do other things, right? Like if you need Savannah and Spring, then you can travel around doing Abyss at full peak efficiency until you find 10 of them. Right? So it's not the same type. Again, you could call it a travel map, but the reason you called them travel map was they were literally just go in, kill everything, go out, you get 0 loot basically. Right? You don't have to do that. You can if you want, but you're not forced to. And before you were forced to. Yeah, before the map might not even have had anything. Right? Like now you can force anything you want onto that. So again, if you have to travel a lot to do certain things. The fuck? If you have to travel a lot to do certain things, then you find a strat that works on the way. I don't fucking remember it ever making that sound. So if you have to travel like 20, 30 maps to do ritual, then you can absolutely fill those maps with interesting, valuable things. So they're not dead travel maps anymore. They can be almost as efficient as your ritual farm, if not better. Right? Because you get to do 20 maps rather than 10 or whatever.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot of, even within that, there's obviously a ton of permutations of things you could do. So.
Yeah, right. So we've got our Atlas Ascendancies and all of that lined out. So the kind of like the equivalent to your, I don't know, your T16 plus endgame juicing now is like go do the fortress, maybe complete like the couple leagues that you're going to focus on, get your masters done. So they have their quests. I guess they appear kind of like at certain points when you discover
those
certain
ones
things.
are like, so for example, you've got Hilda who's like sending you to kill like bosses.
Yeah.
She'll pick maps that are like a few maps away from the map you just did as like the place where she's going to set her objective. So then it's kind of like you can kind of do that like while you're doing other things, because like you know there's you do have to visit her campsite first to like get her. So there's like a place like right really near the starting point where that is. But like that's like then her mission can kind of be completed as you're doing other things. Whereas like other ones have kind of like, you know, they're a little bit different.
Well, Doriani's tracking down the corruption.
Yeah. So
Corruption
effectively that quest of what you had as like the quest before is now just like Doriani's like master quest.
It's his side quest.
Yeah, and the places where the corruption biomes are is like hard, like in the starting zone we've put them in like specific places so they can quest to fight.
You don't have to do 200 maps with the Citadel? I'm not sure. The first ones is a quest. The next ones are the same as they were before.
Going to them, like so Doriani can be like, "I'll go to this one and then go to that one," and so on. So like we've kind of got that stuff that so his quest line is kind of that.
Seeing Doriani's quest kind of like minified into his little master thing now makes it seem like it'd be pretty easy for you to in the future make other leagues into masters like that as well.
Yeah,
that was what I was going to say next. I was immediately like, someone who's looking at this damn well knows we're going to be adding more of these.
There's going to be more of them for sure.
Effectively, more Atlas classes get added over time based on different new themes. Like, because we've tried to have Jado, Order of the Jinn. Their whole thing is like, you know, getting powerful artifacts out of the hands of the villains, you know, and so you get a vibe there about what the types of nodes could be or should be, where you've got Doriani, who's like a powerful thaumaturge scientist, so you can get, you know, you have all these different characters, and you have just the classic, I want to kill bosses, Hilda, who's just trying to like kill powerful beasts, and so you immediately can go, okay, well, you know, not that this is confirmed, I'm literally making this up as we go, but it's like, well, you got Pharaoh, who's the rune seeker, trying to learn blue shapes.
Could be a
Maybe
master.
that's a master when he's not, if it's core or not core, depending on how things go.
Yeah, all that goes on the Atlas is a big thing. Like you've got these options now for how to integrate things, which as exciting as this is to play now, I'm excited for the future of this as well, because it seems like
Could be a lot more.
it's much easier to see.
I mean,
how it expands.
we designed more than the masters that we're even putting in here. We just didn't get time to do them.
Yeah.
Like we had some ideas there.
So towers still kind of exist scattered around, and does the Grand Project still exist as the way to kind of like teleport after you've done a tower?
It does. How does that work now? It works some way. There's a bit of a change. Not to like nerf it, it's just like there's a way about how it needs to work that I can't remember the exact specifics of, but yes, ultimately, yes, it does.
Excellent. Okay. Have you guys ever considered like just making towers work like that in general? I kind of love that thing.
Maybe.
Might help with some of the discussions around. I know you're a big fan of like having a nice variety in the Atlas, and certainly it's going to be a lot of that, because if you're doing like one of those breach areas, you're going to be like doing a variety of maps in them. But for some people, they want to just avoid certain layouts ultimately if they can. And so in a way, like you can path around maps a lot of the time. I guess the Grand Project is one of those ways that you can kind of dodge those things too. So something worth considering. Has there been any look at layouts for maps, for like unliked layouts?
There's always some of that work that's been done. I'm not entirely sure how much of it there's here, but there's definitely some. There's also a bunch of new maps, just new maps in the pool as well. I mean, there's always work on layout stuff, and they address that stuff typically. Just like the level design team just tends to sort of address that sort of stuff.
Just always
over
happening in the
time,
background.
just happening in the background. They're just
they're just trying to make all the
that
maps
being
better.
said, I don't want people to believe that we're just going to devolve into just like every map is just a simple layout without any like resistance at all. There does need to, on some level, be some maps that are just like have like. Maps should have some level of identity, and like I wouldn't want to just erase it all and just turn into a pile
all
of slop,
gorgeous, all day.
Exactly, you know what I mean? So like, I don't want people to think that it's like, oh yeah, everything will eventually just become like a freaking circle or something. You do want to have some level of interest.
You want some interaction with some maps are better with certain leagues than others, and
that
others,
kind of thing.
different things like that. So,
But yeah, obviously, if there's maps that are just like nobody likes, like not a single person is ever keen to run ever, then we might want to consider changing that.
Well, you did get rid of the slow levers in Augury, so thanks to
Yeah, for sure.
Rogue Exiles are a fun idea, and there's some cool things for them here where you've got this like nemesis system where they can come back and hunt you down. It's the patent's expired on that. It's okay, we're safe. Have Exiles been made more substantial in general, because they kind of push overs? Like
yeah.
To make that a bit juicier. Excellent, great. I'm glad, because I was like very excited for them, but they were like, they're kind of lame. So that's good to hear. Co-op progression, I had like grim expectations for how co-op progression would work with this, but you've reassured me that it seems like co-op works well here.
So the way that it works basically is that for the fixed part of the Atlas, when you complete a map that would give you something like a passive
I don't know what that
it
is.
actually completes it for everyone. And because the layout is fixed for the parts of the Atlas that are important for quest stuff, it means that effectively you can all progress and co-op the atlases at the same time, so you don't have to worry about that part. But as soon as you're in the infinite farm area, now you're effectively working on your own atlases just like how you were before. Some don't, and I'll give some examples, because
so the general just random map that gives gives a passive point. It completes for everyone. Now, if that's disconnected, like let's say I've been mapping and you join me on day 2, and now I'm just completing maps, you will have a disconnected set of completed maps. Right. You cannot path from those. They have to be connected to your home to be a path. So you still got a path there, right? But they are completed for you.
Oh, interesting.
So once you connect it up, you can skip over them. Really? But the other thing is that let's say you get to the Delirium tree, you get to the hub, you do some of the maps with Delirium, those will complete in multiplayer. But then you get to the Grand Mirror. That one does not complete in multiplayer, because it applies a thing to your Atlas that, if it were to just complete, would rob one of those players out of some sort of either quest or meta progression, which ultimately yields a reward. So some maps shouldn't complete in multiplayer, because then you have to split up, you have to run them each in your own, and then you apply your own miss to your own Atlas. and then you can run all those, and those will complete together.
Well, the flip side of that is that the entire party gets to go around and do everyone's pinnacle boss, I suppose, at that point.
Correct. Yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
So some do, some don't. We're just
But
it's
almost all do. Like it's just a few cases where we needed to make sure.
It's judgment calls where we don't want to rob you out of rewards, right?
Yeah.
Like because you happen to be playing in a group and you're like, damn it, we should have split up, or I should have left the instance before you did that so that I got it twice. You know, we're trying to make it that's not, you know, just stealing loot from you.
We've got some kind of rapid fire random chat questions here mixed in. Some people have been asking about like the portals for maps. So like the portal restriction, 1 portal for 6 modifier maps. Is that something you're like looking at or reevaluating, or how do you feel about that could change now at this point?
There was some discussion with it.
I think we now have it be -1 portal per 2 modifiers.
Oh, what's
No, but wasn't there something where the tablets did something as well?
Oh my god, I don't
I
remember.
can't remember. There was some change here.
Oh, this is actually. Yeah, I wasn't expecting.
There was a change here. I just
We've changed some stuff, but the whole thing of like we don't want you to run 5 mod maps all the time because like just of an happenstance of dying. Like we've done some stuff around this. Maybe we undid that though because now we have like Atlas nodes and the master for additional
there was
revives.
something. Yeah, there was something about that though. I feel like we did something in. There is an Atlas node that gives you an extra.
We have the master for an extra revive.
Oh, the master does it. Okay, right.
Okay.
There was something here. I just don't quite remember.
We
ways of
have
getting
one
you
that
that buffer.
removes all the
That-
revives.
That's
and
often what's
gives you a
mentioned
bit
is like
bonus.
people are like 1 portal just feels like, oh man, like some BS gets me, and I'm like,
we are doing things around it. I just can't remember exactly which decision we landed on, but we did show it. We did show, well, at least
like a note or something, was there?
I don't know if we put it in here, but on the
okay.
I think on the website when you're looking at the announcement page, there's a few nodes on there that you can
cool.
open. One of them is an additional revive.
Oh, great. So, there's some
So
stuff
it's
to check
like
out
you
there.
could at least turn that on if you're running a certain class. But I think we have some ways to do this now. But I can't remember how much we baked into the inherent behavior versus just putting via the tree and or masters because we went
I really hate the one death it's over. Like, if I wanted a death to matter that much, I'd play fucking hardcore, bro. Like, just let me have my 6 portals. God damn.
through like 5 iterations here.
Yep. There's a question for Ascendancy trials. So I guess there's 2 questions here. One is Trial of the Ancestors, or the third mystery.
The third one's not in this expansion.
No, but
a little bit too much content to do.
But I assume that's one of those things that you want to have absolutely in and good for launch. And I guess the second question is the existing ones. Is there any kind of plans to improve them?
We
and
do want to
overhaul
improve them.
more?
They're not good enough.
Right.
But
They're not
we didn't
launch
get
ready.
time this time. Yeah, like there's a lot that needs to happen.
But all 3 of those are on the cards for.
I'm really happy with them saying the Ascendancy trials aren't good enough because they're really annoying. 1 portal and the calculation they did on defense don't match. Yeah. Like. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I just don't like the 1 portal. It doesn't matter. Honestly, it does not fucking matter however tanky I am, however often I die. I think the last 1 or 2, I haven't really run into it at all. I just hate it because it's like, it's not my playstyle. I don't like that much. I don't want to, for ARPGs, I don't want to be that locked in that long time, right? For ARPGs, I want to just chill and blast. And then when I'm ready to log in, I'll do a boss, I'll do something, right? Like, I don't want to be just locked in all the time because one mistake means that it's all gone, right? Like, the 6th portal lets me chill and just blah, 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 right? Like, just blah, 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 blah. And then, oh shit, I died. Whatever. Oh shit, I died. Whatever. Oh, I died. Okay, I only have 3 portals left. Let me just, right? I don't want to always be like, oh. And that's what the 1 portal does, because if you don't go down to 1 portal, you're just getting less loot. So it's like you just have to be locked in, or you have to be omega tanky and thereby slower, or you just have to play giga slow. And I don't like it. I would like to just go, and if I die, I still have chances, right? Like, if I like that sort of like high stakes sort of gameplay, I go hardcore. It's like, bro, you have a game mode for literally these kind of people. You don't have to force it on everyone.
before 0. Before 1.0 or
Should
1.1.
be. But look, I wouldn't want anything. Put it this way: anything that's in the game right now, I don't want anything that's in the game to be bad at 1.0. So certainly, I would want to fix those other 2 trials before we get to 1.0.
Nice.
The third one, I want to get it in for 1.0. We'll have to see how that goes.
I would say that's a coin flip.
Yeah. It's there's quite a lot to do there to make that good.
Doing that would compromise something else. It would, 100%, and I don't think we're...
Fingers crossed for you. I'm very excited to see this mystery third trial.
Might be afterwards. But, it's really hard to say, of course. It just depends, see how things go. But
You think the Trial of Chaos is fine? The Trial of Chaos is just boring. It's like just shit. And it's the thing is, I don't think the Trial of Chaos or the trial, whatever the other one is, the Sekima Trial of Sekimas or whatever, I don't think they're different. It's the same shit. It's just you trying to dodge gigabat modifiers. Everything is the same. The Trial of Chaos is better because it's shorter. Right? Like, if you just compare them, the Trial of Chaos, to do the last one, you got to run 10 maps, right? 3 bosses, like 7 maps, right? That's what you got to do. For the Sekimas, you got to run like fucking 10 maps and a boss. Times 4. Like, to get the last one, right? Like, Jesus. Like, the Trial of Sekimas is just so much longer. You don't need relics and stuff? Well, the relics are cool, though. Right? I like the relics. They're cool. It's just, if you look at the Trial of the Sekimas, the relics are cool. They add some stuff. They give you, like, a meta progression. And it's a good thing to be able... They're expensive? Sure. But, like, that's for farming, right? So, if they're expensive... It's because you can farm a lot of the currency from it later, right? So those correspond. You do not need expensive relics to get your ascendancy points, which is what they're talking about, right? Like, now we're into the mechanic of the things, not just the ascendancy points. To get the ascendancy points, you get more than enough relics if you just play. And good enough relics as well, right? Absolutely. No issue. The one portal is so people that don't die get their extra loot reward. The people that die don't deserve. But you don't get an extra loot reward, right? Like, you just don't lose everything. And look, it's not an unreasonable stance to take, but the way I see it, if you enjoy high stakes like that, you play hardcore. Right? Go play hardcore then, right? That's the stakes. If you die, your run's over, right? That's it. That's the stakes. Go ham. A regular player that doesn't enjoy those kind of high stakes, the one portal is just a massive turnoff with no real benefit, right? Because if you like that sort of thing, you play hardcore, right? Like, if you like that sort of pressure, hardcore is there. If you don't like that sort of pressure, well, now you have no game mode. And I understand that losing your character is more than losing a map. But fundamentally, that's where we are. 2 portals is the bare minimum. Yeah, you need to be afforded a fuck up. But even, like, I just don't understand. Just fucking 6 portals, bro. Done. In PoE 1, the 6th portal, if you choose hard enough, you need them to get the loot out. So it's like, if you die, you lose loot. Right? Because it doesn't matter if you die or if you go out with loot, it consumes the portal. That's the way it was balanced in PoE 1. That makes more sense to me. Like, I'll still get completion. I'll still get to pick the things. The best character can miss target and they chain stun your character. Yeah, I mean, there are. That is one of the things. There are definitely bullshit deaths. That is for sure. But there are less bullshit, or no, maybe they're not yet. There should be less bullshit deaths in PoE 2 than in PoE 1 because they are aiming for recovery to not be as crazy, and then things don't need to one-shot you, right? But it doesn't really matter for my argument because I just want to be allowed to fuck up whenever I play casually. Like, and I want to be able to pick a game mode that allows me to fuck up. That's why I don't play hardcore. It's the thing, right? You already lose experience for dying, right? You don't have to also lose your map and your currency and everything, right? Then you pick the master for extra revive. I mean, sure, but like, I get your argument, but I think it's kind of stupid because you already have hardcore, right? Like the game mode is there. You just go play that. You're just hate watching because PoE 1 comparison. If you haven't played PoE 1, you should. Like, it's really good. If you like PoE 2, I think you'll love PoE 1. You want to be able to loot without you losing a portal? I mean, okay. They specifically set out to make the game more approachable and do it differently. I don't agree with that. They set out to make it more approachable. Absolutely. And I think that's a good thing. And I'm not trying to take away approachability. Do it differently. They set out to make a true successor to PoE 1. So they didn't set out to make it different. They set out to make it better. What change if you portal in the maps? It's risky. I mean, you can do that now, right? Like right now, you have infinite amount of portals, right? In PoE 2. You have infinite portals in PoE 2. Don't you? I think you do. I think you have infinite portals in PoE 2, don't you? But only one death. So if you want to loot, you can do it however many times you want. It's only if you die. Right? In PoE 1, a portal's a portal. Whether you use the portal because you die or you use the portal because you loot, it's gone. And I like PoE 1 better because there's still some punishment, right? But it's fine. Like, for the most part, you won't be needing 6 portals for loot, or you won't be needing 6 portals for deaths. Like, I have not run into an issue where there's too much loot for me to take out because I don't juice hard enough, and I'm also not run into the issue where I've died too much to get the loot out of the instance. But that may be because of the way I play. I pick up the loot as I go. So when I die, I can empty out the loot and I've already gotten it out, everything I wanted. And then we go again, right? But for PoE 2 specifically, Midas, they did not set out to make it different. They set out to make it better. And one of the things they set out to make better is approachability. And I think they're doing a great job, but I don't think dumbing down the game is the same as making it more approachable, right? I think you can absolutely make it easier to approach without dumbing it down, right? And I think dumbing it down is always worse. Because otherwise, like, there's a difference between dumbing it down and simplifying it, right? If you simplify it, you take something that is overly complex and maintain the functionality and the intricacies while making it simpler, right? Like, if you dumb it down, it's like you take away functionality and it's a less system than it was before just to make it easier, right? That's the way I see it, at least. That's the way I use it now. It might not be. So I think you can absolutely simplify certain things without dumbing everything down, right? Character is slow, but used map can have user in bold mana monster with mana leech. I mean, yeah, you can absolutely run into like, but then you've used it past what you can handle, right? That would be the argument. I don't really have. If you use something past your capabilities, you absolutely should die, right? I'd say kill the monster and then portal, right? Like, you'll be fine.
The other two, we had a plan for. We were like, oh, we're going to fix everything in the end game, and those two were on our cards as well. Because technically, we want to improve the in-game farmability of them as well.
In particular, they're not really they're not something players really play in the in-game that much. We want to improve that. Like we want to.
Those are things you could add to the PoE2 Atlas tree as well, like the barriers and the ultimatum coins, right? Like those could be on there. You could get more of those. It could be in the currency stuff. Could be something you pick if you want to farm those. Maybe you could add in some drops from there. Like especially the Sekima, the what are they called? The relics that could be added in there. It's kind of hard for the Trial of Chaos. I don't like Trial of the Sekimas and Trial of Chaos for the same reason. You're not playing to beat it, right? Like you're not. Your problem is not skill being able to beat or anything. You're just playing it until you don't get fucked by modifiers, right? Because every build gets fucked by certain modifiers, right? Like every build will have modifiers they can't handle. And in Trials of Sekima specifically, right? You don't have any armor. Okay, fucking sucks to be an armor build, right? But if you're an evasion build, it's like, fine, right? If you're an ES, like let's say you're a CI build and you have no energy shield. Oh, so I'm just dead. Okay, right? Like there are some things in there that's just like it's just over. It's like, oh, the character. Like I played in season 1, I played like the freeze monk, and before the last boss for my 4th attempt or something, like I was pigeonholed. It was like 1 or 2 maps before the last boss, literally the map before or the map just before that. Because I couldn't pick a certain way, because it had like an affix my character could not deal with, I was forced to go up. That would then force me into a map down the line that I couldn't see, because it was the only way I could go. There was that only thing, and I couldn't see the map, and I didn't have like reduced whatever, but I couldn't see the map. I had to pick it, and when I got there, it was like, you can't freeze the boss. So I had 0 damage. It's like, okay, done then, I guess. So it's like, you can just get fucked in Trial of the Sekimas. I had no agency in picking another room, because the room I would have had to pick had a thing that my character couldn't handle, and I couldn't see what it meant to pick that way yet. So it's like you're just screwed. And it's so long. Like I said, you have to do 10 maps for a boss. And you have to do 3 or 4 bosses, right? So you have to do 30, 40 maps and 4 bosses in Trial of the Sekima. And you have to do 10 in Trial of Chaos for 3, right? Like, so it's 30 maps to 3 with 3 bosses versus 7 maps of 3 bosses in Ultimatum. And when you tag on the 4th one, it is 7 maps and 4 bosses versus 40 maps and 4 bosses. It's insane. The inhabitants of the Trial of Sekima do a full run in 7 minutes currently, even quicker than Chaos Trial. Okay. Well, then they're really quick, right? Like, then they're absolutely freaking locked in, and it's because some of the objectives... There are something to the Trial of Chaos where you have to sit around and wait. you can't really speed that up. Like the one where you have to survive for X amount of time, but it's still a lot more shit. But it's so long. And if they can do it in 7 minutes, that's fine. But your average fucking player, especially doing their Ascendancy trials, are for sure not fucking going to do that. Find the hourglass or the gauntlet in Sekima without a relic and see how far. That's also right, because in the what's it called, in the Trial of Chaos, you get that where you have to sit around and wait until you've killed enough monsters or survived the onslaught, right? In Trial of the Sekima, you can run into those several times. Now, the good players avoid them, right? They check what room it is and they go boom, 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 and they have a build that doesn't really care about the downsides, right? They run something that just does damage and doesn't rely on any CC. They'll have something with defenses that can cover everything or whatever, right? Like, or they'll just be no hit, right? They'll just be blasting through, so they don't need their defenses, right? They'll just do that, right? But Trial of Chaos and Trial of Sekima, in regards of negative effects, are the same. Like they have the same issue. Trial of the Sekima probably a little bit, both less and more than Trial of Chaos, right? Because on one hand, in Trial of the Sekima, the bad ones completely bust your build and you can't do anything about it. It's just over, right? But there's less of them. Or there's not less of them necessarily, but there's a smaller chance that you run into them. Whereas in Trial of Chaos, like, you can play around everything. It's just some of it is virtually impossible or really time consuming or super hard, right? Like, but any combination in Trial of Chaos, you probably could play around, right? Like, there are some that are worse than others, obviously, but you cannot get hit. You cannot, like, you can probably play around everything, but it just gets disproportionately harder, I guess. But it's still just, you just feel like whenever you do it, both of them, it's like, I hope I don't get screwed, rather than, oh, let me make sure I blah blah blah. But like, you can rock up to Trial of Chaos and just be handed 3 fucking dog shit options 3 times in a row and your run's over. Like, okay. And in Trial of Chaos, everything is bad. In Trial of Sekima, at least there's some things that is good or doesn't matter. Now, I've said this before, but if Trial of Sekima has to have that level of impact on the trades, it needs to be easier to remove them and target what you want to remove. If they want to take all my ES away, all my evasion away, all my armor away, if they want to make it so I can't do damage to enemies if I'm relying on, say, shock, freeze, whatever, freeze specifically, because they have one where they can't be slowed below. I don't know if the other ones have, but freeze specifically, right? If they want to have those options in there, then I need to be able to pretty easily get rid of the ones I want. And that is not the case. 1, it's super rare that you get to remove a trait. 2, you have 0 control over which ones they pick. And oftentimes when you can get rid of a trait, it comes with a downside of you get another one instead. And that one can then also just be completely fucked. A reroll option would be great. Something like that, right? Maybe you start out by having like 3 skips, right? Where it's like, you could have, it's a genie, right? So for Trial of the Sekima, you could have 3 wishes, right? And each wish would be like, I am not taking this bad mechanic or whatever. Like, I am not losing all my ES. 1 wish you lost, right? There you go. That could be a thing, right? 3 wishes, a genie. It would make the first one very easy. The second one, slightly harder. The third one, and like, it would be easy where it needs to be, and then proportionally harder, right? If you just get 3 wishes. There you go. Easy clap. And then you'll save those wishes for the things that will completely disable your build. I think that's a good idea. It's a genie. 3 wishes. Very thematic.
get that to be a thing that's like a viable league, as it were.
Yeah, you want it to stand alongside these other in-game mechanics as a thing that you'd actually want to do.
We wanted to do the core Atlas stuff first, and then so because we were like, okay, we can't do this and this and this and this, and we did that, and then the and this kind of tapered off, and those were two things we're like, let's do those in a separate patch, a separate time, and give them the justice.
You might have tried to do too much at once here, but you guys seem to like doing that anyway. One kind of fun topic for us here is bosses. I cannot overlook bosses. It's always one of my favorite things, and you guys are getting a little bit cracked with bosses. They're getting crazier and crazier. I've seen like a bit more than I think what was teased in some of these boss fights, and they're unhinged. So I guess my first question is, who is each of your favorite of the new bosses? Because there's what, 15 new bosses or something?
I mean, I reckon just conceptually that the one that's the ritual one,
the big freaky Bodak.
The Bodak under the ground is just like really cool. The light, like just with the darkness and the like,
beams on that thing.
Just and it's just like it's just really cool. Just like conceptually, as I said, like with the way that I mean, I don't know how much to spoil about that, but like the way that you bring in some entities to help you with that, and like it reveals playing with the mechanic of the light and all that sort of stuff. Like it's just pretty cool.
The tale of light versus darkness.
Exactly. So that's just a really cool one.
Yeah. Favorite. I never pick favorites. They're all.
You must pick a favorite of your children. Go on. Which child do you love more than the others? Vanilla.
I mean, that delirium.
Vanilla.
Bosses.
I mean, it's good. Finally, having the is that spoilery?
Go on.
It's good having the strange voice has a thing now. You know what I mean? Okay. He's not so strange after all. Or he's more strange, I guess. One of the two. Anyway, but like it's nice that from a
Sekima is too easy. I mean, sure, it's not hard, but there are like 1, 2, 3 mechanics in there that just kill your build, right? So it may be easy, but if you run into that, it's over, and that's frustrating. So like, you can't take afflictions or unknown, because then you might disable your build without knowing it. You have to be able to see, right? Like, first of all, let's just take we'll just say we're not playing freeze, so there's 1 or 2 that will kill you, right? Like, if you're running a hybrid armor evasion or whatever, hybrid evasion energy shield, you cannot lose your defenses, right? So let's say you play mono defense. There is 1 affliction that will ruin your build. You cannot play. Lose your defense, right? So that one you have to avoid. The fact that you have to avoid that one means you can't take afflictions or unknown, right? You cannot take that, because then you can't avoid it. You cannot take less rooms viewed ahead, because then you cannot make a choice to go to a node that will pigeonhole you into the next one, because you can't see if the affliction you cannot have is there. So there are 3 at least afflictions in there that you cannot pick, right? And if you get any of those, the run either is over or can be over. Have you farmed Sekima? There's tons of mechanics. You can block bad mods and make lots of good decisions in the pathing. I don't know how to block mods. I know about the pathing, right? But the point remains. You cannot take, so you can't see afflictions because it could be there. But I guess if you can block it, I don't know. But again, have you farmed Sekima? No. But what do you require to do these things? For starters, if it requires a knowledge of farming something or the relics in order to do so, right? Then it is not going to apply to a new player or when you set foot in the Ascendancy trial, right? Like, you cannot rely on having relics that does things for you when you hit Ascendancy Trial 3. That's just not viable. Right? So, it's just... I think it's just bad. if you can block bad mods, how do you do that? How do you do it? Because so far, I have not come across a way to do it. Now, I haven't looked, and I haven't farmed. So my Trial of Sekima and Trial of Chaos is only from doing the 4 Ascendancy trials, and obviously killing Sarok and the Trial Master. That is all I've done. If you require relics, then instantly I'll say it's not viable. You can make good pathing decisions. Absolutely, you can. You can try to always make it so you have multiple options, right? But there are a lot of times where you are pigeonholed into one option. There's a lot of times where it's that option. The thing that frustrated me, and I think this was like the last time I did Trial of Ascendancy, I had a choice node. The one I wanted to go with, I could go to 3 different ones, right? I couldn't see what was on those yet, but I could obviously see the pathing, right? So I went, and by the time I could see what was there, I had one that gave me one option to go to. I could only go there, and I couldn't see what it had yet. The other one that had like a couple of options that I could go to, that one had a you cannot, you have no energy shield or whatever, and I was playing energy shield, or you have no armor and I was playing armor. One of the two, I don't remember. It was a defensive one. I think I played evasion energy shield, and it was like you have no evasion. So it's like, or you have no energy shield. Doesn't matter. It was one of the mods I couldn't do. And then I had to pick the top one that pigeonholed me into the next one down the line, maybe. And that picked that, and I go, and that one is also one of the mods that I can't run. Do you want to seriously know what to do if that happens? Sure. What do I do? Start over. Like, if you don't have defenses, you end the run, take out the barrier, and sell it. Exactly. So it's start fucking over, right? Which is shit. Someone else that can handle it can buy it and continue. Yeah. That's for, like, again, so it's just over, right? Like, and there's nothing you could do about it, which is shit. Now, you could take it out and then lock another character that doesn't have the same weaknesses and go, right? But that doesn't fucking help for your Ascendancy trial. You just lost time, right? Like, you just lost your thing. And it's just bad. It's just bad. It is just bad. And I would like there to be... You're thinking from farming perspective? I have no issues with farming it. Because if you are farming it, I don't have an issue with things breaking your build. Zero. Because it is up to you to make a character that can handle it, or make a cohort of characters that can handle it. Somehow you need to make the preparations so that you can handle it, right? Like, one of the things you can do, I know you can do, is you can get things where you can see a room further ahead, right? That makes up so you can take I can see one room less ahead, right? There are massive amounts of things you can do as a farmer. No, I have no issue, right? I don't care. Those issues are not a thing. But for Ascendancy trials, I don't think it should be a thing. And the Ascendancy carries is a massive service. That is, in my opinion, not something you want to care about. Like, fuck that. I don't give 2 shits about hurting people farming that stuff. Fuck that. Fuck them. Doesn't matter. People should, yeah, but you should not be. It's not an economy game in the sense of selling services. It's an economy game in the sense of selling items, currency, and stuff, right? You should not make something and rely on it as a boosting option, right? Like, people should be able to get their ascendancy points themselves. You should not implement a system for the sole reason of, like, adding a boosting option, right? Like, that is bullshit. Like, I don't give two shits about an economy where people get boosted through stuff. That's gonna happen no matter what. You should not implement things that makes it so people have to buy boosts. The boost will happen because people are bad at the game. They don't have to happen because you can't do something. It's on top of relics and spectrum. Yeah, leave all of that. Give it a bunch of good loot. Sell the relics. All that shit is great. I have no quarrel with a farmer having to avoid certain pitfall. I have no quarrels with there being really impactful things that they have to take into account. I have no quarrel with that at all. I'm just saying the ascendancy trials need to be completable, right? You need to not run into an issue where you're just like, well, can't ascend, go again. And that's why I said maybe give it 3 wishes, right? Whenever you need to ascend, you have 3 wishes. There you go. I really believe they balance everything around there being an echo niche for it. I don't think they balance ascendancy trials after there being a niche to sell it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But I think it would make sense if... I think it would make sense that you could have 3 wishes for 1, 2, and 3 ascendancy. 4th one, I'm maybe okay with it, but for the first 3, give free token with wishes and remove it for non-story one. Something like that, yeah. Something like that. You already can't fail 1 and 2. You absolutely can. Like, saying you can't is delusional. You absolutely can fail them. But you don't lose your key. It doesn't matter. Also, you lose your key for the second one, don't you? Is it not just the first one that's a quest? It's just the first one in Trial of Sekima. The next ones are not quests. You get a quest for Ultimatum, you get a quest for Trials of Sekima. So if you want to do all your ascendancies in Trials of Sekima, you can. But only the first one is quest. But yeah, first and second ascendancy, sure. Yeah. Sure. But then I'd still say it's also not so much the key as it is the, oh, well, you got unlucky, go again. Right? Because I'm not trying to remove like a failure point of, oh, you suck. Right? I'm not trying to remove a failure point of you ran out of purple bar. Right? I'm not trying to remove a failure point of you died to boss. I'm not trying to remove a failure point of whatever, right? Like, I'm trying to remove a failure point of, well, you can't do it because you lost all your energy shield or whatever. If your character... Well, you see, here's the thing, bro. Your character can be ready and you get completely fucked by the affix, like the afflictions. That's the thing. And there is no way around it. There's no outplay. There's no counterplay. It's just, if you're unlucky, it's fucking over. Right? That's the thing. It's not your character's not ready. It's you ran into an unlucky pathing. You ran into unlucky afflictions. Right? PV2 waste your time. Yeah, I mean, and it's unnecessary. Now, from a farming point, it's fine. Right? It's completely fine. When you're farming, whenever you're doing like the Sarok or whatever, whenever you're doing all that, like for farming the whatever the is it no hit run that you get that crazy unique, all fine. Have those things. Cool. Make it harder. I don't care. That's fine. If your character's not ready, your character's not ready. But for ascendancy points, I feel like the fact that you can just run into you have no armor over, or if you're playing a freeze build, they can't be reduced below 0 over, or you have to pick like 20% movement speed slow, and the next 3 rooms are gauntlets, by the way. Have fun, right? Like, or you run into the you do 30% less damage, and the next one is monsters have 50% more life, right? Like, it's like then it's not about being ready, then it's about being freaking 2 times ready. Bad build, lol. Gotta get a carry that could do it in 10 minutes. Nah, that's just wrong. If your build needs to be able to A, do it with 0 defense, B, do like 2-3 times the damage you're meant to, it's like nobody's gonna have that, right? Like, well, I guess they could, but it's to avoid those outcomes. I mean, it's fine if you're trolling or not, but only half, right? Like, I'm just, it's, you believe they want to waste your time? I don't think they do for Ascendancy Trials. I don't think they do for the campaign. Now, what I don't want it to not be a challenge, right? I want it to be, I want to be, that's the thing, right? I don't want to be locked in for everything. That's why I don't want the portals, right? But for an Ascendancy Trial, I want to be locked in, right? That's fine. Now I picked like 30 minutes of lock in. Okay, I have to do this. I want it to be a challenge. What I don't want is for it to be just a non-starter and it's over, right? Like, I want the things that get put on me, I want to be able to play around, which is why I'm saying maybe we get 3 wishes to get rid of afflictions. For those, right? That would alleviate the bullshit. It would make it a lot easier. Because you can, if you get to a point where, okay, there's no bullshit, let me just get rid of these bad ones I have, and now I'm just buffed up and nothing, right? Like, I get that. And that's the way it's going to be in like 80% of the times. Here's another example. If you get a DLC in Chaos Trial, it kicks you out, deletes all progress, and deletes your key. Yeah, that sucks. In seconds, it saves your progress and you can enter again. That is weird. And hopefully they'll fix that. That is weird. That shouldn't be like that, I don't think. I think they should both save your progress, but maybe they can't, or maybe it might be done differently, right? But I think Sekima is also meant to take you like 4 or 5 times the time, right? But that doesn't make sense. But I do think I think the 3 wishes is a really good idea. And the caveat is obviously it shouldn't be applied to every single barrier, right? It should be applied to your Ascendancy Trials. And only your Ascendancy Trials. And probably not on the 4th one, because then there's a chance that people would do some shenanigans where they like unspect out of Ascendancies to get like wishes to make it easier to farm things, right? Like, we got to be careful we don't hit that. So it's like a little bit of a, probably anything that does not have Sarok, and something like if the last boss is the scorpion, then you can have 3 wishes. Maybe that's the way to do it. Because I don't mind that your Sarok run can get like cooked, right? Because that's annoying, but that's the way it is. But for your initial ones, it's really bad. And I will admit that the ones that has been frustrating me a lot is the Sarok runs, because obviously you get more afflictions, right? But I do think that in like wishes or not, you still need more ways to be able to get rid of afflictions in the regular Trial of the Sekimus for them to be as impactful as they are, in order for it to be fun, right? I would want more influence over afflictions. I will want more influence over buffs, and then you could give me more afflictions, right? Like, it's one of those things where if I can better control to remove afflictions, if I have more axes to like influence the afflictions on, not just RNG, do I get rid of it or not? If I have more things where I can be like, okay, let me get rid of this one, let me get rid of that, let me get rid of this, right? Then you can also give me more afflictions, and you can also give me worse afflictions. So you can still have the difficulty while I still don't get I have no energy shield and I'm playing CI. Right?
You know, Delirium's been in PoE 1 for so long. So it's like, holy, it's been this long till we got, you know, a new pinnacle out of Delirium. But in the same sense, so is Ritual. And honestly, it doesn't really have any of the way of bosses and anything really so much. And at some point, King in the Mist became it, but that honestly wasn't. You know, that came with the Affliction League, and you know, so it's like this.
He's just a little guy.
It's just interesting, finally getting some new capstones to some of these stories that have.
Any affliction can be worse than removing your defense. Well, removing your damage, right? Like, that could be worse. And that is that one of them does it if specifically you're playing freeze. Like, the monsters cannot have their action speed reduced below 0. That kills any freeze character. Right? Any freeze character can't run that. Because freeze is like lowering it below 0 or 2-0 or whatever it is, right? It's like some... So... but if you play lightning, or you play fire, or you play physical, you're all good. But frost specifically can run into issues in there. And I think I've been playing frost builds a couple of times. Maybe just once. But yeah. Removing all your defense is really bad. And if they want to have that in there, that's fine. But maybe you give me a chance to get rid of it. Right? Like, that's the way I see it.
Been around for like a decade. Which I think is real cool.
Isn't there also the one where you don't do damage 3 seconds out of 10? Isn't that a thing as well? That one's ass. But it might... I know it's a mod in PoE 1 that's been removed. But isn't it in Trial of the Second as well? Or is that in Trial of Chaos? Or is that just in PoE 1 trials? I feel like that one's in there, and I feel like it's Trial of Chaos. But that one, it might also be Trial of the Segamus. That one's fucking dog shit. But it might be Trial of Chaos.
And honestly, it's just nice to be able to rip, like the King in the Mist. Come on, you fight him in Act 1.
I know, he went from being like a pinnacle boss to a campaign boss now. It's so good. Because your bar has elevated that much.
And then you get it again, you're like Pinnacle of Ritual, and it's King in the Mist again. And didn't they kill this guy in the first act?
He's a side boss.
He's got a new skill. You know, it's like it's just not good enough at all. Obviously, it's more than I'm underselling it, but it is clearly just not good enough. And so, yes, I wanted to be more, you know, ancient with it, more, you know, primordial with it, like things.
I do think it's kind of... I don't think the issue is the King in the Mist being the pinnacle. It's fine if he's the penultimate, right? And they have the Bodag or whatever. That's the big bad. That's cool and all. But I think the problem is you fight King in the Mist in Act 2, man. Act 1. Like, that should not have been the... Maybe it could have been the Queen in the Mist. Maybe it could have been a vestige of the King in the Mist. Maybe it could have been an effigy of the King in the Mist, not the King in the Mist, right? Like, I think the problem lies with him being an Act 1 boss more than it lies with him being just the King of the Mist, right? Like, I think the King of the Mist is pretty cool. I like him. I think he's a good, maybe not pinnacle. Well, not pinnacle now. I don't mind the Bodak, but I thought he was fine, even as a pinnacle. King of the Mist is not the strongest version. Now that's the Bodak, right? Like, but I didn't mind if it was the King of the Mist that was the strongest version. I don't care. Like, he's a cool enough character. I think he's fine. He would have been a fine pinnacle. I don't see an issue with him being the pinnacle boss. Like, the Affliction lead, he was like this big, mysterious fucking guy that was like trying to escape the wildwood or mist, whatever it was, the tree butthole in the ground, right? Like, that's cool. I don't think the issue is that, oh, the King of the Mist is now Act 1 boss. I think they shouldn't have made him an Act 1 boss. I think that's the issue. But yeah, the Bodak is cool.
Is that are just beyond your comprehension of power and just like, holy, we're on a...
Yeah, a couple of them look a bit mind-bending in that regard. But
yeah, but not also just like, you know, OP human, you know? Those are cool. You know, like technically Tang Mizu is just a OP human. Yeah. You know, and there's such a cool little storyline there, and you know, people. I can't wait for people to see that, because there's actually a cool story link between Ritual and Delirium. Not that mechanically they're overlapped,
yeah.
And you get to see, you know, some of the origins of how he came to be who he is, and you know, you might feel a little bit sympathetic for him, or you're just like, nah, I don't like you. You just make me see crazy demons and stuff. Or maybe you're like, I love that you make me see crazy demons and stuff. I don't know, but I just love all of that. Like, I like that we're finally.
I like lore.
Putting a bow on some of these things.
Well,
finally
they put effort into
getting to the end
cool.
of these. Well, I wouldn't even say it's the end, right? Like, it could be the beginning of something new as well. Like, that's the whole point.
I'm looking forward to it.
Something you'd be a bit more proud of, absolutely.
100%. It's like, oh, it's a bit sad that just that Olroth guy, that, you know, who as a character is cool, but as a, you know, boss fight, it's just, it was clearly just a rip from PoE 1, and, you know, it's like, here's this new thing in PoE 2 with this new epic new how we make bosses has obviously evolved over so long, and we're just taking this thing from several years ago and it's just the pinnacle. And sure, we redid the effects and gave it a fresh coat of paint, but it's just not the justice they deserved. And so
yeah, that's I would love like a mini documentary, honestly, on like the process of how you make a boss now. Like, how does it actually go? Like, how do you get from like the original concept or whatever to the boss now that has like 40 skills? And just, crazy.
I like lore.
There's
lore
kind
is cool.
of a few ways. Sometimes where
lore is one of the things that really get me invested in games, because I like having a good story told. I do. I really do. It's just fun, right? Like, I'm not a, oh, let me watch a cutscene every 5 seconds, right? Like, I want to actually also play, right? But if there's like a good story to it, like character driven, all of that, like I hear all of the voice lines in whenever I play through the campaign stuff, right? Like, it's fun. It might just be a you problem, but you see just pixel. I mean, it depends on what you want, right? Like, do you like watching movies, right? Like, I treat a game a little bit like an interactive movie in some sense, for some things at least. Like Baldur's Gate, for instance, I fucking loved it. There's a whole bunch of story. Got really invested. It's all good. If it's a good story, it's a shit story, then I'm not invested. Right? Like, if there's too much bullshit, I'm not invested. Like, World of Warcraft is a great example. Like, I really like the story of Warcraft, but whenever I play World of Warcraft, it doesn't, like, every time I try to be into I try to really get into the story. I try to really, and it lasts like the first 20-30 minutes, maybe an hour, and then it's like, ugh. Because it's like, oh, we need a big story beat for why you have to go kill 3 boars. It's like, huh? Like, and then it just gets lame. And well, recently with their writers, it's like, wow, Jesus Christ. But for something like this, where it's like, okay, well, there are these certain story elements, these story beats, where you play, and then, oh shit, now I'm doing ritual and whatever. There's an NPC, they tell you a bunch of things. Maybe there's a little cutscene or something, and then, oh, you do something, and oh, now there's a boss, and you get, I think that's cool. Writers have it rough nowadays. Do they really? I don't think they do. Not rough enough. Not rough enough, bro. I think it's lazy, and I think it's shit, and I think they focus on the wrong things. I think they're too self-obsessed and too politically driven in for the most part. It's less I want to tell a good story and more I want to imprint my feelings and myself into this story. I want to imprint my values into this and pass it on. That is the part I hate. Like, ugh. And also I think a lot of it is fucking lazy. Sometimes, like, storytelling, it's like it's a 10-year-old that's telling the story. It's like they just, oh fuck, we haven't really, oh, we need a vehicle to do this. Well, they just did it, right? Like, oh, they just came up with, like, they just solved string theory because it needed to be solved for this project. Okay, right. So it wasn't solved forever, and then somebody's like, okay, I need this whatever. Oh, string theory is needed. Well, oh, I just realized that's how you do it, right? Dog shit.
It can be driven from 3 points. One can just be purely, like,
and I'm very much talking about Blizzard right now.
like, narrative. Let's see what we can come up with. Like, the campaign is way more narratively driven design of bosses.
Right.
Like, we kind of know who is going to be the final boss and story before we develop the boss, and thus then it goes to concept and through the art pipeline. That's probably a more standard pipeline. But honestly,
Out of water. I need more drink.
I would say a good half the bosses, and for example, and you're not going to know this, and it almost undersells it in a way, but the Expedition Pinnacle boss, like the Runes of Eldur Pinnacle boss, right? That, which some people saw some silhouettes of and whatnot, but that thing is like this giant, massive, horrific creature that's just like, you know, resembling a spider, and you know, that was initially just a random mini boss in Act 5 that we were going to do.
Yeah,
and the area kind of evolved to the point where that boss didn't fit anymore, and so we were like,
well, whenever we're looking at the we're doing league design, we're often looking at some of the assets that we've got around, and then, like, it can actually inspire design for some of the stories as well.
Yeah, you like, look at this cool
So we
thing,
sort of
you're
look at this thing, we're like, oh man, like, what if we looked at the mix between, what if Elysium and Corruption were to come together and mix, and like what that would sort of result in. Like, you see this thing, oh, maybe that could be, and then once you've got that, you're like, okay, maybe if we change this model to kind of be more in line with that, we can then, like, you know, like look at this and be like, okay, like, and sort of create something. So having those constraints when you're designing a story, and then like seeing like some other stuff can actually really inspire.
The story they had was amazing, but the game was changed and the story had to be watered down. I mean, sure, that, I guess that could be a thing, but I don't feel like that's what happened for a lot of things, because, like, it's like, I get what you're saying, right? Like, if you have an amazing story and you cut things, right, and then all of a sudden, oh, it just is kind of disjointed for the whole string theory thing example I was making, that makes sense. But then there's so many things where, if we take D4 as an example, because that is one of the things that is just absolute garbage, right? Like, you have a bunch of just go here, kill X, and it's the same in WoW, where it's like, go here, kill X, and then we meet up, talk, kill X, go here, kill this, go here, kill that, right? Like, you have a bunch of these where it's just like, in WoW, every time you have to go to a village, you always have to kill like 20 mobs to either, because they're attacking the village, which that makes sense, I guess, or they need you to, oh, we need food. Could you go hunt these mammoths or whatever, right? Like, it's every time you get to a village, there's always a kill quest. Like, kill 20 of these, pick up these fruits or herbs or weapons of the fallen dead, right? Like, every time is like, you get a kill quest, you get a gather quest, and you get a fucking elite or something that you have to, like, it's like, oh, we need food. Could you go kill these mammoths for their gamey ribs and then kill this big snake for its meat, right? Like, oh, and then could you pick these berries for the sauce? It's like, fine, go do it, right? Like, and then next time his next village is, oh, we're under attack from these. Could you go kill 20 of their soldiers and their lieutenant who is commanding the attack? And also, our troops have died. Could you pick up their shields? Like, right? Like, cut that then. Rather than the, like, it's just, I get it, right? But it also takes me out of it. It's like kind of, and then maybe I would have rather seen Neyrelle fucking learning how to do Horadric shit rather than go kill 20 demons while Loreth and I camp out. Right, like, it was your enemy in the past 4 games and your friend is not your friend anymore trope. There is some of that. At least recently, Blizzard has been redeeming their villains a lot. Like, a lot. Way too much. It's like, for WoW, it's like Sylvanas is all of a sudden good, and now it's like the big bad was all of a sudden just protecting you from a worse big bad. Or you got like Arthas is getting a bit of a redemption story all of a sudden. The fucking Lich King, bro. Like, fuck off. We already had his backstory. Like, he doesn't need a redemption after his backstory that already shows why he did shit. Like, they're like, and then for D4, it's like now Lilith is getting, the literal daughter of hatred is getting redemption in Diablo. It's like, wait for Diablo being good after you defeat, bro. D4 right now, it's not far off, right? D4 right now, the big bad of like the initial game is Lilith. Lilith is the daughter of Mephisto. So you could argue Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, like the literal prime evil of hatred. He is Diablo, but for hate, right? I can't remember if Diablo is rage or what he is, but Mephisto is as bad as, well, he's not as bad as Diablo, but Diablo's the strongest, I think. But Mephisto is literally on the same tier. I think he's his brother. Like, he's just as bad. He should be just as bad. He's on the same tier. Like, they're CEOs of their respective feelings, right? Like, Mephisto's the CEO of hatred, and Diablo's the CEO of, I think, rage, right? But he is as high up as they go. There's nobody above him, basically, unless Diablo maybe is. But he's supposedly the same, right? And his daughter is Lilith, his little fucking daughter, and now she's getting a redemption in the latest D4 expansion. Like, Mephisto help you defeat Diablo with Tyrael and the Avengers. I mean, we just had Lilith help us defeat Mephisto, so again, it's not fucking far off, bro. It really isn't. It's, yeah, it's like, It makes sort of sense in D4. It does, but there's a difference between her helping you defeat Mephisto, because there's a difference between her helping us defeat Mephisto because our interests align, and her getting a redemption sort of thing. It's like, oh, but she was doing all of this to protect from Mephisto, and in reality it was actually necessary or whatever. Right? Like, she could just be fucking selfish, right? And that would work. But yeah, that's
quite
tangent.
a lot of creativity as far as like designing the storyline as well is concerned.
You go back and we're like, you know, like, partly it's also like it's too epic for this just random Act 5 area. That's like an in between, you know. It's not a key story boss, I guess is what I'd call it. And not that those shouldn't be epic, but then you take it and you're like, all right, let's make the limbs out of Verisium. Let's add this. Let's add this. Add some magical power. We can do this blue glow here. Add some more flesh. And by the way, and then we tell the modelers, like, by the way, we're going to 3x the scale of it. And they're like, oh geez, the resolution of the textures might not hold up. So they're like, there's all kinds of stuff like that where we have to do. And then all of a sudden you've got this, like, and obviously when you make something that big, you have to, if it's already animated, you probably have to reanimate it, right? Because the way it moves needs to be different
compared to the last bad.
Correct. Especially if you want some telegraphing that matters.
You need bad power. The thing I hate the most is, oh, this bad was to protect against the worst bad. I had to be bad because the bad that's coming is worse. That's the one I hate.
So, it helps. But honestly, the way it comes about can just be, honestly, just out of nowhere. You just have this thing and you take it from somewhere else. You have the narrative driven. And other times you just have, like, our artists are just working on stuff. Like, normally we're very, very reactive to player demand for what they want from mechanics and balance and stuff like that. We try to be. And so we don't generally design leagues significantly ahead, right? And generally, honestly, we do not know the next league. We've said this many times before. We do not know it. So, but obviously you need time for the artist to produce all that art. And so they're just making stuff.
They're just in there making cool stuff.
They're just making lots and lots of cool stuff. And it can be sometimes we have a mechanic we want and we want art to support it. So we look through our library of just ruckus and we find something that fits. Or sometimes we're like, damn, we're like struggling to come up with a theme for a league here. We look through and we're like, oh, what do we do? All this, and this is the boss and this is that. And then we just piece some stuff together, bit of retexturing, maybe some, and it just can.
Mephisto was ease mode of Diablo. Well, that might be the next thing. It's like, oh, now we need Mephisto in order to defeat Diablo. Oh, that would fucking suck.
Kind of can come together in that regard as well. And so we have this just insane backlog library of art constantly being made for stuff that we don't necessarily know. And sometimes they give some direction. Like, for example, I know, and Jonathan's mentioned it, we are going to do Delve again at some point, right? So that's, as soon as I hear that, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna tell the concept artists, the character artists, and sometimes even the environment artists, it's just like, we are going to do this at some point. Make sure it's there. Make sure we're experimenting and thinking about what does it look like. Who is now all of the Crystal Knight, or maybe his friends, or his siblings, or his father, or his. You just start expanding and just let them start coming up with the real epic stuff, and then it's like, what does the underground now look like? Are we still, they can, and they might want to experiment with things that's like, do we want to change how Azurite is represented? Because it might just look like Verisium now, and stuff like that. So we kind of have just stuff like that going, where it's sometimes directed, sometimes completely undirected, just going constantly. And it just allows us to just really quickly then just grab some stuff out of the hat and chuck it in and start, assign it to either a mechanic or a theme, and just unify those three threads, which is the art, the mechanics, and the narrative, which, either can come first is kind of the thing. Either could be the chicken or the egg, and it's kind of awesome, and it allows us to just be like real fast.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you guys are absolutely cooking with this. Can't wait to check some of it out. We do unfortunately have to wait a little while, but I suppose you might have a few teasers and things like that for us over the next couple of weeks to help make things worse, maybe, while we agonize over this wait. But very much looking forward to it. Thank you both for
This was really cool. This was really cool. Now, let's see. How long is this? 2 hours and 40. Jesus. How long do we have? About 2.5 hours. So I guess this one's for tomorrow. Most of it is Yap. Well, yeah, but it's kind of... Oh shit, my shit just stopped responding. Chrome. Come on. You can do it. Oh, there we go. It's kind of hard to know what's Yap and what's not. So it's either we read the patch notes. I guess we could watch the ascendancy things. Because they have a video for ascendancies. There's a Spirit Walker ascendancy showcase. We could watch that one, and they have a Gemling Legionnaire. Wait, no. Spirit Walker martial artist as well, right?
In Return of the Ancients, we're making several...
Okay, so here we are. Let's watch these real quick. Just before we go into the
In
patch
Return
notes.
of the Ancients, we're making several much-anticipated balance changes to the Chronomancer and Gemling Legionnaire Ascendancy classes. Let's take a closer look at some of them. Starting with the Gemling Legionnaire, we've expanded on how the Gemling interacts with quality on his gems.
Yes.
Every socketable skill in the game now has an additional quality option available through the Advanced Thaumaturgy Ascendancy skill. Once allocated, simply hold Alt while hovering your skill gems to preview an additional bonus granted by gem quality. You're gonna see some amazing effects.
Okay.
An example is Fireball. Instead of firing only 2 additional projectiles, why not fire up to 10 in a circle? Combined with consuming a fire infusion, you can fire a devastating ring of explosive
And it removed 30 quality from the game. Well, then maybe other things could get the 30 quality right. Maybe there would be another way to do it, like corruption, double corruption, blah blah blah. An item, something like that, right? So maybe they probably kept it. I know they kept it because he said that before. But this is cooler, right? Like, I'm gonna be honest. This is cooler than 30 quality, right? Getting 10% extra quality, getting a fucking Nova is cooler. If everything is this amount of change, 25% chance for a fucking Nova, it's way cooler, yeah? Can we agree on that?
projectiles that then each explode into another ring of smaller fireballs.
No way, what?
Another example of an added quality that may also add quality to your life is explosive shot.
It's cooler, but they nerfed the base skill. For any class? They've removed tons of sources of quality from the game. Okay. But... Okay. But that's more of an overall change than... Giala has less quality? Okay. Okay, so it's not... I thought the... I thought it was the... I thought it was the... What's it called? I thought it was the Gemling Legionnaire that had a 10% quality increase before.
Instead of having to reload after every shot, you can gain 2 more rounds in your magazine for a burst of deadly impact. With the Gemling Legionnaire's mastery of gems, he is also able to conjure a powerful barrier from his socketed skill gem.
While active, conjures a glittering barrier that accumulates protective gemstone modes of each attribute type over time, but lose a random mode when you're hit. Random mode every 2 seconds. Maximum each attribute mode is 3 plus the number of skills you have which require that attribute. Cool. Single attribute skills grant twice as many maximum nodes. Oh. 1% increased maximum life per strength mode. 5% increased armor evasion and energy shield per dex node. 5% increased life per intelligence mode. 5% increased mana. Oh shit, that's cool. Oh, that's really cool.
Named the Virtuous Barrier.
You don't think it's worth to get to 30 now? 30%, 30 quality? Is 30% less? Is there 30% less quality? What are we talking about? Is there 30% less sources of quality now? above 20, I guess.
Each socketed skill gem empowers the barrier, making its effects stronger depending on the gem's required attributes. With the Virtuous Barrier skill providing some much needed defenses, and the additional qualities of over 200 different skill gems, it's more than meets the eye, and we look forward to seeing what you can come up with for your builds. Onwards to the Chronomark.
Before you could get to 52? Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, I mean, it'll be a gem by gem basis whether it's worth it, right? Now it's 30 at best. Is it 30 at best? I mean, that's also... I do like the idea of you going to like 50. If you invest hard into it. That does sound cool to me, I will admit. But they nerfed the skill for the other class. Don't you think they balance around it though? I'm thinking probably whatever used to be able to go to that level is getting a baseline upgrade or something. No? Okay, wait, it's in the patch note. I haven't read them yet, so we'll get there.
Answer. First off, let's start with one of its new notable skills, Phased Form.
Oh. Take... Oh, for fuck's sake. Take 30% less damage. 4 seconds after being damaged by an enemy hit, take damage equal to 30% of that hit's damage. So you take 30% less damage, and then 4 seconds later you take the damage you mitigated. That's really good though, right? Because it's just you get to mitigate it twice. Right? Maybe. You can get to 70% DR? Jesus.
With Phased Form allocated, and due to your mastery over time, you are able to take less damage, causing a portion of that damage to be taken after a delay. This serves as a pretty strong defensive node, especially as the delayed damage only applies to hits, so you just straight up mitigate any damage over time effects. What makes this really cool though, is that by taking Temporal Rift, the delayed damage from Phased Form can entirely be negated.
Wait. While active, passively leaves after image of your recent past. Cast the spell to return to the oldest after image. Teleporting to that location, resetting your life, mana, and energy shield to the values they had at the time. Removes any upcoming damage delayed by Phased Form. Oh shit! So if you're quick and you know you're about to take damage, you can hit that thing, take the damage, and then go back? That's cool.
If you take a big hit, then use Temporal Rift, not only does your life recover back to what it was, but the delayed damage is just eradicated.
That's really cool.
Now some changes to existing Ascendancy skills, starting with Inevitable Agony. This has received new visual and gameplay effects,
That look cool.
such as displaying your stored damage to bosses on static life bars. Also, now when the stored damage reaches a lethal level, the effect will trigger immediately to wipe your enemy out.
Okay, did it tell you what it did? Because I don't know the skill. No, it didn't. Okay.
Level, the effect will trigger immediately.
So I assume you put it on, and then any damage you get gets a percentage of it applied to the debuff, and then it explodes.
To wipe your enemy out. The Rapid River passive skill, which made recoup occur much faster, has been removed, but a lot more recoup speed investment has been added to the core passive tree, allowing a lot more builds to gain access to this power. Additionally, a highly requested change has finally come. Time Snap and Time Freeze.
Time Snap. Many percent of time resetting the cooldown of your other skills. Okay. Time Freeze. Release a large wave that stops time for all affected enemies for duration. Duration is lower the more enemies the enemies... Duration is lower the more times the enemy has had time stop for them. Okay. So 3 seconds. They don't move. And you reset all your cooldowns, okay?
Can now both be allocated without requiring all 8 Ascendancy points. Finally, Now
Okay.
and Again has been changed to cause
Cascadable spells have 20% chance to echo. Repeatable spells have 20% chance to repeat.
your spellcasts to have a chance to alter time itself and both echo and repeat. Both roles are independent of each other, allowing you to unleash a powerful burst of spells all at once. Try out these changes and more, allowing you to unleash a power and repeat.
Cascadable spells. Repeatable spells. Okay. That's really cool. I kind of like this. I like the little thing. I like the little... So if you do like... It seems like you can get pretty big upfront burst with some luck, right? Like... You cast a spell, you pick a spell that's both cascadable and repeatable. The question is whether or not if you make it echo and repeat, if those then, like, let's say I pick something and I echo it, right? Like, so I get an extra cast, and I repeat it, I get an extra cast, right? I don't know these, I'll be honest, I don't know these keywords, so I'm not entirely sure what they mean. Echo and repeat sounds like the same to me, but I don't know what the difference is. So I don't know if a spell can do both. But I know you can make things echo. I know you can, in PoE 1 at least. So the question is, will an echo be able to echo? Or how does it work? Echo is more casts? Yeah, so you cast thing and then it like does an extra one or two extra ones, right? Like, what is repeat then? Isn't that not also more cast? Like, what's the difference? Echo is more cast and the echo can repeat? Is echo extra casts and repeat is echo that goes again? So does repeat only apply to echo and echo only applies to the initial cast? Well, this sounds super cool at least. So it sounds like you can get a large amount of burst if you get enough echo repeat stuff, and then onto the little thing that stores the damage. That sounds like it could be really cool. That's definitely something I'll think about doing. Chronomance. Wait, Gemling Legionnaire. I really like the extra quality thing. That's super cool. Chronomancer. Now, wait, echo / repeat with, I'm just gonna call it, say, Legion Touch of Death. That sounds cool.
Both roles are independent of each other, allowing you to unleash a powerful burst of spells all at once. Try out these changes and more on May 29th in the Return of the Ancients launch. Thanks for watching and see you then.
Gemling for sure will have busted skill they didn't try it. I really like the idea of the extra. I quality to me was always interesting. I always thought it was cool. So having more of it is just better. So right now I'm kind of torn, right? I'll probably try and play, depending on how invested and how addicted I get, I'll probably try and play 2 different characters, because I want to do one on stream, and I don't want to play that off stream. And then I'd probably want to do one off stream as well. So I can probably do 2 builds, and then we can kind of mix and match whenever I'm out of the campaign and we're just doing maps and we're just grinding, right? But I might be able to play two characters. So I gotta pick 2 things I think is cool. You'll do 4 over time. Yeah, I'm probably... So the thing is, I did it once before where I just played PoE until the next league released, and it burned me out really quick, so I didn't really play the next league. So I don't want to do that. I want to make sure I play pretty invested for a short amount of time and then come back next time. But maybe, we'll see. It's also one of those things where I want to stream PoE too because it's so fucking fun. But I also have to do other things, I think. At level 1 you get dual 5 link, etc. I mean, yeah, getting through the campaign is always faster, right? But okay, let's look at the Spirit Walker.
We mountain-born hold the
I
spirit
like the
dear,
owl with twisters.
but I seek not just to hold it.
I'm thinking about doing that as
to
well.
become its champion, like the Asmiri of old. I seek to become a spirit walker.
In Return of
Because I really liked the twisters the first time around. The first time I played the Amazon or whatever it is. So I'm thinking maybe we do owl with twisters. There was also this thing where if you took all the beasts, you got like a super node. There's also I do like the idea of having a boss. I don't like minions, but maybe we do boss. Right? Like having the boss fly around sounds like it could be stupid fun.
the Ancients, we're adding an ascendancy class for the Hunters, the Spirit Walker. We covered some of this in our recent content review, but here we will dig deeper and even showcase some potential builds. Most of the Ascendancy class is devoted to 3 aspects of the Spirit: Vivid, Primal, and Wild. The Vivid path conjures stampeding stags when you attack.
We hope nobody does oil barrage.
Vivid Stampede gives you extra damage, area coverage, and shocking capabilities. If you want to really focus on the stags, the Morrigan's Guidance lets you create even more stampedes with even more damage, trampling your enemies into dust. The Primal path, meanwhile, is all about projectiles.
Is it not kind of weird that the stag is lightning? I guess the owl is cold, but like, I guess it could be a snow owl, but I'd say stag or fucking bear would be cold. But I think bear has to be fire, I guess.
The owl grants you boons in the form of their feathers, which can be spent to add extra projectiles to your
Based on
next
rite
skill.
of passage, yeah.
If you'd rather unleash the occasional barrage, the Mucker's Gift lets you store up and use multiple feathers at once.
Oi!
And if you're really keen, the owl feathers work on spells too.
Wow.
For those who prefer their animal companions to be more literal, summon a wild protector to give your enemies a bear hug they won't
Jesus.
soon forget. The bear is a powerful companion in its own right, and can also provide significant utility. Breaking enemy armor, maiming enemies, violent intimidating roars, and keeping itself fit to fight with its large health pool and life leech. Best of all, the bear doesn't even take up your companion slot, so you can keep your tame beast alongside you too. The Cartha's balance skill can take your companion's damage one step further by giving them extra damage based on your weapon.
Ooh, that's nice.
Spirit Walkers who master all 3 aspects of the spirit may attract the favor of the elusive Sacred Wisps. The Sacred Unity passive is free. It provides enhancements to all 3 skills. The Stags seek out enemies and can turn mid-stampede.
That's really cool.
Owl Feather empowered skills create a new type of ground effect. And the Bear protects allies near it.
The bear getting that is super cool.
Taking this node also causes all 3 skills to change appearance to reflect their sacred empowerment. The Spirit Walker has a couple of tricks up her sleeve outside of animal spirits.
Oh, you get the shock!
Idolatry provides massive bonuses to more minion-focused builds. And last, but definitely not least, the Natural Order passive grants Tame Beasts the ability to tame bosses.
That's so dumb.
Yep, all of these.
Oh, whoa. I really like the idea of getting the Manticore. But the Devourer is cool as well. This was the ape, right? And there's the hyena guy. This is the shark. Oh, you can tame that big thing beast and the scorpion and the... Oh, wow.
It probably won't come as a surprise to hear that these bosses can cut through packs and bring the pain to their former friends. If you like the look of the Spirit Walker, but need some further inspiration for what to do with her, we've put together
Dude, I think this will be fucking stupid and kind of annoying to play, but it's just so wild. I think, like, just... There is a part of me that want to just take the Manticore and just... There we go. We're just doing it because it's cool. Or the gorilla is probably also a decent idea.
couple of in-game builds to give you ideas. Kindly made
You
by
have to
some
hunt
of
the
our
bosses with
developers.
epics too. It's a nightmare,
First up,
sure,
we
but it'll
have
be fun.
the Stormbringer. We have a standard-looking Twister build dialed to 11, where we utilize Whirling
wow.
Slash and Barrage to unleash Twisters to devastate our enemies. We will use a combination of Barrage and our new notable Primal Bounty to create so many Twisters it more resembles a full Cyclone. Allocating Wild Protector, Primal Bounty, and Vivid Stampede.
The Twister was exactly what I wanted to do, and they showcase it, so I don't know, like... It's actually showcased here. That's a little bit...
Will unlock a notable that empowers all three, giving them more utilities and features. Thanks to Primal Bounty and the Mucker's Gift, we generate a Primal Owl Feather every few seconds that will be used when we dodge roll to empower our next projectile attack, firing more Twisters and increasing their speed.
Jesus.
But now, we want to start to empower our Wind Ruckus with the elements, gaining significantly more damage. To do that, we take Vivid Stampede, which grants us a Vivid Wisp every 10 meters we travel, which we can do faster by following our soaring ground. And then, we expend those wisps to unleash a stampede of Stag Spirits. Not only do they help kill enemies, they also create shock ground.
Oh!
There you have it. All that combined, we have our Stormbringer. And for our second build today, we have the Zookeeper. This build is for those who prefer to sit back and let your animal army do all the work.
What the fuck is that?
The Spirit Walker has enlisted the entire zoo to fight on her behalf, with a whopping 6 companion skills active. This is thanks to Sylvan's Effigy, a new unique scepter coming in Return of the Ancients that completely removes the companion cap.
That's
And also
fucking
gives us
dumb.
a big bad alpha wolf that buffs all our other companions. We've also got a pack of regular wolves, 3 different tame beasts, including the mighty Silverfist, and our trusty bear. With our last bits of spirit used on some skeletons.
Twister will cause the mirror? Oh. It's not even optimized and did 4 million? Yeah. Is Twister gonna be like the big dick meta build, or is that what I haven't looked into it. I just thought that Twisters would be cool with the because of the owls and stuff. Like they showed it off real quick and I was like, oh yeah, I really like Twister, maybe we do that. And then I've been looking for but yeah, if it's gonna be like the meta thing, then maybe I won't.
Also clerics to keep everyone healthy. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy the show. And maybe remind your Alpha Wolf to summon its spirit friends every once in a while. This might be a good time to mention that companion damage has been buffed across the board.
This is fucking dumb.
This build squeezes maximum value out of Spirit Walker's Idolatry node, even wearing Darkness Enthroned to equip more idols. Finally, we're going all the way to the Cartha's Balance and wielding a juicy spear to grant our companions a lot of damage.
Is it all companions, not just a bear?
A lot of damage.
Oh my lord.
So, Are you ready to embrace the full power of the spirit? You can do just that on May
234
29th
DPS.
when Return of the Ancients releases. Thanks for watching, and see you all at launch.
I wasn't thinking about doing like the zoo, but I was thinking about doing like the boss and the bear.
And
The dreamer showed me a path,
Okay, show me the...
but through discipline and training, I have forged my own.
In Return of the Ancients, we're adding the third Ascendancy class for the Monk, the Martial Artist. The Martial Artist took his training into his own hands and has spent decades mastering his proficiency of hollow techniques,
I really like
building
the
his
bell on the
body
back.
into the ultimate weapon. The Monk may still walk the Dreamer's path, but the Martial Artist redefines how, mostly by punching things very hard. Let's take a look at what he has to offer, starting with his exclusive skills. Hollow Focus rings a death knell for your foes. Ethereal bells constantly appear around you, and hitting them causes them to shatter with a powerful shockwave.
That's kind of dumb.
These bells can always be killed and are always primed for stun, so using them with Killing Palm and Staggering Palm is ultra useful. These bells are also always critically hit.
But it sounds like a little bit annoying.
Why does that last bit matter? Well, Hollow Resonance thrives on critical hits. The final step for the bell-centric part of the martial artist is strapping a bell to your back, which will ring out whenever you critically hit an enemy, delivering
really?
damage around you. Both of these bell skills are also quite good at stunning, which will come in handy later.
I like the
If
idea
you
of the bell
prefer
on the
keeping
back.
your distance from the fray, Hollow Form lets your astral projections do the dirty work for you. While channeling, you constantly spawn clones of yourself that attack with skills of your choice. You can
You know there's going to be a way to move while channeling at full speed where people just go through like this and it just goes like that is going to happen, I'm telling you. Right? Like absolutely. Somebody's gonna make a build where they just channel the entire time and it just goes do 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 do. Socketed melee attack. Once then vanish. Targeting the closest enemy if possible. The images cannot perform channel skills. Additional skills. Consume your power charge creates additional images. Oh shit, okay.
also spend power charges to spawn triple the clones for maximum damage and maximum ruckus. And for the three of you who are thinking, but what about shapeshifting? Enjoy your meditating wolf. Of course, the martial artist has plenty to offer besides new skills, such as taking pride in his Ezomite training by tattooing runes into his flesh. Runic Meridians gives you 5...
Yeah, I kind of want to make something that can move fast while channeling. Like, surely there's a way. And just run and it's just stupid. There must be a way.
extra rune sockets to play with. Perfect for all the new runes you can find in the Runes of Elder League. If you want to focus on chaining together attacks, Martial Adept and Martial Master are tailor-made for you, generating massive amounts of combo to spend on things like these, and protecting you
what do
spend
they
on
do?
things like
When you gain combo, gain an additional combo. 0.2 seconds to current energy shield. Minus 0.2 seconds to current energy shield recharge delay per combo expended when using skills. Wait, what? When you gain combo, gain an additional minus 0.2 seconds to current energy shield recharge delay. Oh, delay. Oh shit, so you get instant. Oh shit, okay. Skill can build and retain combo regardless of weapon set, can gain combo from all the techniques. Okay.
these, and protecting you while you do it. Remember how I mentioned being good at stunning might come in handy? Way of the Mountain covers you in a stony carapace when you immobilize enemies. The stacks are easy come, easy go, but provide massive benefits, causing
100% surpassing chance per enemy power to gain Mountain's teachings on immobilizing an enemy up to a maximum of 30. Lose a Mountain teaching when you're hit or when you use or sustain an attack that benefits from Mountain teaching. While you have any amount of Mountain teaching, attacks you use yourself and attacks granted by this ascending class deal 15% more damage. Enemy hits you take that would deal damage less than or equal to 30% of your maximum life. Less or equal, okay. After mitigation, such as armor and resistance, but before other modifiers to damage taken, deal 40% less damage. Okay. All Mountain teachings are lost if you go 20 seconds without gaining any.
your attacks to deal a lot more damage, and reducing the damage you take from smaller hits to a tickle. Last, but certainly not least, let's put on some nice normal gloves and... wait, what the heck are these? Way of the Stone Fist transforms any gloves you equip into fists of stone until you take them off. These gloves grant truckloads of evasion and energy shield, but more importantly, they transform the explicit modifiers on the gloves you equip, and yes, it works on everything. This, that,
Okay. Hollow palm technique.
and yep, even these.
Oh wait, what did they do to those? So they are 20 dex, 20 intelligence. Jesus. 1% increased attack speed per 20 and lightning damage.
Even these.
Area of effect. Cold damage per 20 dex. You get percent? Wow. Interesting.
Needless to say, there's a
This is cool.
lot to discover about this one. So that's what the class can do, but how does it come together in practice? We've got a couple of endgame builds to show you to demonstrate the might of the martial artist. First up, the snowbound executioner wields a big staff, bells, and a very well-toned body to ice out his foes. Shattering Palm and Herald of Ice mow down packs of enemies and continuously trigger the shockwaves of both our bell skills. Because we're constantly freezing enemies, we're generating lots of Mountain's teaching stacks to keep the damage flowing and protect us while clearing. And we're also taking full advantage of Way of the Stone Fist with this monstrous pair of gloves. Against tougher targets, we switch to Ice Strike and deploy even more bells per second with a Temper spell. Our cooldown reduction also allows Hollow Resonance to trigger as frequently as possible for even more damage.
What the fuck? This is the kind of the build I played the
If
first.
you'd rather a
but
little
this-
more fisticuffs, we've got a banger of a Hollow Palm technique build for you here. If you didn't know, Hollow Palm technique is a keystone on the regular passive tree that turns your fists into weapons in their own right. So it's perfect for
Oh my lord. The gloves give you crap loads of energy shields and evasion. Bro. Oh no. Maybe I do that. Maybe I do that. I like the monk and I like the quarterstaff skills.
martial artist. This particular build uses Staggering Palm's avalanche of projectiles to power up its whirling assault, and also gets great use out of Way of the Mountain thanks to how much
It's
it
the best
stuns
thing
enemies.
to do? Oh really?
But the centerpiece of the build is Hollow Form, and the huge benefits it gets from power charges. While clearing, we can rely on
Bro, I kind of want to do hollow form, man. Like, hollow form is so cool. Like, this is so dumb.
Killing Palm's inbuilt power charge generation. But what to do about bosses? Well, we've made sure Killing Palm can handle those too. With Culmination and Aelith's Chimes providing a power charge engine, and Martial Adept cranking it into overdrive.
Wait, how did you get Aelith Chimes? 25% surpassing chance to gain a power charge when expending combo? Okay. Culmination, support melee attack skills. Supported skills gain combo when you successfully strike enemies with other melee attacks. Supported skills reset their combo on use, dealing more damage the higher the combo you had on use. Okay.
With Chimes providing a power charge engine, and Martial Adept cranking it into overdrive. Which means, when a boss crosses your path, you can just do this. It is clear to see the martial artist is a well-disciplined powerhouse.
Fuck.
So, which path will you choose? Decide for yourself on May 29th when Return of the Ancients launches.
Oh,
Thanks
is
for
Aelith's
watching,
Chime
and
gonna
see
be
you then.
40 divine? Jesus.
In Return of the Ancients, we're adding a set of challenges for the
Man. That is cool. Fuck. Okay, well, there's a lot of things that excites me, so there's at least that. I'm a little bit scared that I'm going to end up picking something meta again. But yeah, we'll see. Alright, let's read the patch notes a little bit. Oh, we should turn that down a little bit. Let's see if we can get through them in 2 hours. Okay. Runes of Elder. New League, obviously. You'll find a remnant. Oh, that's the things. That's the stones. Face an encounter. Rune shape used to craft will number of waves of enemies. Okay. Each additional rune shape used to craft the item will increase the number of waves of enemies, adding additional runic modifiers to the enemies with each wave. Okay. Start with any number of slots between 2 and 10. High numbers being much rarer, but allowing you to craft much rarer items. That makes sense. Raised by remnants can drop Verisium metal. New currency. Pharaoh, that's the guy. Rune forging. After you get this in Act 1, allow you to add runic ward by spending Verisium. Armors lower than level 55 gain runic ward with no downside. Okay. Whirly, can you link a funny build with it from 04? Yeah, sure. New defense, runic ward. Kicks in once your life reaches 1, allowing you to continue to survive while your runic ward takes damage. Runic ward regenerates independently of your life. Okay. Attack speed and quality stacking Titan. With a bell on. The fuck? The fuck is this? Brrrr. He's not wearing any items. An amulet? Like a weapon, gloves, and a fucking helmet, and all. Half the time he's not fucking having the weapon equipped? The fuck is this dumb shit? Okay. Not possible anymore? Fair. That's fucking dumb. And the weapon has super little damage? Okay. Okay. New ally currency. is crafting item, right? These items add various new crafting modifier to items by replacing an existing modifier similar to perfect essences. Okay. Oh, so they're the same as the perfect, basically. Okay. But only 13 of them, I guess. Verisium Rune Forging in Act 3. You can upgrade the base type of unique weapons and armor set that drop at lower levels, lower than 55. Upgrade the base type of unique weapons and armors that drop at levels lower than 55. Upgraded unique weapons will have higher damage. Wait. Do the uniques... How does the unique level work? Because I've noticed that live whatever, like life sprig or whatever, isn't just life sprig, right? If you have it early, it'll have a lower level skill, but if you get it later, it'll have a higher level skill. Does that mean that I need to get the later one, or sorry, the earlier one to upgrade it, or is the entire unique just classified as a lower level? Unique armors above level 55 can still be runeforged to modify the defenses to include rune ward at the cost of reducing their other defenses similar to the base type. Okay. If you just knew, you wouldn't tell me, but you don't know. See, I thought that different uniques would just be deemed low level uniques and you could just upgrade them to a thing. Maybe that is what is happening and this is just confusing me. But my understanding was that low level uniques, as in uniques that didn't really scale well, could be upgraded. 13 ancient runes can be unlocked by crafting remnant encounters after completing Pharaoh's quest. These runes have powerful bonuses specific to each weapon type. To be crafted by remnant encounters after complete. Okay. Mythical early game runes that we can craft from remnant encounters to provide significant boost to level 15 plus characters. Mythical early game runes. Okay. Fluxes which can be crafted from remnants to transform the resistance of your items from one element to another. Oh shit! Harvest. That's nice. Metacrafting runes that can be crafted from remnants. 60 runes that can be crafted by destroying a unique to make a rune that gains some of its properties. That's cool. 15 runic ward runes that can be crafted from remnants, adding a modifying property related to runic ward. Kalguran skills. I'm excited about these. Don't need to read all what they're called. Kalguran supports concussive fists, healing, runeforged blades, runic extraction, runic infusion, scouring, flame. Okay. I think the Frost Flame Nova is really cool. Finally, you can just buy cheaper gear and change res. Yeah, changing res is it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. Set out an expedition with Pharaoh to explore the ocean. As you investigate the tombs of fallen Kalgurans, challenge them to earn remarkable rewards. Rewards. Fallen Star, where you get to fight a massive, disgusting spider. The Ruins of Kingsmarch. Okay. Lockable mechanics have been changed into the ocean exploring mechanic. Underground areas have been added that can be uncovered during expedition. Grand expeditions. Medved, Vorana, and Uthra to join Olroth as the 4 faction leaders available to fight new islands you discover. That's cool. Olroth will give you a key that you can use to exit the pinnacle boss for the Runes of Uldur. Knights of Uldur armor set. This is challenge stuff. I'm looking forward to this. The hardcore variants of the Runes of Eldor are parented to the standard Runes of Eldor equivalent, meaning if you die in hardcore Runes of Eldor, you can continue on in the standard Runes of Eldor League. That's interesting. How does it work with stash? Because this is the end game stuff. It's just about the Atlas has fixed points of interest, which is cool. Everything has an Atlas now, or every mechanic is now on the Atlas. It's cool. And quest versions for all the Pinnacle. That's really good. A 30 new endgame map. Okay. Origins of Divinity, the endgame overhaul. This is the big. This is the big fortress, right? Invoked an ancient protocol designed to scour and purge corruption. Activate the gates, obtain the keys, ancient precursor weapons, and disarm them. Cool. Fortress will rise. Map inside the fortress grant one or more passive points. Okay. Atlas tree has been significantly expanded with over 300 nodes. Fully allocate. I don't like that, but it is what it is. Entire tree can be allocated. There's no need to allow respecialization anymore. Multi-choice nodes. Tree can be changed between options at any time. At least they got that right. Mini maps and fortress have modified that add or modify content on your map. That's cool. Any maps with modifiers that add secondary content to a map also implicitly add that content to the map as well. 40 ancient modifiers that have chance to appear on any map outside the fortress. That's cool. 3 gateway maps with 2 new bosses that can be used to across different sections of the fortress. Okay. You'll burn to eyes to get full armor set and not the characters to look like ass. Plus the early access armor set. Like a legacy item. True. Yeah, but I mean, all the challenge sets are kind of like that, right? All the challenge sets, if you don't get them, you don't get them, right? They're gone forever, right? The burning monolith, along with the Arbiter of Ash, has been moved into the fortress, okay? Quest versions of the Crisis Fragment have been added to 2 Enigma chambers inside the fortress. 2 new Citadel maps with 2 new bosses that drops keys to new Pinnacle boss. Arbiter of Divinity Pinnacle boss. Maps and fortress can be alternatively completed by killing the Arbiter of Divinity 5 times to complete different sections of the fortress, okay? Masters of the Atlas, that's the extra ones. Each master has 12 nodes, which 4 can be selected at a time. Change selection in time. All 3 maps can be allocated at the same time with quick select button to change between each master before you run the map. Unlock each row of 3 nodes by performing missions. Doriani's Science questline, Hilda's Hunting questline, and Jado's Spycraft. Okay, Delirium, new storyline. Ancient Trickster God Unleashed. Oh, there's a freaking... What the hell? Oh, wow. There's all of this? 2 days, 6 hours. Return of the Ancients. Exploring the Fortress. Reshaped Atlas Tree. Behold the First Edict. Masters of the Atlas. Specialize your Atlas. Well, would you look at this? This is cool. The power of Elysium. Oh, you can hover over things. And you can see the runes here. You'll farm exceptional items and maps. They're always expensive. Yeah. There's always a need for them, right? They are the base for every crafting at the end, right? Kalgoran rune skills. Enhanced expeditions. Two-hand maces, 10% chance for slam skills you use yourself to cause an additional aftershock. Okay. Where do you put this? Place into an empty augment socket in the two-handed mace. Okay. Bow. Surpassing kills to more extra arrows. And this is for talisman. Gain 2 druidic prowess when you heavy stun. Okay. Frostflame is so cool. Support attacks causing them to cause runic ward to use but deal additional physical damage based on their runic ward cost. Cool. And then we can look at these removes. Modifier and augments a rare item with the new guaranteed modifier. Removes, and this one is the upgraded stuff. You can hover over these. Additional of revive. 25% more effect prefix modifiers, 25 more, or when opening. Okay. The Ordained is so fucking cool, by the way. I guess it drops from him. You get to see what these are. Asmeri spirits may seek out possessed strong boxes. Strongbox may roll greater versions of existing suffixes. And this is the shrine one. Okay. 5 new Kalgoran bosses. Oh, this is the one that makes cold things. What does this one do? Dude, that spider thing is disgusting. The raven and the hare. Changes to delirium. The entity of delirium, the strange voice, has grown in power. A new progression system now measures how far you've descended into the fog. Consuming a strange fruit draws a pall of fog across the atlas. Improved rewards. Potent. Removes a random modifier and augments a rare basic jewel with a new guaranteed crafting mod. Wow. So Ruby, debilitate enemies on hit while you have an emerald and sapphire socketed. Inflict elemental exposure on hit. Blind enemies. Maximum range, increase their effect movement speed. Fire resist, cold resist, lightning resist. There's diamonds? I didn't know there were diamonds. Oh, he drops the Raven's flock? Oh no, all the cool things are from bosses. Fuck. Oh, no, 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 no. Crushing Fear. Okay. Waking the Dreamer. The Hiveborn are grotesque creatures from a strange realm seeking to break free and over... This is really cool. I like what they did here. You get to see little videos of it. And they're not just like a short... Well, they are a short loop, but it's not just like 5 seconds or something. There's a bit more meat to it. Oh my lord, all of these are just womb gifts, right? This item gained bonus from socketed items as though it was gloves? Okay. As though it was a helmet, and then we got these. Wait, this one has some different stuff, I guess. Ignite the Hiveborn? You're trying to make me play something. And oh, we can't hover over these. The Right of the Nameless. Become the champion. Mage Blood! This one is so cool. Liminal Coil. I really like that one. 40 new unique items. The voices, dude, the voices are that's gonna be fucking Expensive. Rage affect movement speed? Does it? I don't remember. Does it say here? No, it didn't say here. But yeah, rate's pretty good. 30 new maps. Taste with the unique items. We got the challenging. Streamlining the campaign. Build planner. The build planner is really cool. I don't think these are their best work, but download press kit. Holy shit. This is really cool though. I really like this. I really like this. Okay. That was cool. Do we have to read all of this delirium stuff? I think we know most of what's here. Hub area, the Withered Willow. Well, southwest. I guess we didn't know that. Maybe we did. And you get points, right? And then there's a new Delirium Atlas passive tree, or a revamped one. It was already there, but after you break the mirror, there's a progress bar to show how deep you are, and you can like follow the fog to go deeper and stuff. And there's little things on there, right? Start of the Delirium bar represents your initial location at the Delirium mirror. At the end of the Delirium bar represents the location of the map boss. Okay. Set of Delirium encounters that can be seen on the Delirium bar reaching certain depths will cause shatter shards to appear, and they will break and activating encounters. Okay. Direction of map boss. Direction of the map boss can be observed by looking at the fog effect. Moving in the direction of the fog will always lead you to the map boss. So you could use Delirium to do your maps faster if you just ignore it and just be like, oh, this is a waypointer. Map bosses in Delirium will always be 100% delirious. Maybe it's not going to be faster then. Damage and life bonus given to monsters from 2 has been reduced. Okay. Elite Delirium monsters. Loathsome Mire. It drops 2 new amulet base types that grant 2 instilled notables. Okay. Liquid Emotion can now be used to craft additional mods and jewels, or similar to greater essences. Mirrors has a chance to spawn grand mirrors on the Atlas and the nearby map. They create a duplicate of a map boss, and killing it will unlock the item to Trial of Madness. Triggering the Trial of Madness, fog will spread from a map of your choosing on the Atlas, including a locked simulacrum. While inside the fog, the entire map is delirious, starting at 10%. Killing rare monsters on the map increases delirious of all map in the fog. On reaching 100% to become available, deliriousness can continue to be increased up to 200% delirious. Okay. So you could go for the simulacrum at 100%, or you can keep going for more rewards. Rare and unique monsters in delirious maps have set of new delirious modifier, giving them strange new abilities. Cool. Map bosses in delirious map can additionally have drop 3 potent emotions that can be used. Okay. To craft new powerful modifiers in Jewel that are not available in normal Jewel mode pool. Okay. Emotion can also be used to instill a set of 60 new passive tree notables that are not normally available in the passive tree. Okay. 7-wave encounter for the simulacrum. Completing the simulacrum will now give you a key to face a new Delirium Pinnacle boss. Okay. There's a new set of 10 ancient emotions. Can drop if unlocked by the Atlas tree, which can be used to craft time lost jewels. There's also 3 ancient potent emotions that can be used to craft new powerful modifier on time lost jewels that are not normally. Wait, so there's 10 ancient that can be used to craft the time lost, but there's 3 ancient potent that can be used to put new mods on them. Okay. What was it the time lost jewels did again? I've never used one. I have had a few, and I remember them being super potent, but I just never did one. Is it cluster jewels from Period 1? Or what do they do again? Oh, don't they add things? Wait, they add things, don't they? They add things to the things in range, don't they? Yeah, they add things in range. Radius jewels, yeah. Yeah. Some non-amulet delirium uniques now drop with the Raven Touch modifier, allowing them to be instilled. Some non-amulet delirium uniques now drop with the Raven Touch modifier, allowing them to be instilled. More passive points is good, I guess. Okay, Breach. So, new storyline. The hub is the Monastery of the Keepers. New version of the Breach Tree. Got the progress bar. You stabilize at 100%, so it's the same as it was in the revamp in PoE 1. You got Vrun, the Marshal of Zesht. Yeah. Genesis tree is there. Womb gift and hive blood again. It's rings, amulets, belts, and currency, okay? And you pick what you want. 6 new ring base types that can be exclusively crafted in Genesis tree. 4 amulet base types that can exclusively crafted as well. Belt base type is exclusive again. Okay, that's cool. Instead of caster and minimods, then we craft onto rings and belts using the Genesis tree. Okay, so it's not for attackers. Okay, sad. Catalysts no longer drop from monsters. These are now solely obtained from the Genesis tree. Catalysts? Catalysts. Those are the ones that improve quality on stuff, right? Right? They were from Trial of Chaos in PoE 1. Man, it's been a while since I played PoE. New set of 12 catalysts can add new quality modifiers. A new 12, okay. Is ring quality? Yeah, an amulet. Yeah. Do they work on belts as well? It's like what they do in PoE 1 is like, oh, your lightning modifiers are more powerful, right? As far as I remember. Killing monsters and breed now drop hive blood and wound bloods and breedstone splinters turn into breachstone splinters turn into a special womb gift when fully stacked. This can be turned into the Genesis to create a breachstone. Why don't they just turn into a fucking breachstone? Why do they turn into a womb gift that you have to then go? Breach domain now spawns on the Atlas. Okay, maps inside the breach domain contain new encounters, breach hives, sky hives, and sky fortress. Series of wall that can be burned. We all know this. Okay, ritual. New storyline with Eife, the druid's woman. New hub, Kaer Tarth. Okay. Kaer Morhen, but Kaer Tarth. Got it. Ritual Atlas rework. Completing ritual altar. Oh, the locust is everywhere. Okay, cool. Item in the endgame ritual reward screen are now either unique or omens. I do think this is cool. It's a way to target uniques then. Belts are not by colors. Okay. Any tribute not spent on rewards can now be sacrificed to gain audience with the king. That's cool. Killing the king in the mist now drops a new key, the head of the king, and you can be used in Kaer Tarth to begin the Rite of the Nameless. Rite of the Nameless, new mechanics where you get to fight a bunch of bosses. While choosing maps for the Rite of the Nameless, each map after the first will contain extra modifiers which affect the difficulty and mods. I do like that these pinnacle things add things onto the map for juicing. I wonder... Oh, you can't just buy the keys, right? Yeah, so I guess it's fine. Each map in Rite of Nameless awards one element of the key used to access the pinnacle key. Okay. Queen in the Mist. Available after allocating specific node to the Atlas. Boss can drop 3 new corrupted idols. Oh, shit. Okay. Freythorn rituals are now prevented from ever showing deferred items to ensure items are not lost if returning to this area on a higher level character. Okay. Makes sense. Fate of the Val, moving to core. Okay, so this is the temple, right? Your first encounter series 6 ancient beacons. Energize them to obtain energized crystals and open the portal to the Val ruins. You'll encounter a second set of 6 ancient beacons in the interlude. Now, an Atlas Tapestry for the Fate of the Val League mechanic. A Sirius Temple can now be found on the Atlas northeast of your starting location. Liraval. Injurious crystals. Temple precursor tablets and guaranteed Val beacons in your map. Cool. No longer possible to prevent a room being deleted from the temple. Rooms that must be deleted but have other connection will be turned into a simple path room. This prevents the snake strategy. Number of rooms in the temple when first starting has increased to allow getting at Ziri more quickly. Wait, the number of rooms in the temple when first starting has increased, allowed to getting to Ziri more quickly. Okay. Rooms can now be upgraded to tier 4 after unlocking this ability in the Temple Atlas tree. This allows more specialization into particular room types and encourages more interesting temple layouts. Okay. Reward rooms granted from the console after defeating the Architect have been significantly improved, with more varieties to unlock in addition. Okay. Restricted rooms in a Sirius temple that are accessible will always destabilize upon... Wait. Restricted rooms in a Sirius temple that are accessible will always destabilize upon exiting the temple. Okay. At Sirius temple medallions now have their drop rate scaled with the number of paths in the temple in addition to other rooms. Sirius temple medallions. Those the ones that influence the temple moving forward. Room-based medallions can no longer be used inside of an active temple. Room-based medallions now display upgrade information when hovered. It's the things you had down the bottom right, yeah, where you could use to influence the thing when you were making it, right? Okay. The default maximum number of NGS crystals you can store has been increased to 60. Okay. And the number of medallions has been increased to 6. That's nice. Medallions that increase the number of stored energized crystal medallions are no longer necessary. Okay, so they're not gone. The monster level of the temple now factors in the level of the areas where the crystals used to open it were obtained. The monster level of the temple now factors in the level of the areas where the crystals used to open it were obtained. Okay, so you can't just farm low-level area. Corruption Chamber temple bonuses have been updated to add monster modifier chance instead of additional monster modifiers. Level 82 temple? Yeah. So whatever waystone you're running with corruption and irradiation, if they still give +1 level, is going to be the monster level in the temple. That's cool. Portals created in the Temple of Theory now create corresponding portal in the parent Val ruins for ease of access. Okay. Val beacons now show grayed out icon on the minimap when completed. Okay, there are now 4 types of infusers. Existing Val infusers and now Val armorer infusers, which can be applied to armor. I don't know what that is. Val blacksmith infusers can be applied to martial weapons, while the Val arcanist influence can be applied to wands, saves. Okay. Val catalyzing infusers can be applied to jewelry. All infusers can only be used on items at or above 20 quality. Fate of the Val currency items now have a maximum stack size of 5,000 when stored in the wildcard slot in the currency stack tab. What is a Val infuser? Improves the quality of a martial weapon, caster weapon, or armor above 20% with a chance of corrupting it. Okay. Okay. So you take a gamble, basically. Some of the possible outcomes from applying to Val cultivation orbs or to unique items have been updated. Yet series rule unique staff can now roll 10 to 20% increased life cost efficiency, previously 20 to 40. Okay, so they're getting nerfed. They're getting nerfed pretty hard, or? Well, some of them got changed. Oh wow, that's a change. Okay. Abyss. Seen the leech nerf? Not yet, no. But they talked about them in the Q&A, right? They're gonna limit leech to just one thing, and they're gonna cap it to a number. So whatever damage you do above that number is not gonna apply, right? So you're only having one leech, and it can only leech from X damage. And now it's just get more leech percent. That will mean you leech harder, right? Like. But besides that, no. No, I haven't. I haven't seen more than that. Expedition League has been temporarily disabled. Recombinator has been disabled. The Omen of Recombination has been removed. Wait, let me read here. Abyss Cracks. Abyss Talent to revamp. Cooler Max invitation always located to the map owner. Omens. Abyss Omens no longer drop in areas below 65. Okay. Modifiers to the number of chests found now apply to chests found in Abyss. Okay. These also apply to the chance to find an abyssal depth. So the chance to find an abyssal depth does not decrease with more chests in the area. Does not decrease with more chests. Okay. Adjusted damage of meteor demise. Lithomatic runes from the lithomatic runes abyss modifier are now active after a longer delay. Cool. Okay. Expedition disabled. This will be reintegrated into standard after Runes of Elder is over. Recombinator disabled. Omen of Recombination removed. Existing Omens of Recombination will be deleted upon logging in? Oh, Jesus. The Forgotten by the Time Expedition Precursor tab has been temporarily disabled. Expedition explosives now wait to explode until most of the monsters unearthed by the previous explosion has been killed. That's nice. It makes it easier. Also makes it slower for people, I guess. You can now use currency from your stash to purchase items from the expedition vendors. Nice. Following items have been removed from the currency exchange. All the artifacts. Okay. Following items only appear on the currency exchange in standard leagues. Omens of corruption. Omen of homogenizing coronation. Omen of homogenizing exaltation. So these are gone. Omen of corruption is gone. Omen of homogenization coronation and Omen of homogenization exaltation. They're gone, and they're only on standard now. Oh shit. Well, not standard. Well, is it standard? What is it? What do they call it? What is standard? Wait, standard. There's standard, hardcore, solo self-found variation of the Runes of Eldar Challenge League. Standard hard. If I play Runes of Eldar League, I don't play hardcore, I don't play solo self-found. What do I play? Do I play standard? Like, I know how to do it. Is it called standard? And what is the permanent game mode that nobody should play? The non-Runes of Elder League. What is that called? Because I feel like... Is that just early access stand? Okay. So it's called standard. So it's standard, hardcore, solo self-found, and I guess hardcore, solo self-found. So those are the different ones. And then it's either standard, or like whatever, non-league standard. So the game mode is called standard, and the league is that. So it's Runes of Eldar standard. But didn't it say standard here? in standard leagues. Oh, fucking no. I know what they're talking about, but it confuses me. Runes of whatever's the league name. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, there is a... You can play... It's easier if I say hardcore, right? Like, you can have Runes of Eldor hardcore, and you can have hardcore what? Right? Like, where it's not Runes of Eldor? What's that called? Because I thought that was called standard, and it isn't. In Diablo 4, it's called Eternal. But what the fuck is it in PoE? I thought it was standard. But you can play Runes of Eldor standard. So is it standard? Like... It doesn't matter. I'm just confused, right? I know what they're saying, but it's still confusing. Legacy Expedition currency can now be sold to vendors for gold. Rock, Gwenin, Danik, and Turujan in existing hideouts have been converted to non-interactable doodads. Speaking to these NPCs will no longer invite them to your hideout? Huh. Okay. Other endgame changes. With the introduction of the new endgame storyline, the Atlas has been reset. Your existing tablets and waystones will continue to work, so you can continue progressing as normal. But in order to gain points for the Atlas tree, you will need to do the Origins of Divinity storyline. Oh, right. Okay, so if you're playing you have to start over, I guess. Added support for searching to the endgame Atlas map. You can now zoom out slightly further on the Atlas screen. Okay, I like zooming out more. Zooming out more is always better. Now click the town on the Atlas to travel there via waypoint, or control click the quick travel button on the side of the Atlas screen. There are now 2 versions of each pinnacle boss, the quest version and the infinite farm version. As such, primary, secondary, and tertiary calamity fragments can no longer be obtained. Oh, there's only 2? Oh, you don't have an Uber version yet? You have a quest and the regular one? There's no juice. I want them to make Uber versions. Like, I like the quest version. That's cool. Like, getting people introduced to it. Have it be the same fight as the regular version, but a little bit more lenient. And then you get the regular version that you just farm. And then I want an Uber challenge. I want, like, a step up where it gets... You change, like, a couple of mechanic. It gets an extra one, something like that. I want that. That is the best thing about PoE 1, and I love it. Tablets of the same type may now be used together to increase the amount of the league content that is spawned. The specifics of this are different for each content type. In some cases, adding multiple will increase the size of a single encounter, while in other cases, increase the number of encounters spawned. Each empty tablet slot now contributes to the amount of random non-tablet spawned league content. Each empty tablet slot now contributes to the amount of random non-tablet spawned league content in the area. This means that if all tablet slots are full, you'll only see the league content from the tablet you're using. Then this changes to make sure that you do not need to complete the Atlas tree for the league you do not intend to run. Random non-tablet spawn. Oh, non-tablet spawned. Right, got it. Okay, so if you have empty, you just get 3 random things, or random things in general, I guess. Waystones must now be identified in order to activate them in the map device. Okay. Use Orbs of Chance on tablets. You can use Orbs of Chance. Oh, uniques. Got it. Some items and content now require to specialize in them through Atlas passive skills, including exceptional items, fracturing orbs, basic, and overseer precursor tablet. Basic and overseer precursor tablet. Basic and overseer precursor. Is overseer, is that the boss one? And the basic one, is that irradiated and stuff? Corrupted? Okay. Tablets can no longer be used on maps that cannot have extra content, such as unique maps. Wait, I'm thinking, so while I level up or grind or whatever at the beginning, I think I'll go for fracturing orbs, and then when I'm settled in, I'll go for exceptional, and then hope I have enough fracturing orbs to actually craft my shit. League-specific tablets no longer drop from non-map areas such as Simulacrum, Abyssal Depth, or Twisted Domain. The unforeseen consequences unique tablet no longer has 4 to 6 additional rare monsters spawned from Abysses and map. System version of this item can be made worse with a Divine Orb. Lower the base chances for essences. Lower the base chance for essences as Mirror Spirit, Strongbows, and Circular Rogue Exile appearing in the map somewhat due to the much larger increase now available in the Atlas tree. Okay, so if it's still a net bonus, then fine. Atlas passive that reference maps with powerful map bosses now work with Overseer precursor tablets and other sources of powerful map bosses. Okay. Just the values of general precursor tablet modifier to be similar to the same type bonus granted by Waystone modifiers. Also reduce the roll variance to these modifiers. Following modifiers can no longer roll on Waystone. Barrett, I don't know what that means. Got it. Whether our map modifiers, the suffix or prefix have been adjusted so that generally prefixes are modifiers that affect the monster output towards the player, and suffixes are modifiers that affect the player or monster's defenses. Okay. Following suffix modifiers are now prefixes, blah blah blah. Prefixes are now suffixes, blah blah blah. Off overpowering Waystone modifier no longer causes the monster to have increased freeze buildup, shock chance, or inflict increased flammability magnitude. Now cause them to have increased elemental ailment application. Okay. So it's the same for freeze buildup and shock chance, but I guess... Wait, is it the same? Flammability is not... like, just because magnitude got me thinking. Isn't it just the same? Ah, whatever. Waystone modifier bonus have been updated. They now provide more monster effectiveness, pack size, item rarity, blah blah blah. These modifier multiplicative. Okay. Modifiers to pack size now also provide a chance for additional rare monsters to appear in rare monster packs. Okay. More rare monsters is more good, I guess. Monster rarity is now a stat available that affects the chance of magic and rare monsters and chance for additional modifiers and rare monsters. Map modifiers that include sources of increased number of rare monsters, increased number of magic monsters have been updated to only display the number at the header of the map and not also be displayed among the explicit modifiers. This is not a functional change. Okay. Halve the bonus to quantity of item dropped and experience gain provided by increased monster effectiveness, such as from Atziri's Temple. Functionality of the Omen of Chaotic Rarity, Omen of Chaotic Quantity, and Omen of Chaotic Monsters have been inverted. Instead of guaranteeing the new modifiers are of their type, they instead prevent the modifiers from being of their type. Huh. Okay. Added the new Omen of Chaotic Effectiveness. While this item is in your inventory, your next Chaos Up will replace all modifiers on Waystone, the modifiers that do not grant monster effectiveness. Okay. Up to 3 of the above omens may be used simultaneously. Oh, so you can just giga pick what you want. So if I want Chaotic Quantity, right, I just activate Rarity, Effectiveness, and Monsters, and I hit the Chaos Orb, and I get... Okay. I have never seen these omens, so I didn't... But I guess it's for map crafting, so you don't have to sit and just endlessly roll chaos. That's cool. Half the damage as extra buffs granted from the following shrines. Okay. Completion of fixed location on the Atlas is now shared with party members. Yeah, they talked about that. More varied content on the Atlas maps. Wait. With the addition of more varied content on the Atlas map, the size of content indicators can be increased by 50%. Okay. Base duration of all shrines is now 45 seconds. Don't know what it was before. Contains identified item modifier and strongholds can no longer roll. Nice. It's fucking dead. Tablet modifiers that are no longer functional have been disabled. Tablet modifiers that are no longer functional have been disabled, such as breaches in map contain additional clasp hands, or delivery counters in affected map have a chance to generate an additional reward. Oh yeah, the it looks like the delirium reward type is different now, right? Like you used to like kill enough things and you got a thing and boom, it drops at the end, right? Like that seemed to be gone. Many Act 4 bosses can now appear in the stone circle map mechanic. Okay. Waystones have received new 2D art. Okay. Campaign replayability. This is the not yellow paint stuff, right? To improve how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in each new league, we've added new elements in multiple campaigns. Where to go, nowhere to look for them. Yeah. And they removed the second Dreadnought area. That makes sense. It was always kind of weird that you move through the Dreadnought in two fucking things. Area order in Act 3 has been somewhat rearranged in order to make progression smoother. The waterways levers have been turned into pressure pads that you simply need to walk over. That's nice. Although I do like the levers are cool, but there are so many of them. And the final part of the level has the water pre-drained. Also, they're reducing the amount. Monster density in the second half of the campaign has been reduced. Sad. Well, I mean, it makes you go faster, right? But I like more monsters. It's more cooler. Bleed damage on players is no longer increased while the player is moving. Okay. Your maximum rune reward is now added to your starting honor when beginning a trial of the Sechimus. The defense's keyword is no longer in use. Existing uses of the word defenses now explicitly refers to armor, evasion, and energy shield to make it more clear that these modifiers do not apply to runic walk, resistances, block, or other forms of protection. This is purely a description check. Okay. Only a single league instance. Here we are. Only a single leech instance per resource, life, mana, or energy shield can apply at a time. When multiple leech instances are active, only the one with the highest recovery rate will recover you until it expires, after which the next highest will apply. There is now a limit on the maximum amount of damage a hit can be considered to deal for leech. Hits that deal less than 40,000 total damage are unaffected, but if it would deal more than 40,000 total damage, it is treated dealing only 40,000 damage for purposes of leech calculation. The values of each damage type in the hit are scaled down evenly to reach this limit. The values of each damage type in the hit are scaled down evenly to reach this limit. This means that extremely high damage hits stop improving leech past a certain point, but increasing your leech percent you will... Wait, the values of each damage type in this hit are scaled down evenly to reach this limit. Does that mean that if I hit for, say, 1,000,000, and 40,000 of that is physical, and the rest is lightning, and I don't have lightning leech, am I not gonna reach the cap of 40,000? Is that what this means? Or does it mean that if I have lightning leech of X% and I have physical leech of X%, then if I do say 80,000, 40,000 fizz, 40,000 lightning, then 20,000 of my physical leech will be, or 20,000 of the damage is going to be physical and 20,000 of the damage is going to be lightning for the purpose of making my leech percentage work on each of the damage type? Because this sounds a lot like if you just add in, say, 40,000 physical damage for leech, that you're not going to get anywhere near that. I wonder. This means that extremely high damage... Maybe it's here. No, it didn't. I read all of it. Okay. The formula for chance to deflect has been adjusted to provide better scaling with investment into deflection rating with a cap of 95% chance to deflect. Similar to chance to evade being capped at 95. I think this is dumb. Like, deflect is supposed to add like some consistency to evade, right? And while I understand that if you just make it 100%, you kind of just turn it into spell reflect, right? Where you just get 100%. It's still, you want deflect to apply those times where you don't evade, right? That's the purpose of it. So it not being guaranteed means there is those 5% where you don't evade, and there is that 5% where you don't deflect, and then you just die. And I think deflect was supposed to be that you don't just fucking die. So I don't like this. I think it should go to 100. That's my take. The new chance to deflect is 150 times attacker's accuracy divided by attacker's accuracy plus 0.12 times defender deflection rating. Linear path that gets rewarded at higher investments. Okay. I don't know what it was before, but it's nice that they're giving it to us rather than people having to speculate it or like test it. Modifiers that apply to allies in your presence, such as those on scepters and the grip of Kulamark unique ring. Modifiers that apply to allies in your presence. Okay, no longer stack in a party if multiple party members have modifiers of the same type. This change does not affect the allies in your presence. Deal 50% increased damage modifier from the Learcast unique helmet. Okay. Parry, shield block, and resonating shield no longer delay heavy stun buildup from decaying no longer than expected. So bug fix, okay. Melee attacks can now... Oh. I was about to say, that is not soundtrack music. That is copyright, I think. Bum, bum, bum. I probably have to remember that timing. Where are we? Here. Melee attacks can now only apply splash damage once per damaging area. Some attacks create multiple damaging areas during use. For example, Whirling Assault creates multiple damaging areas as you move. Melee attacks can now only apply splash damage once per damaging area. I don't understand what that means. Does that mean that if I make a big slam and it does a massive AoE, I only get to do extra AoE on one of the mobs that hit? Melee attacks can now only apply splash damage once per damaging area. I'm not sure what this means. It sounds like if I do a big AoE hit and I hit 3 mobs, only one of them is gonna get splash. Rather than all 3. That's what it sounds like to me. When minions are removed due to resources changing, such as weapon swapping, newer minions are now prioritized for removal over older minions to avoid wasting minion cooldown abilities unnecessarily. Okay. Minions affected by the last gasp support or Techrod's revenge lineage support and totems affected by the unnamed Hardwood Oracle notable passive skill can no longer die during the effect from taking further damage exceeding their maximum life. Okay. Stats worded as when you collect a remnant no longer give you the benefits of these stats when an ally shares the effect of a remnant with you. Okay. Updated the name of the buff that Trinity Gaia grants to Affinity, as Resonance is the name of a keystone passive skill. This is purely a description update. Archon buffs are no longer inherently lost when you attack. This is now a property of Elemental Archon specifically. Okay. Martial artist, spirit walker, and then we got a bunch of lineage supports. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23 new. We got 2 from Vrun. We got some from Uthred, Tul, Trickster, Tangmazu, Morrigan, Medved, Olroth, Her Declaration, Helbrum, Esh, anything kind of Breach Lord's Amalgam. Okay, that's cool. And then a bunch of unique items. 8 new idols that come exclusively from monsters possessed by Asmerian spirits. New minion splash and minion splash 2 strength support gems. Use support skills which create minions which strike. They support skills which create minions which strike, causing those minions strike to have melee splash. Frag. Well, I guess that's why they're doing the nerf, because they're adding it to minions now, maybe. The fragment stash tab is now available for use in Path of Exile 2. You can hold your fragments, including okay. If you previously purchased one in Path of Exile, it will automatically be made available to you. Let's go. Support for build guides. That's so cool. Ability to quickly search. This is so good. They PoE trade, like just, or what is it? Awaken PoE trade, just implemented baseline. Let's fucking go. Shift, alt click an item will populate filters for you can enable to, yeah, that's really cool. In party play, you can now quickly revive any fallen party members after defeating the boss. You now skip dialogue sequence by pressing escape. Okay. Reforging bench to the entrance of the Trial of the Sekimas. Okay. Ascendancy changes. Here we go. Acolyte of Chayula is actually getting something. Okay. Into the Breach skill granted by Wakeim Dream. Notable passive now grant leech 20% of your maximum life to... Wait. Now grant leech 20% of your maximum life to you when collecting a red flame to you, previously 15. And leech 20% of your maximum mana to you when collecting a blue flame. So if you can only have one instance of leech available, then these are the only ones you can have, I guess. Why would this be leeching? Why is this not just regen? The wording of the Into the Breach skill has also been updated to clarify behavior ranges related to the Flames of Chayula. Into the Breach now applies modifiers to Remnant pickup range to the range at which Flames of Chayula can be seen. This is purely a visual change, okay? Blood Mage. The Vitality Cipher notable passive skill now grants 20% of spell damage leached as life, previously 10. Makes sense that they're buffing them. Chronomancer. So Rapid River removed, and now and again is in. Now and again, rework grant. That was the one we read. Unbound Encore has taken the previous position of now and again. Ultimate command notable requires Unbound Encore. Face, we read that. Temporary blah blah blah. This is the things, right? Like, well, I guess we'll read it. Face form. Preceding footprints in the sand. Face form. Wait. Added the new face form notable passive skill. Preceding footprints in the sand. Face form grants take 30% less damage after 4 seconds being done. Blah blah blah. Temporal rift skill granted by footprints in the sand notable. That's the one. It now has a cast time of 0.1, previously 0.5. Removes delayed. Inevitable skill has been... The inevitable agony skill granted by inevitability notable. Rework no longer occurs. Has a 2-second cooldown. The debuff is now a life loss effect instead of a secondary hit damage. And the debuff... Wait, a life loss. Okay. And the debuff amount is now displayed on static health bar. The debuff also now instantly calls enemies when total life loss reaches calling strike threshold. Now grants debuff target lose life equal to 25%. Now grant debuff target lose life equal to 25% of hit damage dealt to them while debuffed. Previously 50%. Oh, rip. Big nerf. Enemy curse effectiveness no longer applies to the skill, meaning unique enemies have the same effectiveness as previously. While, okay, fair. While other enemies have less, debuff duration is now 12 seconds, previously 6 to 8.6 seconds. Quality now grants 0 to 0.5 meters to initial cast radius, previously cursed zone erupts after 0 to 10% reduced delay. The skill has also received new visual effect. Okay. Sands of Time grants 1 to 60 increased skill speed. A new visual. Okay. Gemlin Legionnaire. Crystalline potential has been removed. New notable passive, Essence of Virtue. That is the barrier and the extra quality. Cool. Pathfinder. Overwhelming toxicity notable passive skill now grants 50% less potion duration, previously 35. Running Assault notable now grants 30% less movement speed while using skill while moving. Previously 50%. Wow. Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals now grant 50% less armor and evasion rating, previously 35% less. Jesus. And then they gave us a bunch of passive tree changes. So what do we get? 19 new companion, 9 new life recoup, a new Archon of Undeath cluster, new armor applies to elemental damage and faster start of energy recharge cost. Wait, but why are these? Okay, why are these together? Hybrid armor applies to elemental damage and deflection. Okay. Hybrid deflection and faster energy shield. Armor and evasion clusters. Ancestral Bond Keystone causes placing totems to have no cost and not require consuming charges to place. It still causes totem to reserve 75 spirit each and now doubles totem limit instead of removing it completely. Okay. It seems kind of weird that you would make a totem limit while still having it cost spirit, because wouldn't the spirit cost be the limit already? I think removing the limit makes more sense. It seems like you're paying twice, kinda. Because now you have to invest in totem limit as well as spirit, whereas before you just invested spirit, right? To get more of them, specifically. Trusted Kinship passive skill now grants 30% more reservation efficiency of companion skills and 20% less reservation efficiency of non-companion skill. It no longer provides you have 30 less defenses, or companions have +1 to each defense for every 2 of that defense you have. Okay. The Vaal Pact Keystone skill now grants 50% more amount leech, 67% less life leech speed. Cannot recover life other than from leech, and life leech effects are not removed on unreserved life fill. It no longer provides life leech instant and cannot use life flask. Okay. The Reformed Barrier Cluster has been removed. Warding Fetish Cluster, remove locations. Storm Charge and Breaking Point Cluster no longer connects to a dual circuit. Element Recovery Notable has been replaced by Fortified Aegis. 100% increased armor, evasion, and energy shield from equipped shield. Arcane Mixture grants 10% increased cast speed if you used a Mana Flask recently, instead of 25% increased energy shield recharge rate. Backup Plan Notable, 20% increased armor evasion rating if you've been hit recently is now 40, previously 50. Increased armor if you haven't been hit recently is now 40, previously 50. Okay. Bastion of the Forest notable passive skill grants 10% faster. Energy shield, previously 15. Casting Cascade now grants 6% increased cast for each different spell you've cast last 8 seconds, previously 4. That's a big buff. Chakra of Breathing notable passive skill now grants 20% faster start of energy shield recharge instead of 1% increased energy shield recharge before dexterity. Okay, that sounds a little boring. Commanding Rage, 2% increased minion attack per 5 rage, previously 1 per rage. That's a big nerf. Holy shit. 1 per rage down to 2 per 5? Holy crap. They more than cut it in half. Convalescent notable passive skill, 20% faster start of energy shield, previously 40. Well, that's okay. So they're just nerfing recharge of energy shield. I thought they said they added more of that. Isn't it? Okay, well. Okay. The core of the Guardian now grants 30% increased block chance and 20% reduced maximum energy shield. Quickly 100% increased armor and evasion rating from equipped shield. 30% increased block and 20% reduced max energy shield. Dude, these like fucking... You take 30% block for 20% reduced maximum energy shield. That just sounds so fucking bad. There has to be something specific that interacts with block and low energy shield. That sounds so not worth it. I guess 30% might be a lot of block. That maybe... That sounds so shit though. Covering ward. 25 energy shield when you block, previously 20. And 12% increased block chance. Okay. So you get 25 energy when you block. Energy shield, sorry. The Craving Slaughter notable passive now provides 15 maximum rage if you've used a skill that required glory. Wait. 15 maximum... Provides 15 to maximum rage. Past 20 seconds. Previously 8 per skill that requires glory. 6 up to 5 times. Okay. So it's much easier to get uptime on it. But you're also getting less top. Critical Overload. 15 increased critical spell damage bonus. Okay. Cunning Fox replaced. Grants deflection rating while moving. And you now get increased evasion rating while moving from the notables before. Is there a reason for me to read all of this? Probably right. Deadly Force. 15 increased crit. Previously 10. 15 increased damage if you dealt a crit. Previously 25. Okay. Defiance notable passive skill now grants 20% increased armor and evasion rating and now grants 80 increased... Wait. Now grants 20 increased and now grants 80 increased when on low life. Oh, big nerf. Unless it didn't give this before, I guess. But then still, 40% down. I guess it's only 20% down then. Dependable Ward. 8 chaos resist and 12 faster energy shield. Previously 25. Holy shit. You're not meant to get your energy shield back, huh? You're meant to play energy shield where you play. If you've taken damage, you sit and wait. Bitch. Or you have to invest everything into it, I guess. 5%. It's everything is just reducing energy shield. Like you can't really get more than 10% of it. Echoing Pulse notable now grants echoed spells have 25% increased area of effect. No longer grants final repeat of spells have 30% increase, which did not function. Wow. Effervescent notable passive grants 4% increased cast speed for each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds. Previously 4. Didn't we read that already? Increased Archon duration, 40% increase. Okay. Now you get 30% longer duration rather than 40% increased energy shield recharge rate. Brother, energy shield recharge? Does it even exist anymore? Is it just you have this amount of HP when you start the map? And then that's it? If you run out, go again? Energizing Archon. That was what we read. Energizing Deflection. 12% faster start of energy shield. Instead of 30. Increased rate. Essence Infusion. 12% faster start. 12 to Intelligence. Previously 10. No longer grants 40% increased energy shield recharge rate. Okay. The Fast Metabolism notable passive skill now grants 40% increased damage while leeching life. Previously, life leech effects are not removed when unreserved life is filled. Okay. But you did get a thing, a keystone that did that, I guess. Fortifying Blood, notable passive skill, 15% increased amount of life leech, previously 20. Yo, Muha, welcome. Scoring notable passive skill no longer grants. You can't wait till Friday? Yeah, I'm excited. Scoring notable passive skill no longer grants 40% increased physical damage. It now grants 3% increased maximum life. Life on the tree. 20% increased amount of life leech. Previously 3% reduced maximum life and 30% increased amount of... So you just don't get physical damage anymore? It seems like 40% increased physical damage is kind of a lot to lose. But I guess it gets 3% increased maximum life instead of 3% reduced. You took vacation for the league start? I guess Monday, Tuesday then or something? Because, or unless you work weekends, I guess. That would make sense. Oh man. Dude, whenever... I'm fucking uncomfortable. I think I gotta stand up a little bit. You took 10 business days? Holy shit. Let's go. Somebody's gaming. Gonna go hard. Immortal Infamy. Skill now grants 6% increased life recovery rate instead of 10% increased. Okay. Dude, you're just not allowed to recharge energy shield, huh? Everything is getting either like fucking 75% nerf or removed. It's like, okay, you start your map with energy shield. If you lose some of it, well, you have to wait for the next map to have it back. Like that's kind of where we're going right now. You're gonna do a new Spirit Walker Ascendancy, but with Snipe Ice Shot gems? Interesting. I've not decided what I'm gonna do yet. There's a bunch of cool things. Not entirely sure what I want to do. I'm spotting an issue with my setup that wasn't here before. Oops, I just hit my screen. One of my screens, the wire is not long enough for this, so it's lifting up. It's lifting up the fucking whatever it's called, like the thing where you can have multiple things plugged in. With Amazon, it works well. But you can't be an Amazon if you're a Spirit Walker. Right? Like, why are you doing an Amazon build on a Spirit Walker? Shouldn't you do a Spirit Walker build? You mean Huntress with bow, not bad? There's nothing inherently with the Huntress that makes a bow good or bad. I get, except for the starting area, right? Maybe, is that what you mean? Because if it works with the Amazon, it doesn't have to work with the Spirit Walker, right? But the Huntress does start in the same, like the Huntress starts the exact same place as the Deadeye or Ranger, right? So it would make sense that all of the passives are there. Okay. Insulated treads and strong chin notable now grants 25% increased armor and evasion in addition to the current effect. Okay, so okay. Just in addition. Big. The iron slippers now provides 2 armor per 1 energy shield on equipped boots. Previously 3. Did they give 3 armor per 1 energy shield, or did they give 2 armor per 3 energy shield? Because if it's 2 armor per 3 energy shield before, it's a buff. If it was 3 armor per 1 energy shield, it's a nerf. And they literally just said that armor energy shield dies like 300 times or percent or whatever. I think it was 300 times they said, not just percent, more than any other character. Who knows? You did unspec on Ascendancies and tried some maps, still decent. Let's see what the Spirit Water will bring there. I mean, you already have a lot of the nodes, right? Like, for the... I don't know what Snipe does exactly, but Ice Shot, you do get... The Owl gives you projectiles, right? The Stag just jumps on things, so I think that's kind of separate. Maybe it scales with the damage your skill does. And then the Bear is just a guy that jumps around and does stuff, right? Other than that, I think it's like minion stuff. Right? So it's like you get some sort of stuff. If projectile scaling is really good for you, then the Spirit Walker has some of it. Otherwise, it's just kind of generic stuff you get, I think. Okay, where are we at? We were at Iron Slippers. Lifelong friend and nurturing guardian have what positions? Okay, Mystic Stance now grants 12 faster start of it, previously 30, so more than cut in half. Gotcha. Penitent Barrier grants 50 increased maximum energy, previously 60. So small nerf. Quick response 10% rather previously 20, cut in half. 20% faster, previously 30. Oh, only 10% less, so only a third off. Got it. Rapid recharge now grants 12% faster start and 12 increased energy shield rate, both previously cut in half. Brother, you're not allowed to get your energy shield back. Holy shit. The refocus notable now grants 20 increased mana regeneration while stationary instead of 30% increased energy. Bye bye, 30%. Shatter Palm, 20 increased critical damage bonus, previously 10% chance to daze. That's better, I guess. Shimmering Notable grants 10% faster energy shield recharge, 20% increased evasion. You've been hit recently. It no longer grants 20% increased energy shield recovery rate. Okay. Fair. Plan for League. Reach tier 7 maps. Got shit in pants and go Twister Frenzy stack. Okay. I mean, I do think the twisters seem fun. I was thinking about doing it. I want to do. There's two things that really interest me. It's the hollow palm technique thing with the monk, and it's the twisters on the Spirit Walker. But it seems like those things are gonna be giga meta. So I might just go for something with the Chronomancer and the Gemling Legionnaire instead. We'll see. I don't want to go into where I need certain things or certain lineage skills or some lineage supports that are then just giga expensive and I can't get them. We'll see. I'm not sure what I'll do. I think I'll play... You played Twister 0.2 Deadeye with OP Frenzy Generation. It was very strong. I played Twisters when I was leveling. And I thought it was pretty fun. But I ultimately went Lightning Spear because it's just one of the coolest abilities in the game. I really like Lightning Spear. It's so cool. But yeah. Where are we? Shimmering. The Staggering Palm. 25% increased physical, so 5% more, and potential days instead of 20% critical damage bonus. Wow. Okay. So basically, the Shatter Palm took the critical damage bonus and gave it to Staggering Palm instead. Like, and gave the days to Staggering Palm. Okay. Storm Charge notable passive skill now provides damage penetrates 8% of enemy elemental resistances. 5% increased attack speed and cast with the elemental skills. Wait. Now provides damage penetrates 8% of elemental resistances at 5% increased attack and cast speed with elemental skills. Storm Charge now provides damage penetrate 8% of enemy resistance and 5% increased attack and cast with elemental skills. It no longer provides 15% increased crit chance or 40% increased elemental damage if you deal crit region. Oh. So you get 8 penetration and 5% attack speed, but you don't get the crit? Okay. All your builds before were lightning. It's time to bring some freeze. 0.1 I played freeze. 0.2 I played lightning. I don't remember 0.3. I've played a bit of the bonk fire stuff. Sparks. LA, LR. Lightning arrow, lightning rod, spear shit. Skip 0.4. We came back to try Druid, lightning web. Yeah, I played the... I don't know what I ended up with the Druid. I don't remember if I ended up being the flaming ground thing or the maybe I think I ended up being like fly and burn for AoE and then oil barrage for single target. It was fucking stupid. I think for 0.3 I played Witch Hunter. I went crossbows. I had a lot of fun with that actually. That was really fun. the witch doctor, not witch hunter, witch doctor. Wait, no, it is witch hunter, not witch doctor. The witch hunter, the explosion it has is really fun. I like that. Yeah, it was power charges, right? Because power charges I think also did something to oil barrage, right? So it's just power charges generate and then go whichever one, if it was AoE or if it was single target. It was kind of stupid. It was stupidly broken. So yeah, it was just dumb. Like absolutely dumb. Where were we? Tempered Mind, I think. No, wait. Subterfuge Mask now grants 1 evasion per 1 energy shield. Previously 2. So was it 2 evasion per 1 energy shield before? I think it was, right? So they just cut it in half. Dude, I don't... This doesn't make sense. They just said that they want the defenses on the gear... Or sorry, on the tree to be better. And yet they're nerfing them. It does not make sense. I get that hybrid evasion and energy shield was a bit strong. But he said that it was Ghost Dance. It does not make sense to me that they're saying, yo, people have less defenses when they reach these certain places in the campaign than we'd like. And defenses on the tree is not really valuable or not really that important. And then they start nerfing the good ones. Like, bro, you should buff the other ones up. Like, Subterfuge Mask was actually something you would want to take, right? And I guess maybe the argument is that it was just way better than a hybrid. But they did them themselves by nerfing the hybrid bases. Right? I don't fucking know. This seems dumb to me. I don't like this. I don't think they should be nerfing defensive things on the... I understand the recharge to energy shield, that makes sense. I don't think they should be nerfing the amount of defenses you get from the tree in just like evasion, armor, and energy shield. Well, maybe a little bit of energy shield, but it'll be fine. Now I'm just not gonna take that fucking thing, I guess. Whereas I think I took it on every build that was in that area. I took it on, I think, and just put on a Giga energy shield helmet, and that was really good. But I guess no, we're not doing that. Tempered Mind, notable passive skill, now provides 15% increased effect of fully broken armor. Previously 20 increased critical damage bonus. Okay. Tolerant equipment now grants 15% increased armor and evasion. Voracious no longer grants life leeches instant. It now grants 15% attack speed while leeching. Okay. Wide barrier, 30% increased block chance and 20% reduced armor. Previously 20% reduced defenses. Okay. That's a cost. It's to say that's 20%, brother. These nerfs to defense is pointless anyway. There's one-shot mechanics from bosses. Nerfing the defenses on the tree is just fucking stupid when they talked about people not having as many defenses as they thought they were gonna have or as they counted on them having. It just seems fucking dumb that they take the good ones and nerf them. The best defense to invest into is damage and play Wild West. Yeah, true. But that's an issue they've had for a while, right? But I mean, they just make the damage higher and then make the defense more valuable. I don't fucking know, man. It seems dumb that they're nerfing them when they've literally just talked about there being people not having the defenses they thought they were going to have. I think Mark literally said that people have... I think he said a number, but like whenever they whenever they got to act whatever, they didn't have the defenses they thought they were gonna have, so they're gonna buff it. And then he talked about making things on the tree, defense nodes on the tree, much better. Where he talked specifically about there was a lot of the hybrid ones with evasion and armor, like armor and evasion, right? That they didn't even have increases to armor and evasion rating, so they need to be buffed. And now here we are nerfing some of them. That seems so weird. Like you see here, tolerant equipment, 15% increased armor and evasion. There are some other up here as well, right? Like where it's like, okay, you're actually getting it, but then we're nerfing others. It's weird. I need to move my little thing here, my whatever thing my chair runs. So my chair is obviously on like a thing to protect the floor, right? And that thing is so hard to move, yet it always gets fucking pushed around by me sitting on the chair on it. It doesn't make sense. I don't understand the physics of that. Wildcat notable. 12% evasion as deflection, previously 10. Oh, 2%. Woohoo! Big. Wyvern's breath has been updated. 40% increased elemental ailment application if you have shape-shifted into an animal. This now also applies to freeze buildup, but is otherwise identical. Okay. First two small spell damage passive skills at the starting area of the passive tree for the witch and sorcerer now provide 10%, previously 8. Small passive grant gain deflection equal to percentage of evasion now have values of 8, previously 6. That's significant. Small passive skills that grant faster energy shields now have values of 6, previously 15. Brother! They're basically like this is a reoccurring thing that energy shield recharge and recharge rate is just getting nerfed. Like down to that is over half, right? Like Jesus. Like it was 250% of what it is now. That's wild. I don't know how to turn that the other way around. That's insane. That is wild. Small passive skills that granted energy shield recharge rate has been removed and replaced by faster start of energy shield recharge at lower value. Small passive skill granting 10% increased amount of life leads now have values of 8. Didn't they need to buff that? What the fuck? They literally just said... What? They just said that they need to buff the numbers to make up for the nerf, and now they're nerfing it? What the fuck? So you only get... so you not only do you only get one instance of life leech, it's also capped at 40k damage, and now you're also getting nerfed on the thing that was meant to increase it? Wow. Okay, small banner area, provide 12% increased banner area, previously 15. Tactician passive, 16 increased banner, previously 20. Okay. Unsavored feast, timeless duel, notable, no longer grant 20% instant leech if you have at least 200 tribute. It now grants life leech 35% faster if you have at least 100, previously 25. Okay. Skill changes. Skills with a fixed number of projectiles, such as Glacial Lance, can now benefit from effects that cause projectile count modifiers to apply to something else instead, such as Ricochet 3 support. Okay. Skills which have a cost of 0 mana now display this cost. This allows players to distinguish between skills like default attacks, which do not have a cost at all and are thus unaffected by any cost modifier, from those which do have a base cost but with 0 base value, which are affected by all cost modifier, even if they add different resource cost, like adding life cost to skill with base mana cost. Okay. Crossbow ammunition skills now have a base cost of 0 rather than having their cost completely disabled, meaning that effects that add additional cost will now apply to them. Okay. Ignites inflicted on targets by oil ground that has been ignited can no longer compound and cannot be compounded with by other ignites from the same skill use. All command skills now have 50% movement speed penalty during kill use, previously 70. Okay. Align Fate granted by the Oracle Fateful Vision notable passive now has modifiers to cooldown recovery rate also applied to visits appearance frequency. Cool. Ancestral Warrior Totem no longer has a hidden 0.6 second delay between skill uses. Instead, this delay is now 50% of the skill's attack time and is described accordingly on the skill. Okay. Barkskin now provides 50% of energy shield lost as armor at level 8, previously 32, scaling up to 62 at level 20, previously 44. Bone Storm no longer has the sustain tag. Bone Shatter quality is 0 to 20% attack speed, previously 0 to 30. Okay. Comet now deals damage less, scaling up to less. Fire Infused Comet deals lot less, scaling up to wow, big nerf. Holy shit. Okay. Cull the Weak now can't be evaded. Now deals more damage, double damage almost. Attack speed is now 75% of base, previously 60. Also faster, right? A lot faster. And it now has a base cost of a little less. Maximum dash range has been increased. Okay. Defiance Banner, Dread Banner, War Banner no longer have a movement speed penalty during use. Now have a banner or a base radius of 6, previously 4.5. Okay, so we're getting bigger base and the increases are getting lower. So that makes sense. Earthquake now deals more damage. I mean, Earthquake is still gonna feel like shit for leveling, like in the beginning, because it takes 3 seconds before it explodes, right? It's like you pop it down and then it goes off, right? Like it should not be in the first slot. That's for sure. You should put something else down there. Eternal Rage, it's like Earthquake is a combo skill. Like Earthquake is good if you have things to activate it, but it does not work as a standalone. It doesn't. If you have things to activate or use to activate, right? Like I played the fire fissures with the hammer, like the smith hammer, whatever, right? Like where what you could do is you could put down your fissures, then you could slam the earthquake and it would go the boom, and then you drop down the hammer, you roar, and then the earthquake explodes and triggers all the fissures, right? That works. It's a combo skill. But Earthquake alone does not fucking work. It doesn't. And therefore, it should not be a level 1 skill. Anybody who picks Earthquake as their first skill is gonna walk up to a mob, BAM! And then it explodes, right? Like, it doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work. They made it so small. Also that. But it's just... It needs to be a much later skill and you get something else instead. Like whatever that something else is, you need something else. Where were we? Earthquake. Eternal Rage can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. It is now required to be active in both weapon sets and will fail to activate if that is not possible. I don't know what Eternal Rage is. But it seems that... Oh, maybe it was a... Is that a reservation thing? Or... I guess there was some abuse there. Okay. Feral Invocation no longer bypasses the cooldown of socketed skills. Don't know. Flame Breath now has an energy gain penalty similar to Incinerate. Okay. Fortifying Cry now only consumes 1 stack when you detonate a shield wall to create a shockwave around each shield wall segment. Fortifying Cry shockwaves from single shield wall cannot hit the same enemy multiple times, so you kill the build, I guess. Shield Wave now deals physical damage per 15, previously 6 to 8. So you nerfed it, and so you made it hit. So you just killed it. Is that what I'm reading? It can only hit enemy 1 time. And you reduce the damage. Like, get fucked, I guess. Jesus. Turn range is 100 spirit radiant. Okay. Kill it, then drop it, and burn the rest, right? Yeah. They killed it and pissed on its corpse is what they did. And then they danced on its grave. Like, they really fucking... Like, not... Like, that is... What maybe it was that OP that this is... I do feel like whenever GGG does nerfs, there's a good risk of them just trying to fucking murder it outright, and then it'll come back later. Fragmentation rounds. Oh, I use this a lot. Quality now grants 2 extra fragments per shot. Previously 20% more physical damage. That's much better, right? More fragments is much better. It was pretty OP, but also insanely clunky. Yeah, I mean, if it's OP, obviously it needs to be nerfed, right? But I feel like if it could hit the same enemy multiple times, in order to make it still viable, you need to increase the fucking damage instead of murdering it, right? Like, for the clunk, it was okay, I think. Yeah, but I mean, if you don't want it hitting the same enemy multiple times, that's fine. But then obviously you have to increase the damage to not completely murder it, right? Unless it was that OP, which it might be. Freezing Salvo, is that the one where you build up stacks and then you can fire them off? I think it is, right? So that got nerfed. Almost cut in half with the magnitude of chill. Jesus. Gathering Storm, is that the monk dash? Now causes perfectly timed dash to explode any Tempest Bell. It is. Now causes perfectly timed dash to explode any Tempest Bell on hit, creating a massive shockwave that deals damage. Shock ground is left in the wake of Tempest Shockwave, previously on perfect dash. Wait. Shock ground is left in the wake of Tempest Shockwave, previously on perfect dash, with a radius of damage, turning precise timing into a devastating area clearing combo. Perfect timing Shockwave can now only hit enemies once per skill use and no longer interact with objects created by non-Tempest Bell skills. Shockwave limit is now 50. Quality grants longer perfect timing. Previously maximum shockwaves per use. Okay. That sounds incredibly clunky. That sounds really bad. Because the Gathering Storm is that thing where you go like, whoa, and then dash, right? So you have to put the bell down and then go, whoa, dash through and away from the bell. Hope everything is dead back there and don't kill you while you're fucking channeling the dash forever. Okay. You could do Ice Wall, blow up the Ice Wall, one-shot everything without gear. Okay. This seems super clunky though. But I guess it's the same as before. I would not want to play this, I don't think. Ghost Dance. Okay, here comes... This is the assassination. This is gonna get absolutely removed, isn't it? I feel like Ghost Dance is just gonna get buried. The only way they could hit it harder was if they removed it, like they did with the one we had in 0.1, where we ate little pieces of corpses or whatever and build up energy shield, whatever it was. That thing. The interval between gaining Ghost Route is no longer a duration. It now has modifiers to cooldown recovery rate also apply to Ghost Route gain frequency. Okay, so you have to invest into something else to get it. It also now has when hit lose a Ghost Route. and regenerate energy shield equal to 2% of your evasion rating per second if you have lost a ghost shroud recently. Now gains a ghost shroud every 11 seconds. Also, what did it do before? 11 seconds, bro? Fucking hell. Oh, Puritan. Is it not Ghost Shroud? Oh, it's Ghost Dance. I'm fucking stupid. Okay. While active, cause you to gain Ghost Shroud. If you're hit while you have Ghost Shroud, it immediately consumes to recover any shield based on your evasion. 8 seconds, gain Ghost Shrouds. When hit, consume a Ghost Shroud to recover any shield equal to 5% of your evasion. Okay, so you got 5% of your evasion instantly as energy shield, right? Or recover, it's over 4 seconds then, right? You think it was instant? Yeah, so not only does it take you twice as long almost to get a stack, whenever you use the stack, not only do you get less than half of your evasion rate of your evasion rating that you got before back, it's now also over time. Oh, maybe you get more actually, because it's 2% per second. So recently, is recently 8 seconds? Or is recently 4 seconds? Recently is 4? Okay, so you get so you get But that also means, how is it that it works? When hit, lose a Ghost Shroud. It also means, right? Because this is a thing that you don't really maybe think about, right? If you get hit 2-3 times, right? If it's a couple of monsters that go up and smack you, right? You're gonna lose 3 Ghost Shrouds, right? But you're not gonna get more regeneration. This sounds bad, man. It might still be okay because of how much they butchered energy shield regen, but this sounds really bad. This sounds really bad. What, can you have 3 Ghost Shrouds or something? And you get... This sounds bad to me. Because if you get hit 3 times, right? Before, they'd hit you and you'd get the thing back, right? Like, so you'd keep it up. But right now, with this one, if they go and hit you 3 times, well, then you're still just generating 2 every second. Because it's recently, so it just resets whenever they hit you. So if you get hit like however many times within a short time span, it's not actually going to up your regen despite you taking more damage. And then you're going to have to wait almost twice as long to get a charge back. This sounds terrible. It's probably still... But the sad part is, it's probably still a good enough option to use because the spirit gems are so bad. Like, the reservation things in PoE 2 is so shit. There's nothing to pick from. There's the increased evasion rating. That's okay. And there was Ghost Dance, which was insane. And then you got the Heralds. And everything else is kind of or at least very situational for specific builds or whatever. Oh, Grim Feast was the one they... Grim Feast was the one they butchered. Grim Resurrection now has a 1 second cooldown. I think this is really bad. Cast on crit. Well, cast on crit is only good if you play like a build that can use it, right? Frost armor's okay. But you say they're okay, right? That's still... In PoE 1, the reservations are insane. In PoE 1, it's like pick... It's a struggle to pick which ones you want, right? Like you try to fit in more and more. I think it's a better system when you want everything than when it's like, I guess I can use this, right? Like I guess frost armor is okay, right? Like it's not like fuck yeah, frost armor, right? That's the difference. They need a lot of work on their reservation, in my opinion. A lot. But it's also difficult, right? Because if reservations are really strong, if spirit gems are really strong, then all of a sudden minion builds struggle, right? So that's an issue that they've created for themselves. Ice shots no longer have 20% more freeze buildup, so nerf, okay. Ice strike quality increased attack speed. Previously, oh no, I thought it was a buff, but this is increased and this was more. Rip. Lightning arrow. Multiple lightning beams are no longer able. Multiple lightning beams are no longer able to chain onto the same target. Rip. Lunar Blessing, triggered moonbeams are no longer considered melee skills. Okay. Magma Barrier now deals 5 to 7 added fire damage per 15 armor and evasion on shield, previously 6 to 8. So nerf, okay. Mirage Archer and Mirage Deadeye can now be used with channel skills, including Snipe, Plasma Blast, and Detonating Arrow. Okay. Mirror of Refraction, granted by Etziri's rule unique staff, now has modifiers to cooldown recovery rate, also applied to mirror appearance frequency. Okay. I still think, even if you say Mana Remnants are okay and Frost Armor's okay, like... I mean, for Mana Remnants to be useful, you'd need mana, right? Like, you'd have to have some sort of mana issue, right? Which, I guess. But it's still not something you're excited about, in my opinion. Frost Armor, it might be good. I haven't really looked into it. That could be good, but... Whenever you say it's okay, it's like... Okay. It just feels a little bit like... If you're not excited to pick it up... Honestly, it feels like something that you'd get rid of because you run out of gems. The gem slots or whatever. Cast on crit. I guess you do eventually. You do like there's you can do aura curse. That's good. Hello, welcome home. You can do like aura curses and stuff. That would work. That's good. Oil Barrage. Here comes the nerf, I guess. Mana cost has been reduced by 18. Okay, buff. Empowered Oil Barrage is now a mana cost per second equivalent to the initial mana cost of Oil Barrage. Wait, Empowered Oil Barrage has a mana cost per second now? Ew. It deals 10% more damage at all levels? While Empowered deals less. It had mana cost per second. It was channeling as well. So what are they changing? Are they just moving some of the power away from Empower to the regular, or? Reduced mana cost, increased power charge consumption. Yeah, but what about the damage? I know it's 10% up and 10% down, but if Oil Barrage did 100 damage and Empowered Oil Barrage did 1,000 damage, If you then add 10% to the oil barrage and take 10% off the empowered, you're losing a crap load of damage. Is that what they're... That seems like what they're doing, no? So it's better without being empowered and it's worse when empowered? So less reason to do the annoying thing with power charges that should be fucking valuable, because otherwise, why would you do it? This seems like a bad change to me. Like, it should be rewarding to do the power charge stuff. And they're making it... They're making it shit. They're making it shittier to use the power charges rather than just bringing the skill down. That's weird to me. Anything where you have to do the whole charge dance needs to be just stronger, right? Like, it needs to be better. Otherwise, why the fuck would you do it? It's a bother. Holy shit, there's still a lot. My god. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll finish the skills and then we'll call it, because then we can move on to support tomorrow. I think that's the way we're gonna do this. Parry, I don't like that mechanic. So area of effect has been changed to more closely match its animation. No longer has bonus attack distance. Okay. Poison burst duration is 3 seconds. Previously, oh, big nerf. Quality grants magnitude. Oh wow, big nerf. Poison burst was good, I guess. Pounce cooldown. Okay. Shit. Okay, nerf again. Ravenous Swarm modifies the cooldown, applies swarm spawning frequency. I don't even know what Ravenous Swarm is. Fix the bug where lightning charge rend was scaling twice with levels. Oh shit. Base damage has been increased to compensate. Okay. Lightning charge rend now deals damage. Fix the bug where a lightning charge rend was scaling twice with levels. The base damage has been increased to compensate. Right, lightning charge rend now deals 130 to 400% attack damage at all levels. Previously 120, 586. That sounds like a nerf to me. That does not sound like it got buffed. Okay. Resonating shield. I guess it got nerfed from 6 to 8. Yeah, same. Okay. Rolling magma. I guess they're adding more to the shields then, so it's not an. It's just a nerf, but it won't be in comparison maybe. Because it seems like anything on shields is getting lowered a little bit when they're based on the armor on there, and they did say something about increasing things on gear. Rolling magma changed 3 times at gem level 1, previously 2. Okay. Scaling up to 5 times, previously 4. Okay, so we get an extra. Nice. Rolling slam. That's a meme ability. Plus, wait, now has plus 1 second to total attack time. Is it previously plus 1.5? So is it a buff? It must be, right? So it's faster. First slam now deals less damage. Second slam now deals less damage. So they made it hit faster, but they nerfed it? Were people actually using that shit? So basically warrior leveling just got worse. Is that what I'm reading? Shattering Smite granted by its series Contempt. Unique Spear now has 50% less magnitude damaging aliens you inflict. No longer has life leech from explosions with at least 15 bloodstone glances instant. Okay, so no more instant life leech. I don't like that they're removing all the instant life leech. I feel like you should be able to get it still. It's okay if that's strong. And then we got the classic nerf to shield stuff. Warriors had to cancel animation of this shit to Prime Stun and Bone Shatter. I guess this nerf against us. Yeah, I mean, the Rolling Slam is a fucking meme ability. It's annoying. Like, if that ability is going to be any good, it needs to go faster, further, or whatever, and it needs to one-shot both times. Because otherwise it's just fucking annoying, and it's already annoying. The problem is when you have to like roll onto the same mob, like boom, right? Like, it's shit. The mace skills, the mace starter skills are so fucking bad. It's ridiculous. Bone Shatter is pretty good. Like, the problem with it just... Yeah, it's just bad. Like, the way... It's either you have to do the fucking rolling slam where it's like... right? Like, which is annoying. Or you have to, like, hit the earthquake. And then dance a little bit while the mobs are hitting you. And you're waiting for the earthquake to go off, right? Like, bam! Right? It's fucking ass. Or you have to go and hit them with a basic attack. Just... And then hopefully you can explode them afterwards. Like, unironically, last time I leveled a warrior, the best thing I could do for the first, like, 15, 20 levels was just basic attack, because it one-shot everything. So I just walked up, boom, 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 boom. So done. Used to be warrior main, but it's so troll compared to anything else. Get Talisman and get Lunar Assault. I think the maces have plenty of cool skills later. I like the fissures. I really like doing... what I did was completely over-engineered, but it was kind of cool. So I did the fissures, popped down a bunch of fissures, right? And then I'd hit the... Then I'd hit the earth pillar little thing, right? And then I'd throw the hammer. Wait, maybe I hit the fissures, threw the hammer on it, hit down the spikes, and then roar. Right? So it exploded all the pillars and did massive damage. And then it exploded the hammer and made the thing so I could start slamming on it again. And now everything just fire, fire, fire. But not many things survived that long. It was a bit... It took a while to get the combo out, but it was super cool. And then obviously I took parts off the combo. So instead I just did the spikes and the hammer. And it works really well. And it's really cool. But I do feel like they're missing some... They're missing that, like, just slam. Big damage. Done. But it is combo PoE, right? So that's probably not really gonna be a thing. I used the big Sunder as well, actually. I used a bunch of the slams in it, and it works really well. It's so slow. And it's also very stationary, so it's not super good for clearing. Okay, where are we? So the shield stuff again, right? Shred, quality grants. Moving away from more attack speed. Sad. I'm guessing this is in preparation for the Gemling Legionnaire, maybe? Or... It's always a little bit... I'm always a little sad when they... got the quality stuff. I feel like quality should be something you're excited about, and you're definitely more excited about more attack speed than you are increased attack speed. Snipe attack damage is going down. Explosion is going up. Icy Blast is going down at the base level and moderately up at the end. Okay. Well, basically not up, but like 5% from 3062 to 3067. It's basically fucking nothing. So it's just getting a massive early game nerf. Now has 30 to 50 more damage with hits for explosions originating from a unique enemy. Previously always 50. Okay, so it's getting nerfed. Icy Blast. Explosion rate is now 3 and also nerf. Okay. Spell Totem can be used while moving. Updated animation. Supercharged Slam now more clearly states that it has a fixed attack time that cannot be modified. Purely description. Okay. Tame Beast. Summon Beast now deal 40% more damage at gem level 9, scaling up to 84% at gem 20. Immediately summons newly tamed beast if you have enough spirit. Okay. Tempest Bell can now be ancestrally boosted as though it were a strike skill. Okay. Its maximum number of active bells has been increased to 3, previously 1, greatly improving its combo potential. Shockwave now deals less damage. Can trigger once every 0.3. Oh, so only 3 times a second rather than 4? But I guess you can get 3 of them now. It would be kind of fun to have 3 bells and just bang, 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 with some big AoE ability. Toxic Growth. 5 pustules, previously 4. Limit of 5, previously 12. Fucking hell. Quality grants fires. What? Oh, you get an extra limit. Oh, shit. But previously it was +2. I guess when the limit is 5, getting 1 extra is bigger than... Does suck that it's not +2 still. Again, quality whenever it's like... This is like 0 or no, like nothing, or 100 to 0, right? Or 0 to 100, I guess. Like... It's either or, right? Because now it's like, okay, quality from 0 to 19 does nothing. And then you get 20, you get an extra one. That's boring. That's bad. At least at 0 to 2, you got something at 10. Thrashing Vines. Just description update. Okay. Time of Need. The interval between blessing is no longer duration. It now has modified to cooldown rate. Okay. Apply to blessings frequency and the interval has been reduced. Okay. Volcano has a base critical hit chance of 8, previously 5. Okay. Whirling Assault. Quality now grants increased, previously more. RIP. Wing Blast. Shockwave now deals 24% more damage at all levels. But Wing Blast you use to... Wait, if it's a Shockwave, that's only when you stun something, right? Okay. So Wing Blast buffed. Cool. Alright. This will be it for today. I hope we could get through it, but there is still support and unique and items. And then we got monster, quest, user interface, microtransactions, and so on, bug fixes. So there is a good whole lot of things to do for tomorrow. So we got this tomorrow, and we got the last of the patch notes. Hopefully we can kind of speed through this. Although support is something that I'm really interested in, so maybe not. Unique items, I'll probably glance over a little bit because I don't really know what they do anyways. I haven't gone that hard into it. But yeah, support gems I'm excited about. And then we'll get this tomorrow. And we'll see. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.